Morning. Hi. Yeah. Good morning. My name is Anna Ramskog-Levitt. I'm the director of the Human Rights Film Festival. Before Vivian comes on stage in a second, who I had the pleasure to organize the Climate Story Lab with, just two disclaimers up front. First of all, we really want to do a lab atmosphere. So this morning we are going to have a short introduction, but after the first break and also for the Q&A with Andrew Gilmour, who we have the pleasure to have as a keynote speaker, please really feel free to ask questions as we want to create a lively environment for the questions. And now there comes the Corona disclaimer. If you are at your seat, you can put down your mask. The moment you stand up, please put on your mask. And also, if you speak in a microphone, please just keep the mask on. That's the safest way we can do it, and it worked really well, and we can understand you perfectly fine, even with the mask. Second thing I wanted to say is hi to everyone who joined us online. You do have the possibility to comment via the comment section on YouTube, and one of our lovely volunteers will then stand up and speak the questions in the microphone, that we also hear it and that we can answer it. The Climate Story Lab is the last of our event of our conference series. We had yesterday a really intense conference on the Sustainable Development Goals, which is online, which you can still see if you want to. We had 60 speakers, and it was incredible, powerful, and lots of information and very interesting talks, so I can highly recommend that. And before that, we did talk about storytelling as empowerment and storytelling as resistance. And we had amazing filmmakers and storytellers here who shared their experience on issues like informed consent. What does it mean? How do we include people who share their stories with us and who are brave enough to speak out? And how can we use storytelling to combat fake news and populism? So I can also recommend those two. And now give a warm welcome to Vivian, who...
Good morning. Very excited to be here and finally start the Climate Story Lab. Thank you so much, Anna. I think it was a ride. We're here now. Oh, yeah. Very excited. So what the Climate Story is, I'll just quickly tell you. We are hosting the third Climate Story Lab in Berlin. The first one was held last year in New York, and the second one in March, just before lockdown, in London. And now we're here, very excited, and it will travel on. It will travel next to Kenya and to India. So we'll have our colleagues joining us on Thursday to talk to us, which is really exciting. So what we are doing is we are a lab, and which means that it's 3 jam-packed days full of work and really hopefully inspiring people that you haven't met before. Please network away. This is what we're here for. Make new connections, get new insights, and share your own expertise and your knowledge, because we're all here to learn from one another. And what's really the most important is that we are here to talk about the climate communication and how we can bridge through storytelling between scientists and storytellers, between NGOs' works and storytellers, between foundations' work and storytellers, and the storytellers and other players, by the way. And the storytellers we want to put in the middle of this as the spider in the web, so to speak. Because we all know that humans react to emotional, compelling stories. And they go a long way. And we feel that we need to work together. We all have a common goal. I don't think that we need to question whether we all believe that climate change in this room and online, the people watching, is real or not. I think what we need to do is get our acts together, partner up with other like-minded people, find new allies, and be stronger to have questions, raise problems that we have, and get more people on board to act. Because I think what it is also the claim of the Human Rights Film Festival: the future is now.
Exactly. Just if anyone is worried because I'm coughing, I have a bad dust allergy. And we actually got both tested yesterday, and we are perfectly fine, because as hosts, we wanted to go safe, so we do that regularly. So please apologize. These days, you feel just strange with allergies. So the Climate Story Lab, as Vivian said, travels the world, but it's organized by local organizations, and the masterminds behind the Climate Story Lab actually sit in London and are called DocSociety. DocSociety is a wonderful organization. Please look it up, and they share their ideas. And last November, we met them in Amsterdam, and they told us about the idea, and we were like, cool, we are doing a human rights film forum. We want to do something on climate change. Let's do this. So maybe, Vivian, you can tell us a tiny bit about what DocSociety is and what DocSociety does.
Exactly. So DocSociety exists since about 15 years. They were formerly called BritDoc, since they originated in the UK, but they have an amazing office also in New York since a long time. And what they've done is they've realized that there's a necessity for documentary filmmakers to bring their films to other audiences across, wherever the audience was. First, identify where the audience is, and then find channels how to reach them. Because we wanted to go beyond broadcasters, because we felt that documentaries are so important, and they have such compelling stories, and they need to reach other audiences and not just the ones in the broadcasting system. And we thought, that's why they came up about 13 years ago with the first good pitch. It's called the good pitch because selected projects, filmmakers come there, and they do not really pitch their film as such. They pitch their impact campaign. So they're looking for allies that can use the documentary as a tool for communication and go out and find these audiences. And what it is that we believe that through working together with having amazing partners, we can reach so much further. We can initiate social change, and it's been proven that it works. It's amazing. We can say that, films contributed to changing laws, to empower communities, to make voices heard that are usually not heard, to bring more awareness to these communities that are marginalized. So, give insights also in people's situations through film that you otherwise would not know. So it's a really powerful thing, and that's why we believe that the Climate Story Lab is sort of a good pitch. Very much on the topic climate, of course, but it's a brainchild of the DocSociety again.
And we opened it up, so it's not just films that we are going to present. The selected topics are from all different areas. So we take the examples, what we have learned about impact and documentaries, and try to transform it to other areas as well. But we also talk to people who have created amazing impact campaigns and reached lots of people through other ways of storytelling, because at the end what we all do is we tell stories and we try to inspire and we try to change something in the world. So please forgive us, coming both from the film industry. If we talk about film, we rather mean storytelling as an all big thing.
Yes, we do.
It's just very deep in us. So is there anything else we need to say at the beginning?
Yes, I think we should say something about the setup and our 6 amazing projects that we have.
That's a very good idea. I start with the setup and you do the projects. The setup is really easy. As I said before, microphone, please just step up and talk to us at any point or comment on YouTube. We really, really want this lively discussion. If there is already someone at the microphone, just keep like 2 meters, because then we are really on the safe side. Distance, and then you go. When the person left, it's going to be disinfected rather frequently. On your chairs, you did find small papers and a pen. And over there, we do have walls where each project is on a paper. If you do have ideas how to support the project, please just leave your comment there and with the sticker note, and just put the sticker note on it, and possibly, if you feel comfortable with it, also your name, so that we know whom to ask afterwards for contact, for an idea, for inspiration. Besides that, if you join us online, you can either leave a comment under the YouTube link for each project, or you just write us a short email to climatestorylab@hrffb.com.
Yes.
Yes, it's com. We do have both endings, so I always get confused. That's the important thing, because what, like I said before, it's like about the exchange and the input. And if you do have a project that's not within the 6 projects that we selected, still, please use the opportunity to ask our amazing questions, also, experts, also questions for your personal project. They are here, they are open to answer questions, so do that.
Exactly, so this is really what it is all about, networking. Go out there, meet new people, and open your eyes and minds to other people's ideas and how they approach things. So we've got, as Anna already said, we've got these billboards over there where we collect all the ideas. Please get up. If you don't feel like, okay, this is maybe not my time to speak now on the microphone, you know, use the sticker notes. They are there for working. And what we have is we've got 6 amazing projects. They will be quickly introduced today, and then they'll all get about a 40-minute session from tomorrow onwards to really present what they're all about and their ideas, how they say that their, you know, what their impact for the climate communication can be. And they're looking for partners and ideas from you, because we're all here because we have a knowledge. And we're here to share it and to take some as well. Giving and sharing. Exactly, so that's basically it. And
no, one last session thing, we forgot one thing. We do have, over all 3 days, we do have breakout sessions. Breakout sessions mean that we try to create smaller groups where you have like kind of, in a small setting, the opportunity to speak with outstanding experts. Today, for example, in the afternoon, we will have an online breakout session with the absolute stunning yes men who will talk about how their activism created lasting change. If you want to attend an online breakout session, please just click the Zoom link, which we will also comment in shortly before the breakout session starts in the YouTube, and share on Twitter and put it on the homepage. If unfortunately, like, we are really trying to do our best in a hybrid format, but the breakout sessions that are offline, we unfortunately can't stream, because we really want to create this intimate setting, and with streaming we would lose that. So yeah, think about to which expert you would like to talk today. And now I think we should start with our keynote speech.
yes,
Yes.
do that.
Do that. It's my pleasure and honor to introduce Andrew Gilmour. He is the director of the Berghof Foundation, one of our partners. He has been on a podium yesterday and on at the SCG conference, and he has a long career before he came to Berlin at the United Nations. He was vice Secretary General for Human Rights, and he will give us his thoughts on climate and conflict transformation. Give him a warm welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. It's a great pleasure to be invited back. Yesterday, as she said, I was speaking about the SDGs and human rights, and today it's on climate and peace. Now, as was also mentioned, I was at the UN for 30 years before, and there the tendency is to divide topics into, well, the word is silos, and not have crossover between them, and that is a problem. And I'm very glad that 2 days running I've been given the chance to talk about the need to integrate, have a better approach, to have sort of cross-fertilization between the various disciplines. Now, conflict and climate, how is it linked? And I would say that there has been a change. It's taken a long time for people to understand that there is an intrinsic link between climate change and conflict. Now, I would say that there's probably no conflict in the world that is primarily driven by the hardships resulting from climate change. But I would equally say that there is almost no conflict in the world where climate change doesn't play a role in exacerbating the conditions. And we have moved on. I was working in the Secretary General's office 13 years ago, and the new Secretary General, Ban Ki-moon, came to office, and it was during the time of terrible, actually genocidal acts in Darfur carried out by the Janjaweed. And he pointed out that a contributory cause of the violence, the fact that there was such pressure over land in an era of drought, was climate change. And he got blasted for saying that. He was accused of sort of apologizing, for excusing even the crimes of the Sudanese government and the Janjaweed, even though it was a perfectly sensible point. I am happy to say that we've moved on from that in 13 years, but there's still not sufficient understanding of how bad the situation is. Straight after that job, I went off to Iraq for 2 years, which happened to coincide with a prolonged, much longer than the 2 years I was there, drought in both Iraq and Syria. Now, there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that the terrible group ISIS was vastly aided by the drought that came from climate change. Of course, the main cause of its success were the terrifying brutality and the incompetence and vindictiveness of the governments in both Damascus and Baghdad. But in addition to that, the fact that so many people lost their living, the ability to live in land that became totally infertile for agriculture, but on the other hand, very fertile for radicalization, as people became ever more desperate and already filled with the grievances that the Sunni population had towards the governments in those capitals. They were ready fodder to join extremist groups. Perhaps similarly, we have in the Lake Chad Basin, surrounded by Nigeria, Niger, Chad, and Cameroon, you have the Boko Haram group, and there you have areas that are 70% of the population depend on rain-fed agriculture. And when you have periods of drought that come from climate change, when you have Lake Chad that has been diminishing in its capacity to absorb water, when you have that, you get these conflicts between pastoralists and agriculturalists as tensions for land. Then you get further east, in the Horn of Africa, Somalia, Ethiopia, and elsewhere, you find also areas where you either get terrible drought or you get flash floods. And the impact of the flash floods is that much worse after the drought because the ground has been so impacted and hardened that it is unable to absorb water, so that you get floods. All of these are resulting from climate change. So I would say that it is not a coincidence that the areas where you get the most radicalized extremist violent groups, whether it's Boko Haram in Lake Chad, Al-Shabaab in Somalia, ISIL in Syria and Iraq, or Al-Qaeda in Yemen, are all in areas which are the most affected areas in the world by climate change. So this link is pretty clear-cut, I would say. And even in conflicts that are really long-standing, like the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Of course, nobody in 1948, when it essentially began, had even heard of climate change. But it is still, you now find that both in the West Bank and in Gaza, the tremendous water shortage and the sort of battles over aquifers that take place certainly make that conflict even harder to resolve. So there is this pretty strong, I would say, link between climate change and conflict. And what do we need to do now to try to address that? Well, I would say first is to bring the various disciplines together so that we have people who deal with conflict looking at it through a climate change lens so they understand really what's going on and what's driving conflict. But also, those who deal with environmental and climate issues need to look at it from a conflict lens to make sure that the measures that they are adopting or suggesting don't actually have a bad side effect of making the conflict even worse. Then you have to recognize that this is a monumental human rights crisis that's caused by this, and that we need, and this is something the Berghof Foundation is strong on, is peace education, but linking it to climate change education and human rights education. All of these things are vital in trying to combat these sort of common aims that we have. We need to be much better at assessing why conflict is taking place in any given area, whether it's past, present, or future, to look at conflict and have a better understanding as to how climate is affecting it, because without that, you're going to find it far harder to find ways to resolve it. You need to have, also what we do at Berghof, train various community leaders and inside mediators so that they understand what are the issues at stake to enable them to be able to resolve at ground level the various tensions that have arisen as a result of the deteriorating climate. And then for those who are actually trying to mediate the end, you need to be able to find ways and come up with creative ways to have a green peace dividend so that you can try to get, whether it's shared forestry management or renewable energy infrastructure or common land management, to find ways to get parties to a conflict, a joint incentive to end it. And the problem with that is that those mediating it often don't have the big investors. They can't instruct investors to invest in solar power in an area like that. You need to have, and it isn't really happening, you need to have the big financial institutions strongly backing the mediators. Now, this is all very difficult to happen, and what are the reasons for that? Well, first of all, I mean, yesterday I was quite critical of the Security Council for the fact that the 3 of the permanent members systematically protect the worst human rights abusers. China, the United States, and Russia, in their different ways, all veto resolutions that criticize their clients, the people that they back. But there's another reason that to criticize them, is that none of those 3 actually truly believe in the links between conflict and climate change. On the one, you have the United States, run by a president who believes climate change is a hoax, and his ambassador at the UN is the wife of a coal mining billionaire. And so clearly, even very sensible people working in the State Department are not able to engage on the issue of conflict and climate change in the way that we would like them to. Russia is clearly not strong on climate change. And along with China, which is better on climate change, they believe that these issues shouldn't come to the Security Council because Security Council is only for war and peace, and you shouldn't actually mix it with things like development or climate change, or above all, and this is their real fear, that human rights get brought into the Security Council. So they will oppose, and they have done very successfully, many climate change measures that could have an impact in helping to resolve conflict. Another difficulty is getting the people involved in peace building to really understand that this is an issue that they need to get involved in. That there are already so many issues that they've been told to mainstream, whether it's gender or security sector reform or justice or democratization, or all these issues that they've been told already that they need to mainstream into their work as peace builders, now being told that they have to involve this intrinsically very complicated issue of climate change is not always easy to do. Moreover, it's easy for people to say climate change is tomorrow's problem, not fully understanding that not only is it already today's problem, but that it'll make tomorrow's problem that much worse if we don't address it now. So I said they were, so that essentially is the climate and security aspect of that. Perhaps I would like to talk about climate and human rights, as this is the Human Rights Film Festival, and if this is one thing I feel even more strongly about than climate and security, it is climate and human rights. Now, I say this with trepidation because it makes me appear as an extremely obnoxious young child, but I joined sort of the World Wildlife Fund at 10, and I joined Amnesty International at 15, and for the vast majority of my life, these were separate passions that I never actually saw much linkage between. And that is the problem there, and that is now something I'm very, very keen to try to address, because there is so much in common between these things. On the one hand, you will find that both the climate change, both the environmentalists and human rights people will tell you, and I believe that they're both right, that this is the worst time in their history as movements. They've never confronted either environmental issues as bad as now, nor human rights issues as bad as now. And so they have, that's backs out of the wall together. Secondly, they often have the same enemies. It is remarkable how climate change deniers are often those who are most scornful of human rights. Trump, Bolsonaro of Brazil, Duterte of the Philippines. Incidentally, the climate change denial is also, as you will have noticed, very strongly linked to COVID denial. And, but that's beside the point. They share enemies. And moreover, they are both successfully, wrongly in my view, but successfully portrayed as elitists and by populists. And this is something that is gravely weakening their capacity to react. Now, so how to address this? Because after all, the climate change, the environmentalists and the human rights people come from very different traditions. And I mean, if you just look at the beginnings of the environmentalist movement in the United States, for example, where with the greatest environmental successes of the late 19th century, the creation of Yellowstone or Yosemite National Park, fantastic conservation measures, but they were carried out by the mass expulsion of the indigenous population. And there has always been that fear, or fear is the wrong word perhaps, there's always been a suspicion that some type of environmentalists are far more interested in animals or the environment than they are in human beings. And that is something that is really essential to do something about. And human rights has to be at the heart of every environmental and every climate change measure, in my view, because the former High Commissioner for the current High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, who was the former president of Chile, she said last year, and I don't think this was hyperbole, exaggeration, she said, there has never been a bigger threat to human rights than climate change. The enormity of what is already beginning, but is certainly coming down the road. perhaps mainly when it comes to what are called economic, social, and cultural rights, the right to life, the right to water, the right to food, the right to healthy living, the right to livelihood, the right to place of habitation. The threats to all this are so vast coming from climate change, with the consequent compulsion for people to migrate. But it's not just those human rights that are going to be under threat from climate change. It is also what are called the political and civil rights, because I assume that what will happen is that sooner or later the world's leaders will, in general, wake up to the enormity of what is going on. But then they might well respond in ways that are too drastic in human rights terms. And we know what happens when people declare states of emergencies. In the United States, for example, they just rounded up everybody of Japanese origin at the beginning of the Second World War. The UK did that with people who had German names as well. Then after 9/11, torture became widely justified in the US. Elsewhere, people respond to states of emergencies by suspending human rights. And I fear that this could be happening. Last year, there was a seminal report by a UN Special Rapporteur, an Australian called Philip Alston, who said, I'm not sure that the human rights might not survive the coming upheaval. And he castigated the human rights community for not facing up to this fact. And I think that there is a possibility that the idea will get out there that the democratic system failed dramatically to respond to climate, to global heating. By the way, in the same way as people feel that the democratic world has in many countries, much less, luckily, Germany than in many other countries, failed to handle the pandemic properly. But this will, aside from the German experience of that, it could lead to a sort of a backlash against democratic values and a belief that only a really strong state can handle the vastness of the climate change. And that is, believe me, bad for human rights. So I think to prevent this from happening, you need to get the environmentalist movements and the climate and the human rights movements to work together and to broaden their mobilization campaigns far more than they've been able to do. Because from the United States to Australia to Europe, there's sort of a coalition of sort of corporate lobbyists, populist politicians, and the right wing, particularly the Murdoch-owned press, have been very successful at pushing the idea that any gain for human rights or for the environment is somehow at the expense of the working man, and at the expense of jobs. And one saw that with the Gilets jaunes in France, that people came out onto the streets to protest a measure that, not a particularly big measure, by Macron to have a fuel price hike. And that is what provoked a large number of the demonstrations. It was presented as the idea of a fuel price hike, the idea that climate change was an elitist issue and not one that the masses. They mocked the expression fin du monde, fin du mois. I mean, you're talking about the end of the world. We just want to get to the end of the month. We're on a paycheck, but you elitists are focusing on stuff that has no reality for us. There has to be an attempt, not just an attempt, a successful effort to show that the people who are going to lose from measures that are taken to reduce climate change, whether it's fossil fuel workers or cattle farmers, are not going to be punished. They're not going to be left without a job. Because if everybody is scared that they're going to lose their jobs as a result of the climate change movement, then you'll get the climate change denialists will continue to be able to play on the fact that it's the elite pushing the climate change agenda at the expense of the poor. And this is just ridiculous, because the clearest information the clearest finding that we have is that it's not only the poorest countries of the world who are going to be by far the worst affected by climate change. Already, they're the guys who are in the worst state of conflict, the worst state of poverty, but they're also going to be the ones they're also the ones who are least responsible for climate change. Their global emissions are practically zero compared to the big polluters. But it means that they are going to get the drought, the extra heat, the destruction of the farmlands, and the rising sea levels are going to be in many places in what are already the poorest parts of the world. It is another vital thing to do is to win over indigenous communities. And this is something that I feel very strongly about. And you will find, it seems paradoxical, you will find in countries from Brazil, Honduras, and many other Latin American countries to the Philippines, that you will find that renewable energy projects are opposed by indigenous communities. Not because they are remotely opposed in principle to the idea of renewable energy, just because, as usual, they are not consulted. People come into their lands and maybe construct a big solar factory or a dam or whatever it is, and say this is for renewable energy, and naturally they oppose it because they are always, or almost always, under-consulted about and underutilized for how to be the custodians of their ancestral lands. So I really believe that climate change and the environmentalists, but also human rights people, have to reach out much better to these groups that are affected most, but also to work together. So all of this is it's a pretty bleak picture in some ways, but there are rays of hope. I mean, we can also be sure that in all four of the areas that we've been talking about over the last 2 years, it's 2 days, yesterday we were talking about development and human rights, today we're talking about peace and security, and what's the other one? Development, security, environment. All of these things are going to be gravely impacted by the results in the United States in just 4 weeks' time. And in the case of climate, I would say catastrophically so, and in the others, not much less than catastrophically so. But in either eventuality, you will find that Europe, the EU in particular, is at the forefront of, and is going to have to be even more at the forefront of the fight against climate change, of the fight for human rights, of the fight for peace building, and of the fight to increase development. Peace building, the activities that the organization I work for does, these are minute sums of money that are involved in trying to, compared to development projects or war projects or even the huge infrastructural changes that will be required by climate change, by the anti-climate change movement that we all have to be part of. Peace building it's just a few $1 million, but even they are going to be cut because of the massive budgetary constraints that those few countries who contribute to these costs anyway are going to be experiencing as a result, or already experiencing as a result of the pandemic. So I believe that, as I said, Europe is going to be the lead, and within Europe, Germany will play, I believe, and it has played a role, that is a leadership one and a very constructive one, but it will need to step up even more to the plate to do that, but it will need encouragement. It's going to hear so much from the other people. I mean, I've probably, like many of you, I've got caught up by mistake into some of the COVID denialist demonstrations in Berlin in the past couple of months. But you're going to that'll be magnified perhaps with all the other stuff that's going to be coming up. And so the government is going to need to hear from the activists. We heard from the previous speakers how everybody needs to get out there even more. But they have to get out there and fight on a whole range of fronts for peace, for a better environment and against climate change, for development and for human rights. And whereas today's youth are clearly, and this is almost the single greatest source for hope for anyone these days, is to see how, before COVID, how youth was on the march to protest climate change and their inability and the reluctance of governments to respond. That today's youth, I'm optimistic and hopeful, certainly, that they will also take up the mantle of human rights as well. So with that, I thank you very much indeed for twice in 2 days listening to me.
we have to thank you for giving such a breathtaking overview of the interconnection of climate change and human rights and peace building and security, and giving us really, how should I say that? It was, the speech also does take a moment to take in all the information, because what we really accomplished is like showing the very broad picture of how everything is linked, basically. I do have written like tens of thousands of questions, but me coming more from the human rights sector as from the climate perspective, which I really find interesting that you say we have to link those two more, because what I also see is that they're not linked, not yet, it's starting. If you would address those two groups, how do you think can we take away the fears that if they take on the other battle, that they will smaller their own problems or issues?
Well, I mean, within the human rights movement, there is, it's a complicated term for actually not a very complicated concept, which is intersectionality. The idea that there are various issues that people suffer human rights violations for. And therefore there's a need to come and work in alliances. And I really believe that. And it's just because basically people are stronger if they have a bigger movement. And that applies that much more if you link the human rights community with the environmentalist one. Because as I said, if you can convince people that their enemies are the same, that their difficulties are fundamentally the same, then it shouldn't be that if they can push back against a common enemy, then they're both going to profit. But then, of course, then the onus is on the human rights people. Well, the onus is first of all on the environmentalist people to show that they are really interested in human rights, not just the wildlife and keeping nature beautiful, but actually because without that, there's this thing this is a new development. I mean, in my 5.5 decades, I'd never seen so much how these things are portrayed as elitists. The idea that defending human rights or defending the environment against climate change, it should be an elitist conception. That should be relatively easy to fight back against. And they're going to be much more effective if they do that together, right, in my view.
So please, as I mentioned before, there's a microphone. We do have Andrew Gilmour for a few more moments, so you can ask questions, not just me and my bunch of, like, lots of questions. Anyone? No? Okay, I go on for now. Maybe it's just in the morning. You mentioned the peace-building process and how climate change affects conflicts, and how it would be so important to work in peace projects and invest in them, and in conflict transformation projects. Could you, like, the Berghof Foundation is doing their important work, but could you, like, give us an example or an insight how that could work in, like, practically on the ground? How does conflict transformation or peace building actually work also with relation to climate change issues?
It's a really good question, that. I've only been here in Berlin, which I'm absolutely thrilled to be, for the last 4 months, and that is the first change I want to bring, is that. So we're at the beginning stages of that. There was a moment yesterday on a panel that I was at. I was asked a question that I had: name a single project that you're proud of and that you think you're hopeful about. And what I did was, what I referred to relates to that. I'm sorry if anyone who's here 2 days to hear it twice, but it's in Somalia, where we work together. We set, they're called shiraka. They're communities, gatherings that can last 5 days. They take a lot of preparation. And you go to an area where there are a lot of tensions, which happen to be invariably areas where climate change has exacerbated conflicts. And you get them together. And these shiraka have been going on for a few years, but what I'm now doing is injecting explicitly climate change into that. And I do believe that once they understand that some of these things are coming from stuff that's, I mean, what people who have spent much longer in Somalia than I have tell me, and it probably applies elsewhere in the world, is that people don't know it's climate change that they're dealing with. They just know that it's a global phenomenon. They just know that conditions have got a lot worse, and tensions have got worse as a result. Their crops aren't producing the same amount, that they get washed away in floods, and they don't necessarily know it's a global phenomenon. And having that better understanding could, I believe, promote sort of an understanding that it's a common enemy there as well that they're fighting against. So it could be, and if they're also told that there could be investment in ways to alleviate these and to alleviate the bad effects of this, it could make it easier to build peace between them. So that's what we're trying to do at the moment, and we'll be doing it elsewhere as well, like Yemen. But Somalia is the very first place.
We do have 3 questions, please. The mic is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for your interesting speech. And I do have 2 small questions. The first one is exactly the link between human rights and climate change. From my perspective, activist movements and also NGOs try to link these 2 topics by talking about climate justice as a term. And I would be very interested in your perspective, how the communication of climate justice can be improved by how it's done so far. Because to me, it seems that the mainstream still doesn't really get the topic of climate justice. Maybe it's too complex. So what are your ideas about how to communicate it better? And the second one is you were talking about the common enemy of these 2 sections of human rights activists and climate activists. Can you please elaborate on who exactly is this enemy and what are attempts to actually fight together against the enemy which you're talking about? Thanks.
Right. Great, thank you. I suspect you know a lot more about climate justice than I do, but for me, my understanding is that it is 2 things. And they're quite separate actually, but they're very important. One is something that I alluded to before, the extraordinary injustice that the countries most affected by climate change are those who contributed least to it, and therefore they're going to need, at the most basic humanity and decency, they need some compensation for that. That is the most basic justice. The other aspect of it is the idea of pursuing in law courts the worst polluters, the people who knowingly carried on with their activities and knowingly tried to silence the debate. When I say knowingly, I mean they already knew that there was a link between their activities and devastating climate change, but nevertheless they paid for research to try to discredit it. They paid for advertisements. They paid for politicians to denounce efforts to do it. And there's certainly my hope that there will be mass class actions taken, and this actually, funnily enough, is relating to your second question, because it's about the enemies, class actions. Whether we're talking about on 3 levels, because the enemies are populist politicians who just say, look, environmentalists and human rights people are just elitists who are out to weaken you, and they don't support traditional family values, and they're not patriotic and all of that. They are linked to the conservative press. Of course, you've got some here. It's not as bad as in Fox News or basically the Murdoch-owned press in the UK and Australia, as well as in the United States, systematically debunking. You will have seen even in these devastating forest fires in California at the moment, they pour scorn on the fact that the fires are somehow linked. And I saw the most popular of them all, Tucker Carlson, say just last week, this is just an attempt by Democrats to tell honest working Americans that they're not allowed to drive their cars. So the enemies are on 3 levels: the populist politicians, the corporations in particular Exxon, who knew, and we know that they've known since the late 70s that fossil fuels produce climate change, but they tried to silence that debate successfully for decades, so we have wasted up to 30 years as a result, and then the media as well. They are the enemies, and they are the ones that climate justice should, three categories should be going for.
Oh, wow. I just realized we have 4 more questions, which is beautiful. Please, the next one.
Hi, thank you very much for your contribution today. I'm with the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, and I specifically do research on climate change and conflict in the Sahel for the most part. And so thank you for making that link between human rights and climate change also, because some of in my interviews and my fieldwork, some of the things that I've encountered, for example, is that herder communities who herding and cattle rearing is an intrinsic part of their identity, and with their shrinking cattle sizes, for example, they feel like they're losing their identity in their nomadic ways. I think that's a human rights issue. Similarly, in Niger, I've spoken to women's rights groups from the Tuareg who, thus far, they've considered themselves a matriarchy, and they told me with shrinking cattle sizes, their community has moved more toward polygamy, and the women are now losing their status within that group, which is also quite interesting, I think. Specifically, I'd like to know within the mediation community, how much are actual adaptation measures brought into the mediation itself? Because I guess one could argue what is different between Germany, for example, or the UK, and some of these places is adaptive capacity, right? When we have droughts in Germany, we're paying subsidies to our farmers so they can survive. So no one's really worried about fights breaking out between farmers and cattle rearers in Germany, because we have adaptive capacity. So shouldn't we bring that into the mediation more specifically, and maybe linking up with development agencies or projects if that's what's necessary? Thanks.
Thank you. That is exactly what we're trying to do, but I have to say, it's quite early on, the debate, even though we don't have much time, so we have to hurry. I would say that we're not alone in being fairly at the beginnings of this. Other institutions such as ours, the European Institute of Peace in Brussels, for example, and others who understand, like we do, that there is this great link. But getting beyond saying, hey, there's a link, and what you actually do about it is much harder. But I also referred to that as well. I mean, what you said about mediation, I think I made that point. Mediators need to be able to point to the fact that there is potential for a green peace dividend, and that therefore, but mediators don't have the capacity to say, okay, World Bank, now you've got to quickly step in and invest in that. So it's going to involve bringing a lot of different people together to get the investors behind the mediators. But clearly, you are right, and we are aware of that. But actually, how to go about it is another matter.
Thank you. I would have a quick question in between. If we are talking about drought quite a lot, and in our pre-selection process of the film festival, there was a rather interesting film about water privatization, and how there was the example of the UK, but also of Australia and of the US, how it's actually fostered, like people see in water the new gold. And if we talk about combating human rights issues and climate change issues, I mean, water will be a huge problem. Shouldn't we at the same point also look there and like battle that now, so that people will have free access to water also, like it's a human right? So
it is a human right. I mean, sorry, I totally agree with what you said, but what was the question?
How can we combat the like that people are trying to make water into a new gold rush? What can we do to stop that?
I don't know his answer.
Okay.
I don't.
I asked.
But I was on the. I think I ended up being the rapporteur of the water group yesterday on the panel. But I don't think anyone came up with a solution to that. Sorry.
No, that's open questions.
Thanks for being here. Very interesting so far. Thanks. My name is Chris. I work for Fridays for Future, and I've been doing digital campaigns all my life. First, a little bit of context. Given the different crises that we have, social crisis, migration, fascism, populism, and the climate crisis, would you agree that the climate crisis is so existential and a threat that supersedes all the other crises? And then secondly, if you think about combining all the issues and connecting them all and communicating them all at once, given the context that the corona crisis is giving the people to worry about, and we've seen this in Germany, all other problems have almost vanished, and corona is the #1 problem by far. Wouldn't you agree that these associations of different movements and NGOs are obviously stronger together, but not if they're communicating 10 topics at the same time and overloading the people with problems, instead focusing on a singular climate crisis topic?
Well, I absolutely agree that your first point, that climate crisis is the big one. Everything else can be repaired at some stage, but that one can't. I mean, not all the collection of environmental ones, the biodiversity crisis, which is linked but not the same, but also the pollution crisis, which is linked but not the same, whether it's plastics or carbon dioxide or whatever form of pollution it is. Most other ones can be rectified at some point. This one is basically planetary ecocide. There's no way around that. But but you're also right. But I'm not quite sure what the implication of that is, though, about the overload. Because at the beginning of COVID, I remember thinking exactly that point back in sort of March. Did this mean, okay, there was one good news about COVID environmentally, which is that there was much less pollution as people stopped moving around, but everybody knew that would be extraordinarily short-lived. But the fact that people would just say, look, COVID is what we have to focus on, and the massive budgetary, and it's much worse than people imagined back then, that the economic devastation of it, which also has had an education devastation as well as health, of course, being the most obvious one. So I think it will be, while COVID is still raging, it's virtually impossible to get the world to focus on. So we're wasting at least a year, probably 2 years. Well, wasting is the wrong word. We lost because COVID, because absolutely, it's impossible to tell people that who've just lost their livelihoods and everything else, that what they really need to be focusing on is water levels by 2100. I mean, so yeah, it has to be put on hold a little bit. And no, the activists still need to keep on pushing at it to make sure the politicians don't forget, but they have to be realistic and realize that there's not going to be much pickup during this.
But wouldn't, like what we have seen is that the COVID pandemic also highlights human rights issues and the impact of the climate crisis on people much more than before. Like it shows that we need to act there because it shows the pitfalls we have created over the last time. Don't you think there could be also a small chance in the communication, because it's so obvious now?
Yes, but again, that's another thought that I had early on in the pandemic, that the fact that the way animals were treated, which is how the virus almost certainly mutated in those wet markets of China, and I hoped it would lead to a revulsion against that, and the fact that respiratory issues become that much more powerful, I mean, so much more relevant to people as a result of COVID, that would lead to better access on and better progress on anti-pollution measures. That's what I was thinking might happen early on. I haven't really seen that in the last 6 months.
We can only hope for better. Caroline.
Hello. My name is Caroline Terwind. Thank you for the introduction to the day. I like that you say that the human rights movement and the environmentalist movement need to sort of pair up and be stronger together. And your suggestion for that is that it's basically the environmentalist movement that needs to show that they don't only care about wildlife. I would like to challenge you on that. I think it's also the human rights movement that needs to change, because I think that there has been this particular conception of the human rights movement that is so much hand in hand with neoliberalism and exploitation of the earth and its resources purely for the human being put in the center of the universe, that I think as long as that continues, there is no way to have the right coming together of the environmentalist and the human rights movement.
I absolutely didn't want to give the impression that I didn't think that the human rights movement also had to. Forgive me for, I know I talked to the other one more, but I absolutely, and when I was in the human rights movement, which I was until the end of last year, working at the, in New York, running the human rights program there, I was constantly saying it's the human rights people that need to evolve more and to have a better understanding of these issues. And it's totally agree.
Just a short reminder, I know it doesn't look pretty and it's nicer to communicate without a mask, but please, it's like rule in Berlin, so just keep the mask on. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ellen. I work for Client Earth in London, so I was particularly interested to hear your ideas on legal action around this, so if you could pick up on that later. But my question was around picking up on your point about Yellowstone and conservation and that being kind of like a privileged move. I was really surprised to see during the peak of the content flow around Black Lives Matter on Instagram, for example, people talking about conservation as like a white colonialist move. And for me, working in the environmental movement and knowing that climate protection is pretty much aims to protect Indigenous communities first, I was really surprised to hear that flip side of the debate. So I was just wondering if you came up against this line of argument, what your first instinctive response would be to try to contradict it.
I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, I hadn't actually seen it in the context of the Black Lives Movement, but before the death of George Floyd, I had definitely seen the idea that there was innate racism on the part of environmentalists. I don't have an immediate response to. I mean, I don't think I've ever met an environmentalist who is racist, but I don't know what more they can say. And that is clearly, I would have thought, probably a form of disinformation from populist media. But what was? Can you tell me what was the rationale that they gave? What was the evidence given to suggest that environmentalists were racist?
So I think the idea of the creation of zones where animals are protected, but maybe at the expense of human life, and then there was, of course, the BuzzFeed investigation into sort of poaching and who gets prioritized, and the idea again of building sort of renewable energy in places where people can't push back. All of those kinds of arguments, I guess, would be where it came from.
Yeah, I don't know how to push back on that, but but I suppose the previous speaker wouldn't like it, but it's because it goes against their point of view. But I would say it's more evidence why the environmentalists have to prove that they are interested in human beings as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's a good answer. Thank you.
Sorry, Caroline.
So we do have our last question for this session.
Hi, I'm Alex from Expanding Focus. We're here with the project. Thanks for inviting us. Thanks for your talk. I think it's very interesting, all these connections. At the same time, I'm always thinking, am I the only one who misses the elephant in the room? Or I think the lady 2 seats before me said it as well. Isn't that also like the big one problem? You said it's climate change, but isn't it actually the neoliberalistic, capitalistic view of our leaders, of our system? Like also Germany, you pointed out, we're still kind of following the GDP, we're building most of the cars in the world maybe, and isn't that kind of the problem, that a dead cow and a dead tree is more worse than a living cow and a living tree? Like within this system of we have to ever grow our GDP in order to to pay our debts, and that kind of fuels all the other things which then are just an effect of this incremental belief system most of countries are following. And also, like Friday for Futures, I'm super keen to talk to you later. I don't see you anymore, but you were here for a second ago. I would be really interested why this movement is not more anti-capitalistic, or maybe it's just my worldview, or yeah, maybe I'm missing something, but would really like to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Look, you may be right. I just have to say I've spent my entire life trying to show that what I'm interested in isn't intrinsically linked to being left-wing. I mean, there is no intrinsic reason why being anti-racist, supporting the rights of the Palestinians, or supporting South African blacks against apartheid, there's no reason why these things, let alone the environment, should be left-wing or human rights. But everything I've done is accused by the right wing of being left-wing. But if I started talking about anti-capitalist or neoliberalism and capitalism, I think I would just turn off everybody I've ever tried to convince. I mean, if these causes that we're talking about go into that narrow niche that are going to turn off vast segments of the population, then I really think we're finished. I mean, then we're not even out of the starting blocks. The whole point is to get more people to understand the importance of what we're trying to do. And with respect, I just feel that going that direction narrows us dramatically.
So it's just a marketing problem, not a truth problem?
Is it a communication problem?
Bad to communicate it that way, or?
I think it's very bad to communicate that way. If you want to get more people to understand the importance of climate change and why and human rights, then I wouldn't get any. I mean, look, it's got nothing to do with why I'm in Berlin. But in my last 2 years in New York, by coincidence, the ambassador that supported me most systematically was the German ambassador. Every time I tried to speak about human rights, whether it's in Sudan or Myanmar or the Middle East, wherever it was the Germans. But because they rightly see that pushing a human rights agenda at the UN doesn't make you left-wing or right-wing. And they're also very strong on the environment too. But if we start putting those labels on, I concede a lot of your message is probably right, but catastrophically from a marketing perspective.
So we do have one more question before I do have the last one.
Sorry, I don't hope I blow your timetable completely. And I try to keep it short, being a green politician, and that's difficult for me. But if you mentioned Exxon, if crimes against the environment are basically a huge threat to humanity, so why don't we treat them the same way? We have an international court against crimes for crimes against humanity. Why don't we have an international court for crimes against the environment?
Yeah, I mean, and one or two people have mentioned it. I think actually Macron has mentioned it quite recently. I would welcome that. But to repeat what I said yesterday, a lot of very, very important players are not in the International Criminal Court. The Americans have said they will punish somebody, actually prosecute anybody who even cooperates with the International Criminal Court. And that is something that was pretty widely accepted. The idea of suddenly bringing I would love the idea. Why isn't it happening? Is because there isn't political support for it. That's why. But I wish there was. But we're a long way from that unless we can really get our activists together to push on that particular point.
And there was a wonderful Überleitung in German to my last question. Is you shortly touched the point of the UN Security Council. What would you wish from them, like in terms of leaving out the veto? But
leaving out the what? The veto. Yeah, sorry.
What could they actually achieve if we like leave out the veto? What would you wish them to?
Well, okay, the very first thing I'd wish them to do would be to reform their membership, and which is completely anachronistic and is seen as such by large parts of the world. And so that would be the first thing. But then since their veto applies to that as well, so any one of the five can can prevent a change, and any change would be a weakening of their proportional power, so they are likely, the French and the British would not veto it, but the other three have categorically said they will. And so that's the first one, the veto being the second. But there's another aspect of it, which is that they are paralyzed at the moment, and there hasn't been a stage since the Cold War, since the Berlin Wall came down, that they are more divided on every single issue, and therefore, almost on principle, if one of them wants something, the other side on the Great Divide, the US-China one in particular, but there are other ones on the European ones and Russia, they will almost instinctively take the other point of view. So when they are that paralyzed, it just means that the entire UN's possibility to resolve conflict, or indeed any other issue, is gravely weakened. So if they would behave in a better way, I mean, you would have seen the infantile behavior of perhaps of Secretary of State Pompeo, just going there, just trying to sort of talk about the China virus, almost deliberately trying to make the atmosphere worse there. That is utterly unhelpful. So that would be something I hope we'll have an end of quite soon.
Thank you so much for being here today. It was breathtaking and opening up many, many different perspectives on how things are interlinked.
My pleasure.
Thank you. So with our opening sessions, we continue on the issue of climate, hunger and conflict, how these three issues in particular are linked. The host for the session is Jan Sebastian Friedrich Rust, the CEO of Aktion gegen den Hunger, which is actually, he had the idea for the film festival 4 years ago? 4 years ago. So also thanks to Jan, we are here today, which is our absolute delight. Thank you. And the floor is yours, and your participants will join you shortly digital.
So, good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's discussion on the effects of climate change on conflict and hunger. So I cannot see them. Okay. Maybe we could move the screen a bit, because otherwise I cannot. This panel will discuss basically the effects of climate change on conflict, hunger, and food insecurity. But it will have a special focus on children and the role of storytelling. I would like to welcome our panelists. We have Bhatnager, the senior social media manager at Save the Children. And we have Ashfaque Soomro, who's the executive director of the Research and Development Foundation in Pakistan, who are an important partner organization of the German NGO Kindernothilfe. So Bhanu, I'd start with you, and I give a short introduction. So Bhanu is a former reporter and television news producer. He worked for more than 10 years with Al Jazeera and joined Save the Children's media team in London in 2017. One of the things he did there, and Bhanu, it will be interesting to hear more about that later on, is a VR, virtual reality production in Somalia about climate change. He then moved to Asia, to Bangkok, to the Asia team of Save the Children, and that's what we're going to start off with. Bhanu developed a campaign, a child-led climate crisis campaign called Red Alert. And the aim of this campaign is really to enable activists, young activists from more than a dozen countries with the tools they need to campaign for climate change. So basically, I would say simplifying, bringing fighters to future or giving it a wider scope in Asia. So Bhanu, I think you've prepared a presentation, so I suggest we start off with that, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, everyone. I hope you can hear me and you can see the presentation. So all good stuff. Yes, obviously coronavirus means we've had to use different technologies to meet each other. I'm just in London, so not very far, but far in many other ways. So thank you for having me, everyone, and good morning. I'm really honored and humbled to be a part of this important conversation. So as Jan said, this morning I'm going to attempt to tell you a little bit about a new campaign I launched at Save the Children targeting child and youth climate activists. Now, just for a bit of context, you know, the Asia Pacific region, which is where I was based for about a year and a half, really epitomizes both the causes and the effects of global warming. You know, it produces approximately half the planet's greenhouse gases and is home to 3 of the world's biggest carbon-emitting countries, namely China, India, and Japan. At the same time, the Asia-Pacific is regularly identified as one of the regions that will be hardest hit by global warming, with more than half of the world's population and 2/3 of its poor, with many going hungry every single day. Asia is really vulnerable to climate hazards. And then, of course, there are a number of ongoing conflicts in that part of the world, namely Afghanistan, Myanmar, and certainly the southern Philippines as well. And we know from research that conflict-affected children and youth face even further barriers to be able to, A, speak out on the issues that matter for them, but they're also just much more vulnerable to climate-related hazards. So next slide, please. So we've begun basically at Save the Children, and I helped design this campaign, and it's still kind of very much in the early days. We've begun a series of conversations and consultations that steadily kind of build the capacity of children and youth to design and implement advocacy and communications activities. And they empower them to design their own integrated campaigns to address climate change. So we've already engaged about 19 countries in the Asia Pacific. The activities kind of support and strengthen the voices of children and youth as agents of change while complementing their efforts. And the idea is that we expect to raise general public awareness, certainly, of the climate and environment crisis, but also target important sort of policymaking events and processes so that young people's concerns and demands are considered in crucial policymaking at national, regional, and international levels. So next slide, please. I really like these 2 photos. You know, we can see here 2 child-led climate protests from last year. On the left is war-torn Afghanistan, and as you can see, despite the dangers, you know, young people are still making themselves heard. On the right here is Bangladesh, and I love the poster there in the middle. It says, "You know, it's time for change when children act like leaders and leaders act like children." So if you think back to 2019, you know, children and youth already demonstrated their effectiveness in influencing the political agenda. In 2019, obviously, Fridays for Future and Greta Thunberg really helped mobilize millions in what became the largest climate protests in history. I think we need to build on that momentum. And for our global efforts to truly be effective and successful and sensitive to local concerns, we need to ensure that children and youth from the global south, and in this particular case in the Asia Pacific, have a meaningful voice in the critical global discussions that will either save or destroy their futures. And most importantly for all of us gathered here today, that we tell their stories in their language, on their terms, and on the platforms where they are consuming content and information. You know, communication really underpins everything we're doing in this campaign in terms of defining the problems, telling the stories, and coming up with the solutions. And we want children and youth to drive this narrative. Next slide, please. So what are children telling us? Basically, we, Save the Children and a bunch of other NGOs in the Asia Pacific, we spoke to about 10,000 children across Asia as part of a consultation. And the climate crisis ranked as the top concern for all children, almost all children and youth. I think it was something like 77% reported having noticed climate-related disasters locally in the previous 2 years within their communities. And over 93% of children and youth said that climate change, adaptation, and disaster risk reduction, these are sort of technical terms, that they would like to learn more about these subjects in formal education, that they want these subjects to be taught in schools, and that there is an urgent need for them to be empowered, heard, and involved in the climate debate. So next slide, please. So how do we raise voices? Well, the campaign I helped to launch is still very much in the early days. And at this time, we're really trying to make connections, build networks amongst activists, amongst communities and amongst countries, and teach children and youth new skills to help them campaign on climate-related issues. And we're doing this in a number of different ways. We're holding online and offline discussions with children and youth. We're empowering children to set priorities and design design the core elements of a public campaign, which includes communications strategies, building social media networks within these groups, building, also generating a lot of global media coverage. With the likes of, big outlets like Al Jazeera and Reuters and others. And media and digital communications here, I think, is going to be key in raising both voices and awareness. And we need to think of different kinds of tactics as well. Who is the audience that we're trying to reach? And why are we trying to reach them? And what kind of media and platform appeals to that particular audience? We need to think of creative and eye-catching campaigns and stunts, products, partnerships, for example, with other organizations. Social media takeovers, mass demonstrations, using child influencers and youth activists to help drive the message. So we start to shift the narrative away from sort of climate skepticism to like this is a real issue. And climate litigation is another area that's sort of quite new and developing, and maybe we'll discuss it a little bit this morning, but there have been cases in Asia of children and youth taking the governments of India, Pakistan, and South Korea to court for reneging on their climate responsibilities, and in so doing, not safeguarding the future of those children. So this again becomes a kind of a newsworthy story and a great way in to talk about the impact of climate change on young people. So I don't want to talk forever. So I'd just like to, next slide, please, sorry. I'd just like to close with this short video, and hopefully the technology works here. It brings together some of the child and youth voices that helps really set the scene for what we hope is a really impactful campaign. And I look forward to discussing it with you, and I really hope you will join us on this journey. Thank you.
Save the Children works in more than 100 countries to support vulnerable children and their families. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we've helped ensure that millions of the most marginalized and deprived children remain healthy, continue to learn and develop, are safe from violence and abuse, and receive vital services and support. We also work to promote a sustainable pandemic recovery. Our efforts include supporting advocacy by children and youth in Asia to ensure the pandemic does not hinder efforts to prevent an even greater climate catastrophe. When we ask children and youth in Asia about the climate crisis, this is what they say.
We live in a world where everything is codependent to each other.
Our crops are dying and there is more drought than ever. Intense rainfalls have caused students like me not to go to school because of major floods.
Mọi người vứt rác bừa bãi ra môi trường, làm cho môi trường.
Krisis iklim ini sangat berdampak bagi lingkungan dan juga makhluk hidup. Yang saya rasakan saat ini, cuaca dan juga suhu meningkat sangat drastis dan juga bisa menurun sangat drastis.
COVID-19 and the climate crisis are both emergencies. There's no time to delay. We have to act like the house is on fire.
They are not setting a good example for us. Still, when we go to suggest things, they don't listen to us.
They are trying to help us right now, and it's great. We should have started maybe 20 years ago.
We need a COVID-19 recovery plan that helps both our economies and our planet. We have to do both.
After the coronavirus, we have to change and make our world safer before it's too late.
After COVID, we can't go back to business as usual. That's how we got into this current mess. We need a green COVID-19 solution right now.
We need a green COVID-19 recovery.
We need a green COVID-19 recovery.
We need a green COVID-19 recovery.
Thanks a lot, Bhanu. So a few points I found very interesting. So thanks a lot for this presentation. And particularly, I found interesting you mentioned that you're also focusing on mass mobilization. This is something that at least I have not seen at the same scale in Asia so far in the Fridays for Future movement as has been the case in Germany or many, let's say, Western European, North America. So. Let's say, for example, China. I mean, what potential do you see for such a movement there in countries where protest and mobilization is extremely difficult and not supported or is actually, not allowed often by the government?
You started straight with the hardest question right there, Jan. But look, China is a really interesting case. You're absolutely right. We have a presence in China, and we have to operate under very let's just say different circumstances to how we might operate in the West or even in other parts of Asia. So we have to look for, certainly the kind of mass mobilization that we might see in, say India or even in Indonesia, where young people and activists can more or less freely challenge their government. We have to look for different kinds of gaps in a place like China, where you might not necessarily challenge the Communist Party, but you might address smaller local issues like air pollution, for example, or like single-use plastics in a city like Shanghai or whatever. So it's about mobilizing smaller groups of people on a smaller issue that then starts to create a groundswell. But we're certainly not trying to, Save the Children isn't Human Rights Watch or Amnesty International. That we're not in that space, and we are really trying to give a voice to children. And the important thing there, and with regards to China, for example, is that a lot of children have told us, and a lot of youth have told us, that they would love to have mobilized in the numbers or in the sort of the scale that we saw in Fridays for Future and in Germany, etc. last year, but they just didn't have the tools. They didn't know how to go about it. They didn't know how to set up a social media campaign. They didn't know how to engage, say, their local officials, bring people on board, and create, build those stakeholders. And so that's what we're trying to do here. It's very early days, but I really believe that this will lead to this mass mobilization that we're talking about.
So if I understand you correctly, you see that in some of the countries where there's space, let's say there's civic space, there's hope. Anyway, I'd like to focus on the difficult cases.
Yes.
How about India, for example, a country where you have the largest number of hungry children, of poverty? Is that even a topic that relates to people? I mean, if you don't know how to survive tomorrow, will you really care for the climate, or is the climate change movement in countries such as India more something for the middle class or upper middle class?
Good, it's a really good question. I think increasingly. So we've just, we're putting out a big report on climate change in India, and we've just done a kind of a survey looking at, I think, 3 of the sort of topographical areas of India. So the mountainous areas, the floodplains, and some of the dry parts of central India. And the message kind of is the same across the board. There is a growing realization amongst even poor communities, and certainly children and youth, that the fact that their crops are failing, the fact that rains are increasing, the fact that extreme weather events are increasing can be put down to climate change. So I think it's unfair to say, oh well, I can't put food on the table, so I'm not going to worry about climate change. I think much more than in other countries, actually, Indians are waking up to the fact that no, actually, the reason I'm going hungry is in part due to the fact that we're not managing the climate change threat in the right way. And India is very different, obviously, to China for many reasons, but Indian youth are much more able to actually be vocal about things like climate change. And so we have seen very large protests and demonstrations and sort of grassroots mobilization of children and youth in India on climate-related issues. Now, the government talks the talk in terms of climate, and certainly this current government has made a number of commitments on climate change, but we need to see the walk.
Thanks, Bhanu. I'd like to move on, first of all, to our second panelist, Ashfaque Soomro, who I mentioned is a director of the Research and Development Foundation in Pakistan. He graduated with an MBA from Pakistan and a climate change degree from the Netherlands. And he's been working on climate change, disaster risk reductions for around 20 years in the development area. And he's the author of a quiz book, or quiz books, a series of quiz books on climate change and the environment for children and youth. So as you are really in one of the countries that we're speaking about now, you're in Pakistan, what is the state of the climate change movement in your country?
Hi, are you listening me, everybody? Hello, are you getting me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, and good afternoon from Pakistan to everybody. It is really a privilege for me to be with you in this important panel discussion on climate crisis, hunger, and conflict. So, first of all, I would like to share with you the climate profile of Pakistan. Particularly, I would be talking more on the children and women in Pakistan with whom we have worked. Because the total population youth bulge of Pakistan is more than 60%. It is approximately 64% of total population in Pakistan is younger than 30 years. So we have selected this target to work with and to mobilize them, to engage them for the climate movement in Pakistan. This might not be a new statement for most of you that Pakistan makes a very tiny contribution in global greenhouse gases, that is less than 1%. But while on the other hand, Pakistan is most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. The recent report of the German Watch report of 2020 states that the Pakistan is on 5th number in the climate most affected countries list. So yet the vulnerability curve is increasing at a very rapid rate in Pakistan. So it is a red flag for all the humanitarian agencies and the government to wake up. In financial terms, Pakistan's economic losses were around $3.8 billion from the year 98 to 2018. So due to all this, the losses were due to climate-induced disasters just in 20 years. I would be talking more on the major concerns, climate concerns that Pakistan have in this state. So, major concerns include increased variability of monsoon rains, depletion of natural resources, particularly the biodiversity, decreased capacity of water reservoirs in Pakistan, reduced hydropower during drought years, extreme events such as the flood, drought, cyclones, and a recent phenomena that we have observed, it is completely a climate-induced phenomena, that is heat waves in Pakistan that affect thousands, hundreds of people in major metropolitan cities. So to me, it is a humanitarian crisis because climate change fundamentally threatens the realization of the rights of children, women, and small farmers, peasants in Pakistan, who are dependent on completely rain-based livelihood systems. The floods, droughts, and cyclones cause mass-level displacement, temporary migrations, restrictions to livelihoods, livelihood sources and housing, increase in unemployment, particularly the desert communities in southeast of Pakistan and the coastal communities living in Balochistan and Sindh province of Pakistan, and also the mountainous communities. Even the fifth, recently we observed that even the fifth largest metropolitan city of the world, that is Karachi, was completely under water, where rescue was only possible through the boats. It was completely blanketed. According to Pakistan Meteorological Department, this metropolitan city received highest amount of monsoon rain, and it broken the records of last 20 years. So this shows that how Pakistan is vulnerable to the unprecedented rains and the climate-induced disasters. And again, in recent history, we have witnessed the super floods of 2010, 2011, the drought cycles in 2007 to 2015, 2019, and again, super floods in metropolitan city this year. The potential climate induced impacts include that we have worked on, include the severe water stresses in the rain areas, in the riverbed and riverine areas, food insecurity due to decreasing agriculture and livestock production systems, more prevalent pests and weeds, degradation of ecosystems, biodiversity loss, and climate-induced migrations to urban areas. Normally what happens when there are no rains in the desert areas, the children, the women, and other people temporarily migrate to the urban cities, and they are basically a burden on the urban centers, because unfortunately our urban centers are not built to accommodate the influx of these climate-induced migrants. And already Pakistan is affected a lot with the electricity shortages, water shortages, and a very poor drainage system. So I would like to share amid this crisis, climate crisis, that what our organization is doing. We are basically working to strengthen the women groups. We are forming the children environmental groups, and we form them, we strengthen them, and we run a cycle of 5-6 years of capacity development, so that they are able to realize the environmental hazards and they take forward the climate movement themselves. We have been working with, particularly, we have been working with the desert communities in the south of Pakistan, where livelihoods, celebrations, festivals are completely rain dependent. Whenever there is a rain, they organize their ceremonies, festivals, marriage ceremonies, and so on and so forth. So due to erratic rains, there is a state of severe humanitarian crisis in this region. You might have been listening to a number of child mortality cases, a number of pregnant and lactating mothers cases in Tharparkar and other desert areas of Sindh province. So to address their food security needs, to improve their health systems, to improve the disaster risk management systems at the local level, to improve the local level administration. We are working with the communities. We are farming their adaptation, community adaptation plans. We are engaging youth and providing them vocational skills so that they could earn a dignified income and address their acute daily routine needs. Since the entire area is dependent on the grazing lands, the area where my organization, Research and Development Foundation, is working, there are 6.5 million animal heads in one district. You could imagine the number of livestock heads in one area, and if it doesn't rain in the area, what situation the people will undergo, what kind of stress the children and women will undergo, will absorb. So in order to improve the early warning mechanisms, community-led adaptation mechanisms, rotational grazing land management, we have been working with the groups of women and these. So to address their adaptive capacities, RDF has been farming, as I already shared with you, the self-help groups of women. This is the approach of Kinder not Hilfe that they have been working in a number of countries. So we have been farming these self-help groups of women in the climate-sensitive areas of Sindh province. The story of
Ashfaque, sorry to interrupt. We only have 8 minutes left, so I have to stop you there. Yeah. Thanks very much for this very interesting overview of, and really, I mean, quite shocking image. What stuck with me really is that Pakistan is contributing 1% to global emissions and is the 5th most affected country in the world. An argument that, and that I will have 2 final questions for the 2 panelists, and I'd like you to answer just within 1 minute, because we just need another 5 minutes. We have a compact program for audience questions, participant questions. So just within 1 minute, an argument that is often brought forward, I know it is in India and maybe also in Pakistan, especially surely by business, but maybe also by government. India and Pakistan have developed at a much later stage than Europe and North America, so the contribution to global emissions historically has been nothing in comparison to ours. How do you convince these people that now you have to step down, that you have to slow down economic development in order to mitigate climate change?
Actually, the case of climate justice of Pakistan is quite strong. We have been promoting the clean development mechanisms. There are some government programs on the climate compatible schemes and the projects that we can sell out in the carbon markets and that foster the economic development in Pakistan. So we are at the recipient end because the technical and financial capacities of Pakistan to address climate-induced shocks is very, very limited. So this is the case that we want to travel before the international community, that they should support the underdeveloped countries like Pakistan.
Thank you very much, Ashfaque. Bhanu, a final question for you. I mean, as most of you will know, hunger since 2015, after it has been declining over a decade, has been increasing again. And for us as Action Against Hunger, I mean, that is a major concern, obviously, because we're far off track to reach the zero hunger goal by 2030, which is part of the SDGs. And we had an SDG conference here yesterday, Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. So we have more than 60 million additional people who are now going hungry since the last 5 years, so that negative development. Bhanu, you just again, in 1 minute, please, you mentioned the court cases that you're working on. That I find very interesting because it's something that happens, of course, here in Germany. Organizations such as ECHHR or, are working on these kind of issues. But and how does that work in Asia, and what is the prospect, and what is also the kind of feedback they're getting from media?
So it's very early days for this kind
Hold
of
on a second, please. We cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Try again, please.
Oh, yeah, you can hear me? Okay, good. Yeah, no, I was going to say it's very early days for this kind of tactic in places like Asia, and it's fraught with complications, and in a way you almost have to reach out to advocates and solicitors who have done this kind of thing in the West and bring that capacity over to Asia to help children and youth and even other activists start to draw up the legal arguments for why governments need to do more. And just back to your other point there about, industrialization and colonialism benefited the West at the expense of the East and the South. And so I think it's going to be very difficult to win that argument. Poorer countries, the global South is very justified in its stance. So the only way to tackle this issue really is to start to change mindsets. And how do you do that? That's through compelling storytelling, people's stories, human stories, and coming up with solutions. For example, making food more sustainable, making energy more sustainable in those countries that say that they missed out on industrialization. So I think it needs to be a sort of blue sky thinking, and we can get there. But litigation, as you said, is one tactic.
Bhanu. So I'd like to open the floor. Are there any questions? I'm sorry, we only have 3 minutes left, so we'd only have time for 1 or 2 questions if anyone would like to answer something so far. Otherwise, I'd continue, Bhanu. And what you're saying is, we are, as you said, colonialism and industrialization is a very Western concept because that's been exported at the expense of basically the rest of the world. What is it? Do you think that the West owes to Asia, let's say, or also Africa? But I mean, we're talking about Asia now. What is the role that we can do to speak with our politicians? How do we have to campaign towards them, from your view, in order to pay up that debt, so to speak?
So look, this is we could spend hours talking about this, but I think it boils down to a few things that. And I hate to say this, the quote unquote, the West or the rich world can do to address not just climate change in their own backyard, but actually create a more sustainable planet. And that is to share knowledge, knowledge and technology and the kinds of things that will help the global South be more sustainable and not burn as much fossil fuels necessarily as they are doing now, because they want their economies to grow, and if they feel like they can do that by burning fossil fuels, they will do so, unless there is a cheaper alternative, and unless there is someone there to help them understand how to be more sustainable. So that's one aspect of it. I don't think it's as simple as paying reparations or things like that. I don't think that's a sort of a one-size-fits-all type solution, and I'm not sure that necessarily works, because I don't even think it's sustainable in the economies and in the countries where that money then ends up going. I think it's about sharing technology, sharing knowledge, and building the capacity of young people. Let's be clear here. 10, 15, 20 years from now, it's the young people who will be in positions of power, who will have hopefully learned about climate change and sustainability when they were younger, and will carry that message through them in whatever career they then decide to pursue. So I think we need to set the scene now so that we don't reap we reap the benefit later.
Thanks a lot, Bhanu and Ashfaque. So I think these were very nice closing remarks. We have to work with the youth. I mean, that's the same that's happening here. Of course, we know that we have very limited time left, but of course the homework has to be done, especially in industrialized countries. But of course, Asia is, as you know, also with India and China, one of the main contributors. So we have to find new ways of reaching that audience. So thanks a lot for this discussion. Sorry, one more question from the audience. I'm sorry.
Hi, my name is Caroline. I have a question that goes back to the point of we need to change the mindsets of the people to convince them that they need to sort of go down in terms of the use of resources. My question is, isn't it about the question, whose mindset Because in those countries, there is an elite that is using SUVs, that is using air conditioning, and the vast majority of the people find it very easy to understand that their waters should not be polluted and that the resources should not be mined, because it only destructs their livelihoods. So I think that as long as the West keeps propagating this narrative that all the people should understand something without looking at the huge inequality in those and that it's only basically in the interest of the elite to do the kind of development that has destroyed the countries, that we're not going to get further.
Who's the question for?
I forgot his name, the guy from London.
Bhanu, that question is for you, and again, 1 minute, and then that will be the closing remarks. Thanks
sure. No, look,
Thank you
I didn't catch your name, but you raise a really important issue. We're talking about inequality. We're also talking about equity. There's no easy answer. I think that when we talk about changing mindsets, I certainly don't mean it from this sort of post-colonial place. And you know, when we're talking about changing mindsets, we're also talking about changing the mindsets of those SUV drivers, of those elites that you know talk about climate change, but then do everything to make it worse. And ultimately, I think everything needs to come together. Industry, education, social justice and activism, it needs to come together, technology, because, you know, in the future, hopefully, we'll be driving green SUVs, right? And in the future, hopefully, we will be farming more sustainably. In the future, hopefully, we will be eating less meat, or there will be less need. So there's a number of industries and sectors that need to work together in order for us to actually change the mindset. It won't happen in overnight, certainly, but it also won't happen just by targeting one audience group.
Thanks a lot, Bhanu. So I think that really, I mean, I personally hope that there will be less people driving SUVs altogether, but it really sums up and also goes well with our previous discussion that really we need to see how neoliberalism and climate change work together, and we need to change our let's say, consumerism in Asia as well, which is one of the largest populated continents of the world. So thank you both for joining us, and please give our panelists a round of applause.
Thank you also from Vivian and my side. Thank you, Jan, for moderating. Wow, it started very strong this morning. At that point, because we just had Bhanu from Save the Children UK, I just wanted to do a special mention. Big thanks at this point also to the two main festival partners, NRC Flüchtlingshilfe and Save the Children, because they also supported us through the Climate Story Lab in recommending various experts, and they are amazing festival partners at itself. So thank you for that. We are shortly before our first break. So what we need to do is, for all of those who don't have a badge yet, there is a colleague in the room who will register you. We do need to register all the people in here due to Corona, and also because it's nice if you have a badge, there's your name on and people know and remember and can approach you. Besides that, we are going to do our first coffee break downstairs. There is some food provided. You find coffee at the back. And we hope you have lively discussions. When is the break over? Do you know?
We actually said 11:15.
So it's a short break.
It's a short one. It's a quick coffee, quick croissant or something, and fresh air, and then back in here. So, yeah?
Have fun.
Thank you.
Could you please all take your seats again? Now there is going to be the first part of the second session is going to be very interesting because it's going to be the core part of
our
the Climate Story Lab.
Exactly.
And we are going to introduce the first 3 projects with a very, very quick intro. And Vivian is taking over, and we are inviting the first...
Look at them.
Participants online
Bonjour,
who are joining
Paris.
us from Paris.
Bonjour.
Hello. It's so lovely to see you both.
All right, so what we are doing, we've got 6 amazing projects, as we said. And our amazing people from Paris, because of bloody Corona, couldn't come over. But thanks to all the technology, you are here with us anyways through the whole 3 days. And we're really, really happy that you could do that and join us this way, thanks to technical solutions. So we will start with you guys in Paris, and then we'll go over to Sophie and Selma from the Kippelemente, and then we go over to Ellen. Ellen, you're here somewhere. Yay! Exactly. And what it is that we'll just quickly introduce these projects so that you then get an idea of, you know, who are the faces, what are the projects. You can make the connections to the boards. Exactly, and then they get their sessions the next days. So let's start with Paris. Are you ready?
Yes.
Yoo-hoo! All right, off you go.
Hello,
Beadie. I'm Dennis Negrev, film director. So I'm really glad and honored to take part in this event. I'm sorry it's virtually, but due to the situation that we all know, we made all possible, but still, it was impossible. So anyway, I'm glad to be with you virtually. So we're here to present our project of a feature documentary called the Zimov Hypothesis.
Impact producer, and yes, we're very sorry we're not being able to be here, but we have to adapt to the new world. So this is where adaptation starts.
And so our film talks about a global issue, climate change, as you all know, through a prism of the relationship between the father and the son, the Zimovs, working together on a bold and innovative scientific project called Places to Pass.
For the film and the campaign is to inspire, to raise awareness, of course, on the thawing of permafrost, but mostly to inspire people who need just that little push, you know, that stronger sense of possible to take action.
So, and we'll talk about
our project much longer tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stay on tune so you can see the others, because now is Selma and Sophie. Please come to the stage, or up front rather. Don't really use the stage much.
Okay, well, this is Sophie. After her bachelor in art history and philosophy, she now studies communication for social and economic context at UDK Berlin, just like me. That's how we became friends. Prior to that, she worked in the field of press and communication for art galleries, museums, and art collections in Berlin and Reykjavik. She furthermore worked in journalism during her studies. Since 2019, Sophie works in public relations for Stifterverband, connecting the areas of higher education, politics, science, and economics.
And this is Selma. She first studied theater science and art history. After her first bachelor, Selma decided to get another one. That's why she also studied non-profit and public management. In her native country of Luxembourg, Selma founded a political film and theater collective with her friends, where she performed on and off stage. When she's not working on finishing her master degree, she's politically active at UDK for Future and Futuring Berlin.
Our project, Kippelemente, is a brochure, a workshop format, and a soon-to-be agency. But let's start with what we already have. Kippelemente is a clearly laid out brochure on sustainable climate crisis communication. The guide offers practical help for media professionals to circumvent negative narratives and to use the power of language in the fight against the climate crisis.
You get, for example, spot-on information about the topic framings, narration, new voices, and opinion leaders. It is designed to serve as a basis for workshops to teach media professionals the key aspect of climate crisis communication. But more details on our whole project tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Thank you.
Right. Then, thank you very much, Ellen, for coming to the front. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Ellen Baker. I am here representing Menschenrecht for Bergrecht, which for the non-German speakers among you, of which I imagine there are a few, means human rights before mining law. So in Germany today, human beings are being evicted from their homes to make way for the expansion of a coal mine called Garzweiler, which is already 50 kilometers squared, roughly in size. All the while, the German government talks big on climate change and about how it's going to be leading the fight against it. So how does this fit with the expansion of a coal mine, you may ask? And the answer is that it doesn't. So I'm working with a group of villagers who are not ready to leave their homes, which have been in their families for centuries, and their farmland, and they're going to be defending their rights in court. So they filed a constitutional court challenge against Germany's Kohleausstiegsgesetz, and they'll be filing a challenge against the decision that will allow their homes to be taken away from them forcibly. Currently, we've got one official comms person working on this campaign, with me helping from London. We've got some really good publicity so far, but the problem is that in Germany, some people know about this issue, and more internationally, people really don't. We need to find ways to embed this issue in the political debate in Germany and beyond to make it completely unacceptable for these people to be taken away from, these people's homes to be taken away from them, and hopefully stop it from happening, which is part of the more general climate fight. So I'm really looking forward to sharing ideas with you guys over the next couple of days about how we might be able to do that better. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ellen. Perfect. So that was our first batch of 3 projects. You want to say something, Anna?
Yeah, we need to kill some time until Beadie is online.
Where is Beadie?
Beadie?
Are you watching us online?
To get her. We're trying to get her. So
right.
We just need to discuss things.
Well, you know what I wanted to say before, when we had Bhanu and Ashfaque on the line from Pakistan and London, I thought this is exactly what we're trying to do in the Climate Story Lab. We are looking for diversity, and what we really want to do is that we make voices louder that are not much heard. And I think this is the strength that we as storytellers also have, that we have means to do that through compelling stories. And that's exactly what we are looking for with all of you, because I think that, you know, we are in Berlin, we are in Germany, and we are fighting a global crisis, a global emergency. So our media, of course, covers what is relevant to us. But I think what hasn't really sunken in is that there are much more relevant news also from across the world that don't always need to come as, you know, wow, there's a flooding in Pakistan, there's a drought in Somalia. This is only these doom news. And I think what we need is that we need human stories from these areas in various ways, much more.
There's Chris.
Beadie! Welcome. Hi there.
Hi.
Oh, you can see me here, I guess. I can see you over my right. How are you?
Should I look that way? Is that better?
Oh, I like that.
Nice to see you.
Exactly.
I give the floor back to you two.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us. We're really, really happy to have you and speak to us. And I think I hear myself a little bit as an echo, but I think I'll just hand over to you now, and then we'll discuss a little bit afterwards. So thank you for the moment.
Thank you. When future generations look back, they will certainly blame the leaders and politicians of this time for their failure to address the climate crisis. But they may well hold artists and writers to be equally culpable.
Can you hear me?
For the imagining of possibilities is not, after all, the job of politicians and bureaucrats. This is a quote by Indian writer Amitav Ghosh, and it is deeply confronting for anyone who's been involved in climate storytelling, which I have for years as a funder, as an enabler of storytellers around the world. This quote, this perspective has stopped me in my tracks. And this question, what do different sections of our population believe are the causes of the climate crisis? And what solutions can they imagine? How do different groups feel about the present? And what do they hope and fear about the future? These are critical political questions. Since 2016, the right has channeled millions of dollars into profoundly divisive, radically effective cultural strategies and predicted segmentation, micro-targeting, misinformation, and conspiracy theory about the climate. Progressives have too often focused on rational, technocratic communications. And meantime, climate storytelling in the popular culture, which is my arena, has relied on too many white, elite male experts and fallen back on dystopian warnings and visionings. We have superserved for 20 years, maybe 30 years, one segment of the population again and again and again with the same narratives and managed to kind of somehow alienate or exclude the rest. Climate storytelling has been part of the problem. But in 2020, a succession of related crises, not least the global COVID-19 pandemic, has brought new perspectives. These crises have starkly demonstrated how so many of our global problems, public health, migration, food security, land conflict, equality, gender, race, intersect with the environmental catastrophe. This is a critical turning point in global consciousness. COVID-19 has also revealed that society is capable of acting swiftly, collaborating with experts, prioritizing the most vulnerable. And though the response to the pandemic has been far from perfect, we have an opportunity to re-envision the scale and magnitude of global cooperation needed to successfully address the climate crisis and illustrate the potential of just solutions. It is storytellers that can make these visions of the future come to life. We have permission to dream bigger. We have to. Now is the time for climate storytelling to become a major part of the solution. So how does this kind of cultural or narrative shift strategy really fit in? I want to read a quote from theorists Ricky Connery and Liz Mann, who said, "Cultural strategy is a field of practice that centers artists, storytellers, media makers, and cultural influencers as agents of social change. Cultural strategy speaks to our broadest visions and our highest hopes. Over the long term, cultural strategy cracks open, reimagines, and rewrites fiercely held narratives, transforming the shared spaces and the norms that make up culture. It has a role to play in near-term campaigns, helping to shape opinions, beliefs, and behaviors that can lead to electoral, legislative, and policy wins. The climate needs a narrative shift. From interventions in documentary film, to news, to TV soap operas, to podcasts, etc., we believe all of these approaches can be highly effective and complementary when centered in climate justice and incorporating insights from social scientists and informed by the national strategy of the climate movement. Over the last 15 years, DocSociety has consistently elevated stories tackling some of the biggest issues of our time, but when it comes to climate, with real humility, we have been on a steep learning curve. And over the past 18 months, we brought together 2 climate story labs like the one you're hosting today, one in New York in July 2019, another in London in March of this year, to ask these hard questions. And using this highly deliberative, interdisciplinary approach, combining storytellers across all mediums with climate scientists, racial justice campaigners, political strategists, faith leaders, cultural creators, journalists, grassroots and youth campaigners to collaborate together and create new ways of working together. And really the purpose of these labs are an opportunity to explore the shortcomings of our previous efforts and develop new approaches built on the expertise and perspectives of all the attendees here today. And honestly, from those first 2 meetings and the intersections that happened, there have come some clear ways to understand the challenge that Amitav Ghosh has laid down to the creative community. Here are some of the headlines of what we've learned so far, and I hope they're useful or reflexive for this meeting. Number 1, yes, now is the time to radically assess how the climate crisis has been communicated. No more business as usual. We have to rethink how we engage different segments of the population, who has been excluded, work out what we need to stop saying and start doing. Number 2, storytelling beats statistics every day of the week and twice on Sundays. Climate communications has been too technocratic, too fact-based, and adopted language from science and policymakers. Let's lead with stories of people that the audience can recognize and language that includes them, their communities and their concerns. 3, we have tended towards a monoculture of storytellers, stories and forms. Too many climate stories are told from the perspective of men, of the middle class, of white citizens, and assume that white male experts are the best trusted messengers. No wonder many people don't feel this conversation is for them. We need a biodiversity of stories and storytellers as diverse as the ecosystems we seek to save. No more silver bullet feature documentaries. We need to unleash a wave of storytelling made by different communities, aimed at different audiences, made in different ways. We must put climate justice at the heart of our storytelling so that we don't try to address the climate crisis by telling stories that deepen existing inequalities and injustices. We need to be radical in reaching across the aisles, ready to listen, slow to judge, and use our stories to unite. Our societal divisions threaten our ability to come together over climate in time. We need to unite people of all faiths, of no faith, all political convictions, rural and urban, and get them behind a common goal. We need to deploy a broader emotional range beyond fear and hope. Inducing fear can get attention, but it's very disabling for many. Fear balanced with hope is still very limited and predictable. It's time for the full range of human emotions, including joy and laughter when we talk about climate. We need to be more imaginative in our storytelling. Utopian visioning can lead us towards a climate-safe future. Visions of hell are all very well, but Martin Luther King Jr. had a dream, not a nightmare. The role of artists and storytellers is to imagine better ways for society to operate. And finally, the means matters as much as the ends. Climate just storytelling must be as thoughtful about the process of production. It cannot be another extractive industry. We should challenge the usual models of production and imagine co-creation in new and different ways. Last Friday, the chairman of our board, Anurima Bagavia, the civil rights lawyer and a documentary film producer, opened a session at Getting Real conference with the following introduction, the following gauntlet, really. She said, "We are in the midst of multiple pandemics, of COVID, systemic racism, white supremacy, the dismantling of democracy that has provided a societal and political X-ray and racial X-ray of the bones of our community and our democracy, where they are broken and where the connective tissue has worn away. This is a time of reckoning in our history, where the ground we are all standing on is shifting, and for too many, it is crumbling. And it is a time of unearthing our humanity, our anger, our grief, and our loss, and what is being unearthed seems to defy the language, the rhythms, the narratives we have all settled into. I cannot wait, we cannot wait to hear all about the outcomes of your conversations, to learn from you, to be inspired by you, and to go to work with you in the narrative shift project of our lives. Thank you.
There I am. Always look to the right because you're sitting there, Beadie, to my right. Anyways, thank you so much. I think that's exactly what we need. I think the time for sugarcoating the current situation has to be over. And I think that the creative minds and the ones who can facilitate the creative minds to go bigger and reach bigger audiences and initiate social change has to be more effective. And that's why we're all here, because we believe in it. Beadie, a question to you. Since you've been in the New York and the London event that you, of course, organized so amazingly, what do you think were the biggest takeaways from those two climate story labs?
I think it would depend who you asked in the room. You know, for me, centering justice, centering equity has, I understood that intellectually, I understood it kind of creatively, but it has now become a piece of my DNA. The conversations that I was privy to, first in New York and then in the UK, with BIPOC artists, storytellers, campaigners, organizers, scientists, political strategists, the penny dropped, the gear shifted in a way. And I'm utterly sure that just as we actually frankly need to interrogate these questions in every other piece of our social justice filmmaking, but when it comes to climate, we cannot make any more stories without centering justice, both in terms of the communities represented on screen, but also what is happening behind screen, who gets to tell the stories, who's in control. So for me, something that I kind of understood and I feel now has become imprinted and absolutely central. And that extends to a conversation around, which is very uncomfortable for a lot of storytellers, around co-creation, around giving up rights and power, over the narrative, over the design, not only of the film, but of the impact campaign. This is profound. It challenges the very practice of our work and that idea of the auteur artist who is pleasing themselves first. This is demanding something very different of our field, and it comes at a time of cultural reckoning. So do you know what I mean? And that's what's so fascinating about this. What is completely clear about what must change about our climate storytelling comes at a time of cultural and racial reckoning, which we cannot deny or look away from. So yeah, it's changed my life, actually, my life and my practice and how I work with filmmakers.
That's exactly, and when you say the magic word co-creation, I think that's something that we as storytellers should embrace more. Maybe that's not the right term, but do you see what I mean? It's I think the stories can become so much stronger because there's the example of In Our Blood It Runs, which has been a very amazing co-creational storytelling film. And I find it amazing how the whole family, I don't know if you know the film, it's about an Aboriginal family in Australia. And so the filmmaker has been living with them for so long and also questioned the whole time, like, am I really the one who should tell the story? And then they've discussed that a lot, and in the end, they found a way that they made this story together. And I think it's a very powerful film. I highly recommend it. Anyone else in the room would like to ask Beadie some questions? Because I think you might.
Well, because I know I was meant to speak about something slightly different, so I apologize too. I had to get this off my chest, but I realize I've ended those thoughts at a kind of dot, which is okay. So perhaps our team and the rooms that we've been in conversation with, and your room now, have a clearer understanding, gaining a clearer understanding of what stories we need to tell, and some clues about how to challenge our creative practice in and of itself. But how do we get from story to impact, and what is our theory of change? And I guess, just to put this in the room, we believe, I know you believe, that a well-made story, one with a compelling narrative and a well-crafted impact plan, can serve as a catalyst to change minds, encourage viewers to alter entrenched behaviors, and start to inform or re-energize social movements, and to be a key tool in raising awareness, engaging viewers in social issues. How do you get from beautiful creative storytelling to impact? These are the critical questions to put to the room. Who can this creative project most effectively engage with? Don't say everybody, say specifically who. What is this audience likely to already think about the issue? What's the issue landscape like? The context of current events, public discourse, policy debates? What do campaigners working in this issue landscape actually need? Is yours the right story? And what are the possible pressure points that the story can trigger? And then finally, what would the target audience need to do in order for real change to happen? Yes, let's get to the right stories made in the right way, and then let's interrogate what it is we do with our incredible storytelling projects. And these are some of the critical clues that can get us from excellent narrative to real impact.
Exactly, yeah, thank you. To bring in the impact whole element to what we're doing here, also during these 3 days, because that's what we'll be asking ourselves. How can we create the impact through our stories? And that will be good conversations. I'm very sure they are. I've got already a lovely man to my right who's from Fridays for Future who has a question for you, Beadie. I think you need to. Yeah, sorry. Corona.
It was very insightful. I really liked the part about using the whole emotional range. I have a question about the type of stories. What kind of stories? I read an article in the Stern magazine in Germany, and they compared the climate crisis with the corona crisis. And arguably, we've seen the dimension of transformation and financial support that's possible for the corona crisis, but not for the climate crisis. And they talked to social scientists and said, well, the big difference between the two crises are two dimensions. Geographically, it's here, in my surroundings, my family, my supermarket, and the other dimension was time. It is now. And both of these are very difficult to tell a story about in the climate crisis. So they're basically saying that the amount of transformation is possible if you bring that problem geographically and timely to the people. But that's a bit controversial because that would mean, let's say in Germany, we would then focus on the climate stories from Germany, in Germany, that are happening now, let's say flooding, droughts, and forest dying, forest fires, and things like that, and not stories from around the world. What's your point of view on that?
Okay, well, if I'm, it's a really, really great question. And I guess I feel like I'm going to answer this in two ways. Number one, COVID has joined the dots. I completely agree with your analysis that I think we all wrestled with it. And it's why climate storytelling was also just a bit rubbish for the longest time. It's this existential idea that was happening over there. It wasn't immediate. What does it mean to me? Yes, yes, yes. We understand all of that. COVID has really done us a solid, because in terms of the popular imagination and understanding, the global understanding, suddenly there is a correlation between species-jumping virus such as COVID and humanity's deep destructive incursions into the natural world. Literally the dots have been joined. The links between air pollution and increased infection rates are also apparent. The causes of mass migration from the global south. you know, I actually think that COVID has created an accelerated understanding of the connectivity of these issues and the proximity of these issues. So first of all, my reflection is, I think, and I'm speaking so broadly, but consciousness has shifted. There has been a giant leap in perception, and we need to capitalize on that. This does not answer the question about what story should be told within a given context. If you came to me as a white male German filmmaker and said, I am the right person to tell the story about a community in Papua New Guinea that is being washed away by flooding, by rising tides, you and I would have a good long cup of coffee, and I would ask you to explain to me, okay, why are you telling the story? Why is it not a local PNG person? What is your relationship to this narrative? What does this narrative mean in the context of Germany? To which groups within German society is this narrative going to appeal? Is this narrative going to make sense? I would interrogate a lot of things about that decision. Both your assumed right to be the one to tell that story as the author, genuinely what your intention and your perspective of that community is and how they're representing themselves. But then I'd be saying, but who's this going to engage within the German context? What is your analysis of the German population? Who are the segments of the population who feel left behind, who are excluded from the climate conversation? Who are they? And the question is, what are the stories? What is the representation that they need to see to come and join in and become part of the big tent that we need to create inexorable pressure, political and social pressure? Does that make sense? Does that partially answer it? So it's the interrogation also of literally what is the segmentation, the deep segmentation and understanding of the climate conversation within German society. Who's sitting on the fence? Who is cynical and fatigued and needs to be invigorated? Who always felt alienated? Who can't stand Greta Thunberg or any of the climate protests, would never show up? Who are those people? Why do they feel that way? What are the stories they want to see represented that could make them feel part of what we're all doing or what we're all trying to do?
Thank you very much. Now we have got Philip, who's got a question. He'll quickly introduce himself, and then he's also a speaker of ours.
Oh, sorry. Hey, my name is Philip. I'm one of the founders of a non-profit organization here in Berlin, and we are trying to really make climate action a mass movement, especially in the startup industry and in the tech industry. But now my question is in a completely different field. So I personally really love, I agree, and I think everyone here agrees that gender and equality and justice has to be included in the story. But I'm very worried, especially looking at the US, where we still have 41% of people backing Donald Trump. If with these kind of messages, can we reach these people? Or if not, how can we adjust the message so we reach these 41%? Because I would be so worried that a lot of people turn away when we talk about all of this. So do you have any thoughts to this?
And I don't know if this is going to come up in your conversations, but I would love to encourage the room to explore some of the research and findings of the More in Common group, who, but to my mind, are doing some of the most interesting work in terms of audience segmentation and truly understanding what different parts of the population feel about climate and climate movement. And in there are all the clues we need about the stories they want to hear and they feel engaged by. I think the example of America is essential, and thank you for bringing up Mr. Trump, bringing him into the room. You know, it is a massive problem that 41%, well, it's not 41% of Americans, by the way, who don't believe in the climate. 41% are voting for Trump. It's a different question. If you look up the Yale evidence again, on audience segmentation, the majority of Americans are worried about the climate. And in there is your clue. Because when you look at the research, you find that some of those, should we just call them Republican voters for want of another, foil, or even or the libertarians, They are worried about the climate, but they do not feel welcomed or included by the climate movement. They don't understand the language. They feel patronized by them. They feel judged by them. And so you're absolutely right. It's a different kind of, if my agenda as a filmmaker is to make a piece that truly inspires and engages and welcomes, let's take a kind of stereotype of a kind of a rural, right-wing, conservative community. What is it? You know, what can we tap into that will inspire them to come and stand in solidarity with, say, the local Friday for Futures teams? In the American analysis, and actually there's interesting parallels for France and the UK as evidenced by Moore and Commons research, appealing to their love of the natural world, their profound pride in the land, is actually a very, very interesting way to tap into it. They have a close affinity and relationship to the land, and they are too worried about what's happening to it. And tapping into those ideas around stewardship and protection and passing it on to their next generation, that's a really interesting area, but critical. And I know if this sounds really ridiculously obvious, the one thing that they never respond to is the kind of white middle class or upper middle class experts or academics from the coasts coming in and telling them what to do. The best way to engage those communities is to see themselves. So then the question is, who is the local hero? Who is the local farmer who, by the way, votes for Trump? You know, who is God-fearing, you know, who's a bit, you know, who wouldn't be seen dead at a climate movement march, but actually is really worried about the climate and can find a way to articulate and gather and inspire people like him from him in the community. We've got to find trusted messengers in all of these critical communities, the same trusted messengers, the ones we've been using, you know, whether it be the kind of vision of the kind of young, you know, energized, you know, radical student. That's a real turnoff in those communities. They're like, seriously, who are you talking to us, child? You know nothing about this land. Equally, they don't want to hear from the academic. Trusted messengers, think about it. For each of your critical audience segments that you're trying to engage, it's a representation of their lives, their experiences, and they who hold the solutions. And that's the key. Those are the stories that can unlock.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that's very, very true. We've had this question earlier in the room where whether, you know, if you say like, oh, these are the capitalists and so on, but by naming them, you are excluding them from the room. And I think we need to be much more clever than that and outsmart them, so to speak, and just invite them in without knowing that. So that's exactly what you were talking about, I think. Who are the heroes in these communities that we're trying to reach? There might not be the same kind of opinion of ourselves.
We need hero politicians. We need the heroes within tech. We need the heroes in farming. We need the heroes in faith. We need heroes reflected in every segment of life, of community. There isn't anyone who shouldn't feel like they can't see themselves, see their values reflected back in the stories. And that's my point. That's about the biodiversity of storytelling that we have not deployed when it comes to this issue.
Exactly. Yeah, that's true. I think when we speak about that we want to bridge into other industries or be interdisciplinary, I think we also need to look at ourselves as the storytellers and see we've also been too much in our own bubble, of course. I think we need to reach out as well and see how our stories can be also more diverse and reach others that we haven't reached until now. I think that's a very, very important point. Thank you. Is there any more question? Eva, did you have a question? No? Oh, you're in chairs. All right. Okay. Well then, all I have to say, Beadie, thank you so very much for joining us today.
Thank you guys. You're amazing. I'm so gutted not to be with you. That's a very British expression, gutted. I'm utterly gutted not to be with you in the room. And I just wish you the most fruitful conversations. I'm going to be dipping in and out over the next few days to listen. But yeah, I mean, please, you know, argue furiously, share all your ideas furiously. And I cannot wait to hear some of the outcomes and conclusions you have and to learn from you.
Thank you very much. And we'll also share the amazing platform that the DocSociety has done with the Climate Story Lab, which is to be found at climatestorylab.org. We'll share all the, the resources that they've already gathered, and you can download the report from the Climate Story Lab New York and the one in London, and you can see what kind of projects went through there, what kind of people they've invited into the room, and what the learnings were. So, Anna, where are you? There you are.
On the side.
On the side. See, you are in the dark. I think we need to maybe do the lighting of this room a little. We don't really see it.
Yeah, but then the online audience doesn't see us.
Oh, right. True. Online audience, very important.
That's also very important. We are up next with a talk about climate justice.
Exactly.
As Berlin runs. The S-Bahn broke down.
It did.
So we are waiting for one more participant who will be here shortly. Yeah, Berlin S-Bahn, tricky. Very tricky. But we already have one here, so I would like to invite Juan to join us.
Perfect.
And we thought we will kill some time by talking with him, because actually we three did a workshop at Republika 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Oh God, time is flying. And there we also started talking about climate justice and climate storytelling. And what was interesting for me is that I think we should start with the definition of what is climate justice. And I thought we could do that up front, because our second guest obviously knows that, but we could lay a ground. And that's the point where I'm so happy that Juan agreed to already come on stage with me, because I think he's the best person to do that.
Wow. Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you, Vivian.
Let's move a bit more to the light. Exactly.
Into
I'll
the
move
light.
a bit out. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much for inviting me, first of all.
So nice to have you.
Thank you. I also knew about the ring band that broke, so I tried to be on time. It wasn't easy. Let me tell you that. So yeah, I'm Juan. I'm originally from Ecuador. I'm a lawyer, and I was involved in some litigation cases back home. I was working with indigenous peoples there. And now I'm a researcher here in Berlin. I'm looking at climate litigation in Latin America. So everything that I'm going to be speaking about is going to come from that position. So I have some experience, in the field, working with, communities that are completely, let's say, marginalized, forgotten by the state, and only, let's say, they're only remembered by the state because of the natural resources they have underneath their feet in their territories. That's the only reason why companies and the state are these actors interested in them, but not about who they are, what they want, what their dreams are, how they interact with their environment, the fact that they're human beings like any of us with nice things to say. And I think when we talk about climate justice, it's exactly about that. It's exactly about what stories are we telling, from which position we come from, what we want, where we want to achieve, where we want to go. And as complex as humanity is, and as diverse as humanity is, so is our idea of justice. So it's very difficult to define it. It's a polysemic concept. So it will depend on many factors. It will depend on where you come from, what are your main concerns, what are your main problems. And in that sense, I have a definition, which is my own individual definition about what justice is in particular and what climate justice is, not justice in general and climate justice is in particular, which is framed on my own experience. So when I talk about climate justice, I normally refer to how different the impacts of life are on every people, depending on their structural constraints. So when we talk about, for example, environmental justice, I normally will refer to the unfair distribution of benefits and impacts on people and communities. And I think that can easily be applied to climate justice as well. And when we talk about justice as well, I tend to think about the bigger picture. I tend to think about history. I tend to think about former colonial states, how they shaped through their imposition of their worlds, how ancestral people should see the world. And I also try to include notions of post-colonial states and how those violent encounters in history are pretty much framing and conditioning the ways in which countries in the global south face their problems. So, and one last thing. Of course, the impacts that are being suffered by these marginalized communities are pretty much, or in a large extent, I would say, determined by those historical arrangements. So that is climate justice to me, the integration of all of these dimensions. So that's why I'm saying it's not an easy concept to grasp, but I think it's a necessary framework to analyze the problem.
As Vivian and I mentioned before, we do want to be an open discussion platform the next 3 days. So it would be my question for all of you, if you would like to comment or if you have your own ideas about the wording of climate justice and what it means to you, because I think what it's important if you have like such a big topic for a discussion is that you find a common ground first. So anyone who would love to speak out? No? Okay. I do have questions for you. Besides climate justice, to introduce you a bit more. You're a lawyer, you're at the Hertie School. So can you tell us a bit about your work that you did in Ecuador and for the Potsdam Institute for Climate Research?
Sure, yeah, happy to. So, yeah, I think as many people here in this room, I was always, concerned with justice issues since I was a teenager, especially growing up in a country as unequal, socially unequal as Ecuador. So, according to the OECD and some other, big institutions, Latin America is the most unequal region in the world. So Ecuador is also part of it. So it's not only about economic inequality, but it's also about ethnic and racial inequalities as well, gender inequalities. So yeah, growing up in that context and studying law, which is a very formalistic and almost a conformist way to see the world. I wanted more. I mean, of course, let's say my first intention was to understand how the state and how everything works. Of course, it's always the hubris of lawyers to tend to think, yeah, I mean, if you study law, you can understand how the fabric of society works, which is, excuse me my English, but my French is bullshit, and I don't believe that. But fortunately enough, I had the opportunity to, work in an NGO, an environmental NGO in Ecuador, and they were doing environmental law. I didn't know what that was at the beginning, but then we started to, work in some projects, and I had, the utmost privilege to travel in places in my own country where otherwise I haven't had, the chance to go. And I was very lucky to work with people, with fishermen in the coast, with indigenous peoples in the Andes, with campesinos in the northern part of Ecuador, with black women who are facing domestic violence and environmental injustice in one province in the north of Ecuador, very close to Colombia, where the ongoing social conflict is still there. And then I started to work with this NGO that focused mainly on indigenous peoples in the Amazon. So basically my work was about researching, advocating, empowering, and litigating in the context of indigenous people's rights that were being threatened by oil and mining companies. That was, yeah.
Talk about that. I have a question on that a bit later.
Yes.
But now our second guest is here. Please give a warm welcome to Tonny. And as you all know, Berlin public transport can be tricky, so it's so wonderful to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
As this session is a bit longer, I would suggest that we go on stage and just sit down. I will bring us those.
Okay. We have enough chairs.
We spread them a little bit more.
Want to sit here?
Yeah. More comfortable.
I don't know. I feel comfortable sitting in the middle.
So we already introduced Juan, or he did it by himself a bit. So the information that the audience has at that point is that Berlin public transport is tricky and that you're a climate activist. So do you want to tell us a bit more about how you became a climate activist?
Yes, sure. I will start by saying that I love to introduce myself as a degrowth and climate justice activist. Because actually I started my activism around climate kind of from degrowth movement, and then I came more into climate. So I studied economics. I studied international and development economics, and I was writing my master thesis in 2017. And I'm from Bangladesh. I grew up there, and as climate change is impacting Bangladesh a lot, so I wanted to see how government social security policy, like social safety nets, could support climate change adaptation for the people in Bangladesh. And while I started working on my thesis, that was the first time when I encountered the IPCC reports in depth, and I read, and it was a very difficult experience for me because all the data, all the projections, even the most conservative projections showed a future that was quite impossible. And in 2017, if most of you remember, the climate movement was not that big. Greta hadn't happened, Fridays didn't start yet. And that's when I realized no amount of climate change adaptation efforts is going to be enough if you don't work on mitigation. It was even a bit cruel. For me, it was very absurd that we are telling our farmers that, oh, you learn to grow crops now on floating bamboo sheets. We will try to invent some flood-resilient rice, but at the same time, if you don't work on the whole reducing carbon emission, it's impossible to cope with that impacts. So, and when I saw that, where the power lies in this whole scenario and where we really need to focus a lot, so that's when I kind of really started to get more looking into the mitigation side and with the climate movements. So a big part was degrowth, where I started getting involved already. And as a consequence, I also started getting involved with the climate movement.
And we are here to discuss climate race in China and also climate justice. So we started with Juan asking him for a definition of what climate justice means to him, so that we kind of know in which direction we are going. So I would love to repeat that question also to you. What for you what does it mean, climate justice?
I think because I studied economics, my definition of climate justice involves a bit of this concept of that the responsibilities and the impacts of the climate crisis is not evenly distributed. So the parties that are responsible for creating the problem are not the ones who are going to be the first bearer of those impacts, and that disproportion, that the mismatch creates a crisis, and that is fundamentally also, that becomes a crisis of a justice question. So to clearly, like, to put it into more simpler terms, is the reason why we are facing the crisis is the emission of carbon that we all know. And if you look into the data, the numbers, everything shows that it's a certain kind of lifestyle, certain way of producing, certain way of organizing economy is the main reason of this huge amount of carbon emission, and that has happened already for several 100 years. But if you look into where the impacts, the first impacts are going to be, these are the people who were not responsible for that emission. And that is also why we see that not enough action is being taken. If we know that the world leaders were going to be the first, their home was going to be hit, their businesses were going to be flooded, we would see a different level of action already. That's why we see that even COP after COP, there's negotiation, there's so much people on the street, but still nothing is being happened. And this is fundamentally, for me, climate injustice, or the question of climate justice.
Thank you. We had a conversation before, as I mentioned, at the Republika, Juan, and when it was, I think you said, I think it was you, I did have 2 discussions, and I'm like deep in festival, correct me if I'm wrong, that climate change is not happening gradually, but there are loops in it. So even if we don't see the impact now here and think, oh no, that's just a problem of somewhere else, it will hit us rather fast because it's not going straight. So I think we should also shift that narrative there. Regarding the impact of climate change, you already mentioned that it hits the regions that don't use that much carbon harder at the moment than the regions that produce this. But we also see a difference in how it affects gender differently. The last report I read was that women are much more affected by the climate crisis than anyone else, and therefore we should also shift the narrative in that direction and not just highlight that, but also highlight the work they are doing against the effects. Would whoever of you wants to comment first on like the interaction of climate and gender?
I just want to highlight one experience that I had working with indigenous communities in the Amazon. It's not entirely related to climate and gender, but it will provide some context of how the most marginalized peoples are dealing with, and especially women. So 3 years ago, this mining company in Ecuador bought this portions of land in the Amazon of Ecuador, and of course, as always, the state provided the police force to evict indigenous communities from this land, who was of course their ancestral home, but nonetheless they didn't have the legal tenure or titles of those lands. So the police evicted these communities for the company can actually operate and build their operation camp. So these communities, they had to flee because of that. And the people that, of course, suffer the most were like indigenous women with their children, and they didn't have anywhere to go because of this eviction. They had to flee, had to seek refuge into other indigenous communities, but it was very difficult for them to stay there. They had to keep going, and they didn't have anything, like nothing at all. Just her and her friends and her babies. That's it. They were completely left out. And I think unfortunately, I see that easily be extrapolated to the climate crisis. And I think to me that was the most shocking and like personal example I can bring it. They were trying to defend the territory as soon as they could, but I mean some of them there are a lot of sexual violence as well in indigenous communities. So the parents, of course, they weren't even there. So.
Yeah, it's similar to what Juan has said. So I know there's one data that I also quoted before, that in cases of climate catastrophes, women and children are disproportionately impacted, and just to give an idea how disproportionate, in the 1992 in Bangladesh we had a big cyclone, and 90% of the people who died were women. So that's a crazy number, like 90%. And as you were saying, this I often say that the climate crisis is it's not a crisis, just scientific crisis that is technical and we can solve it technically. It is fundamentally a crisis of like social problems and economic problems. The climate impacts will exacerbate all other vulnerable groups in the communities. It would create, disrupt the social fabrics, and all the groups that are more marginalized would be heavily impacted, and that's same for women and children. So we know the examples, I'm sure, how drought means the woman who needs to go fetch water, it gets even more difficult for them. The women who are working, like the farmers, women farmers, it becomes even more difficult for them. And then in the front line, often in frontline communities, women are the one who are taking care of the children and holding the family together, and how then they're the first ones who are taking the burnt unevenly, relatively more than the men. And at the same time, there's a lot of work already around how, climate adaptation solution in communities, how women are the climate warriors. They are the most, a very key element, even when we're trying to implement solutions, when we're trying to test out different forms of climate solutions, because often from the experience of rural Bangladesh, we know women are kind of creates the bond for any forms of new, if you're trying to experiment with new, so we know from the experiences of microcredits, but also for community health workers' experiences, or even these community education work, that women are very core to any of this kind of initiative to roll out to be successful. So for solutions, they are going to be key.
So if we look at the climate movement all over the world, what you see is, or at least from the pictures we get, is there are many, many young women standing on the street fighting for climate, against the climate crisis. But at the same time, if you read newspapers, so if experts are asked, lots of times it's middle-aged men. So how do you see that we can, or how should we open the dialogue here? Should we listen more to them? What needs to be done to make the impact, but also the forerunners of the climate movement more visible, besides Greta Thunberg?
I will go back to then again this analysis, or the same thing that I say over and over again, that the climate crisis we are facing today is fundamentally a crisis of our civilization. And if you look at what the core of the civilization, what's one of the philosophies or driving forces, is always trying to prioritize one group of people or interest of certain group over every other groups. And that always happens in name of different forms of superiority. And of course, then this whole gender power is one form of it. And if you would look at our leaders, what we see as leadership roles, we see that's very masculine, one individualistic, always prioritizing charisma over collective thinking or even collective interest. And if you want to think what we would need to then, what kind of attitude change, what kind of leadership, different forms of leadership we want to see, and then we would see then a lot of, like in indigenous communities, the form of leadership we see, the leadership that the woman displays, and it's often more, it's not about so much about charisma or one person running faster than everyone else, but it's more about moving together, creating, working together with a certain goal, and we would see humility, humbleness a lot more. So if you think about that at the core, then we would see that we need a narrative shift in all of those cases. We need different forms of leadership. We need to see different examples of what it would mean to be a leader, and then that would then translate in all other forms as well than how we even engage, how we work together. And because the climate crisis, we would need an unprecedented level of cooperation, and we all know historically as well, women are much better when it's about cooperation, when it's about long-term planning, when it's about working together to achieve a collective goal. It has been like in the past, and we also see more and more, that's a different form of leadership, and it's a different way of working, and we would need that fundamentally, of course, more. So this crisis we won't be able to solve with the old form of patriarch leadership that we see, or that is at the core center of this civilization, I would say.
Our title is Climate, Race and Gender, and if we look at the second aspect of gender, in one of the discussions these days, we had the fact that the reporting about the demonstrations of the Fridays for Futures movement, they tend to be very right. The pictures, even if there are many indigenous and people of color who join the movements, otherwise, I think in Germany we are a bit behind on the diversity there. So I would love to hear how it looks like in Ecuador, if it's achieved to be a diverse community of climate activists, because also what I found striking this morning with Andrew Gilmour is that he mentioned that the climate activists and the indigenous communities often don't have prejudice because of the 60s and 70s were like huge wild park reserves were built without consulting them, and they're still not very often consulted. So I would love to have that perspective, and then maybe on the German climate movement as well.
Yeah, I don't know, I think I have the impression that sometimes, the global north, including Europe and the US, is sometimes late to the party in many aspects, because I think, at least in Latin America, I've seen tons of amazing women leaderships, leading really incredible social processes, both social and ecological, since early 20th century. Many of these leaderships were indigenous women. For example, in Ecuador, one of the most incredible leadership was Transito Maguaña. She was part of the Communist Party there in Ecuador, and she did a lot of amazing reforms for land and territories for indigenous peoples there in Ecuador. And she wasn't afraid of the police, she wasn't afraid of the nation state, and we still remember her with a lot of, our dearest respect. And even now, I mean, you can see across Latin America, there are amazing women that I completely, highly respect, and I follow their trajectories as leaders. I have the privilege of being friends with some of them. I work with her. I mean, I don't know, just name, if you go to the struggle of the Sarayaku people in Ecuador, the most renowned leaderships there is, Patricia Hualinga, an amazing leader, her niece, Nina Hualinga. Now, Nemonte is also an indigenous woman from the Guarani community or nation, and she just now was selected as one of the 100 most influential people by Times Magazine because of her fight against oil companies in Ecuador, in the Amazon. You have Maxima Acuña, who you can see the film here in the festival. And if you want to read some of the perspectives on political ecology coming from the Global South, just read Maristela Svampa and her accounts on extractivism in the region. I think that those are like really important stories that have been told once and once again in the Global South, and we're listening to that. So, I mean, I see that, part of the narrative here in the Global North is, yeah, we have to diversify, whatever, but yeah, it's true, but, well, yeah, it's a good start.
I think we have to go within us and diversify not our storytelling, but letting space for other people to tell their stories, and not in the sense that storytellers from the Global North must go somewhere and tell the story of someone else, but rather that we also watch stories that come from somewhere else and listen to the people That's in a sense what I mean with diversifying, because what my impression is that we often, especially in relation to climate, have old white male experts in Germany especially, who talk a lot very technocratic and giving numbers and facts. And as Beadie said in a speech before, we need other experts as well, telling their perspective. But I also would love to hear Tonny's thoughts.
I think one thing that if you have a reflection, because there is, so again, I'm going back to my whole decolonial lens, that because in this world, today's world, we have a certain hierarchy. There's a global center and there are global peripheries, like countries. So even if a small thing happens in certain countries, that's a big news. And even if big things happen in other countries, it's not. So it's so easy if Germany and Austria and Poland may be doing something, then it's global. But if Indonesia, Bangladesh, and Ecuador is doing something, it wouldn't be considered a global movement, right? So we all know that there are these double standards. And if you look into what's core at it, there's some certain power, hierarchy. And I think because of that, of course, then what media picks and whose story gets more told. So the fact that Greta, what she did is, of course, like it's not about criticizing Greta, but we also know if Greta weren't a white girl from Sweden, she wouldn't be able to have such a big impact, because we know about this girl in India who started also protesting in front of Indian parliament, but it was not possible. The media didn't pick up the same weight. It didn't translate in the same way. So there are all these layers and dynamics that exist. And also, of course, as in a country where the population is predominantly white, and there's of course not as much knowledge or awareness regarding colonial history, people of course connect with other white kids. So the media would want to take as a connecting story. Media always wants to take someone who can everyone else connect to. They would pick a white kid to inspire others. So I think that is kind of the dynamics, that why we see what we see here. But at the same time, I believe that, because of course, then the constant criticism, the movement is much more aware about it than the last year or even the year before. There is now even more discussion about interconnecting fights, or even be more to use the privileges, because of course then none of us could choose who we born as or where we were born, right? Or the privileges we were born with. But what we can do is we can decide, once we know what is the source of our privilege, we can decide then what we use it for and how do we use it. So I think in the movement there is now higher awareness, there is a lot of discussion, and then how to use that privilege and how can be aware, like in a more conscious way, can change, shift narratives, create more like different voices, and then create discussion and then bring all of into the center. I think that is already happening, and I think that is very inspiring. And then just to give one example, that like in the last Friday's demo, in the September's strike in Heidelberg, the Fridays for Future and anti-racism bloc, they did the strike together. And in my knowledge, this is the first time in Germany or in anywhere in the world probably that these two movements came together to do the climate strike. And I believe this is the first of many to come. So this is already changes happening, and this is amazing, I would say.
It was also this morning what Andrew Gilmour highlighted, that the human rights community and the climate community, they have to join forces and fight together and not being seen as different. So I would love to open the questions to the audience. Are there any right now? No? So I will just go on asking, that's nice. Good for me. Do you know how it worked out in Heidelberg? Was it a success?
Mm-hmm. It was a success, and I met two of the core organizers when they were visiting Berlin. We met up, and this was also one of my questions, like how did you work and what were the challenges? I think the most beautiful thing was when you see, like, they're really young, like 18 years old, 20 years old, super young, but at the same time, their understanding of the issues and the the political sense is so clear, and at the same time, it was so clear to them that this needs to be interconnected, that understanding, this systemic understanding, and why we need to connect these struggles and work together was so solid. I think it was very inspiring to see that, and there was a lot of commitment so it was mostly one person from the anti-racism bloc and one person from the Fridays who worked closely together to then mobilize the whole group. But yeah, I think there was a lot their clear understanding and the commitment to the cause, and then they worked through a lot of challenges, and it's a beautiful story. I mean, I'm sure they would write something as well, but I would also encourage others to reach out, and this could be example for others to then learn from their work experience and how they did it. But it's generally when we talked, there are stages, and there's a lot of things that they needed to work together and discussion they needed to unpack. But it worked out very inspiringly. They had different marches, and then it joined together, and the next days probably there would be more work together.
That sounds beautiful. There is a question. Please feel free.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for your perspectives, and I find it very important that, for example, you two are sitting here and like really giving your point of view, because also probably, yeah, mainstream of this room is from a white background. So, and also myself, I have a white background and a female background, so I'm aware of it, and I really try to like find the struggle myself, what my privileges are, how I can deal with it. So, yeah, I'm really asking myself how we can actually overcome the whole problem of climate justice from a white perspective. So I'm asking myself, should we just like really try to find around all these difficult visa problems and getting a lot of like black activists from the global south to Germany to actually tell their stories there themselves? Or is it, yeah, about like making movies and giving another platform? So I'm just asking whether maybe the only real problem, like the real solution would be to really bring a lot of new black indigenous perspectives as people, as like embodied to these countries where a lot of people just don't understand the problem.
Thank you for the reflection. My response would be there is no one solution, because the problem is not one singular, it's very many faceted and it's complex, and it has been developed over many hundred years of exploitation, right? We know the history of slavery, we know the history of mineral accumulation, we know the history of the whole, how Indian subcontinent, there was economic like exploitation. So all of this, it's not possible to solve it in one way or just with one step. There will be a lot of different aspects, and it will be frustrating sometimes, it will be difficult, it will be sometimes maybe even paralyzing, like, oh, I don't even know what's the right thing to do, I would rather not do anything because I also don't want to appear racist or wrong or blind in my privilege. So there will be all of this, but I think that's already a beginning, like that you're reflecting what is the way, and then telling stories, of course, then bringing in different voices, then connecting fights, like there are also, of course, migrants' rights fights, there are, but none of it is going to be one. There is not that the whole climate movement now becomes one. There will be a lot of interconnection, a lot of different works, but we would also have only, climate movement would only probably have also focused fights. So yeah, I'm just saying probably there's no one answer, and it's whatever you feel drawn to, you can pick that up and work on it. And there would be other people who would feel drawn to something else and would pick it up. But as long as we are honest and we want to work with it, that I would say is good.
Juan, would you like to add something?
I was just thinking about, all the wide spectrum of dimensions that climate justice entailed. And we have to take definitely in consideration aspects of race, ethnicity, gender. But there are also other aspects as well that are like really fundamental to understanding the narrative. And of course, I would add, the questions of, colonialism and class as well. I think that the whole concept of bringing out like a narrative is of course to build empathy at the first instance, and then to move on to solidarity, right? Because, you know, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on the perspective, the global north is not going to be that much affected by climate change. So it's a matter of solidarity with the people that are going to be affected. And yeah, I definitely endorse the view that we need to listen to the stories of those that are already vulnerable and exposed to climate impacts. So yeah, I mean, intersectionality is definitely a framework that we have to use in order to understand the scope of the problem. I think that in my personal opinion, there's a different weight, you know, in terms of story richness when it comes to someone that, you know, I don't know, like an indigenous woman from the Amazon who's, you know, losing her territory versus someone like in a city in the northern part of the world. I think, you know, both the stories are very compelling, might be very compelling. But again, is this a global problem that, you know, which with solidarity should be a good frame?
I do have a follow-up question on that, actually, because especially within the 2 first days of the Human Rights Film Forum, we talked a lot about who owns the story and who should tell the story. So what we have seen in the past was kind of very often filmmakers, journalists, going from here to somewhere else, staying there for a bit, shooting how bad the situation is, and going out with, and like taking the story with them and leaving the people there. So I would love, as we are storytelling them, I would love your opinion on how and who should tell the stories. That's a big question, I know.
I don't know. Yeah, you can go first. I need to think.
Yeah, I mean, it will be a bit of thinking out loud, so sorry about that. It might be a bit of a rant or unpacking my own thoughts as well. But yesterday I was here for a movie screening. It was a very powerful film. So it was a story of a person who started going to the climate conferences, a girl from Canada, a white girl, and then her journey through it. So it's and then she meets people over the years. It's a very beautiful story because it kind of captures like 12 years of the journey, how the climate negotiations went and all of that. But also when I saw that, of course, for me, one lens of the fact that how white it was. So it's so powerful, but at the same time, of course, a lot of the dimension it still misses out. And also, of course, the fact that she could do it, it was so much easier for her to be able to document this whole journey was also because her identity or where she comes from, this upper middle class white girl from Canada. Yeah, and then I was thinking, like, should that be a critique of the films? In my head, I was just reflecting, like, how do I hold it to it, or how do I feel about, like, so I think on one hand, it's like that person wouldn't be able to be authentic, right? So of course, the artists have their right to authenticity. So yeah, and at the end of the day, no one can not be white. And of course, as we were talking, like, there's certain privileges that comes with being white. And then the question is, how do we deal with it? What do we do with it? That's one layer, I would say. And the other thing is when we're telling someone else's story, and this is a new, I would say rather, new criticism, right? Or this awareness around this, than how we are telling the community's stories. I think it's very important to then be able to, the thing is when we see something from an eye, we put that vision, we impose that vision on that story. And then it's important to be able to not like free the stories from this wide vision. And for that, fundamentally, we would need actually to create spaces to allow for resources for the people to be able to tell their stories in their own terms. Because even a story to be compelling, I'm just saying that it's the limit of epistemology, that people would need to still speak in a way that it's understandable to maybe a lot of wide audience. So maybe we would need to have more focus on that. So just maybe it's important to start then creating spaces, channeling resources for like other people to be able to come, be empowered, and start telling their stories from that places. And yeah, and then also the engagements, trying to then maybe unpack as much as possible and be more like to keep being critical. This would be my.
Oh wow! Sorry. Thank you so much for unpacking your thoughts. That was inspiring and amazing. There is another question.
Hi, I wanted to pick up.
Sorry.
Keep it on.
Yeah.
No problem.
It's like if someone touches in the microphone, then we'll.
No worries.
Thank you.
Thank you, by the way, for keeping us all safe in that way. To pick up on the intersection between climate, race, and gender, how to tell that story, I'm interested in the local context in maybe Germany and Europe. I think the story at the moment is talking a lot about obviously the people first affected by the climate crisis, which is in the global south. And one thing I've noticed is in America, or the United States, a good way of entering that issue for them has been to talk about within the USA, the fact that people of color are more likely to be affected by air pollution, for example, in the places that they live. So I'm just interested, seeing as the two of you are working in Germany on the issue, whether you know if there's other local manifestations of this, and how maybe here we can use that as an entry point to talk about the global picture.
If I understood the question correctly, so you're saying like the fact that the communities, the Black communities, are often the ones who are first impacted by climate change, if there's already existing work or groups with that, and then how to create, like put that narrative or give more focus to that narrative?
Yeah, I feel like they've, in the US, been able to talk about that as a way of entering the issue in general, and are there also examples in Europe where that's possible?
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, if you look into the history of climate justice or climate movement, environmental movement, it was always started and initiated by people, like in USA, it was the Black communities who first started resisting against, like there is the story of the Warren County movement, so, and also in India, there was Chipko movement, those were the pioneer of environmental movements, that is the legacy of climate movement, and also, like the whole climate movement, if you look into the history, it actually was always led by the communities in the front line and then the people who were impacted. And it gets changed, and this was also the critique of the climate movement in Germany, but also in the US, the white climate movement, that there is a discontinuity. And oftentimes the children who started mobilizing, or even this narrative of future, but it's only future for a certain small group of privileged people, but it's already present for so many. So I think so creating more awareness then about, of course, then the history as well, like, or what history is maybe being appropriated if this whole climate movement, because historically the history of climate movement, it lies within the indigenous communities, the frontline communities, Black people. In Germany, there are certain, there are groups and collectives who are also working with that. And yeah, for this is all I know. And there's also, of course, some, the Inuit, like there are indigenous groups also existing in Europe who are also on the front line of this climate catastrophe. And there are certain efforts to create solidarities. I know some groups who are working even solidarity with communities in South America and Germany. So there are all these different initiatives that exist. But yeah, I think like this criticism is more present, and I think there needs to be an awareness and reaching out to learn the history more, change the narratives and how to speak about it. There needs to be more of that, I would say. That's what I say.
If I may jump in.
Please.
When we, I mean, at least when I think about, the global south, it's not only, a geography in the planet. I mean, it's also about disenfranchised, marginalized, forgotten communities also in parts of the global north, or what is, geographically speaking, the global north. And there's, I think that there's a really, really good case for finding commonalities and common stories, common narratives that are coming from these marginalized communities. So one commonality is definitely the fact that there's a common pattern of deploying all of the externalities of industries in impoverished and racialized communities. And it doesn't matter where, but this is a common pattern globally, right? So you can go to Chile, you can go to Argentina, and the governments will place a hydroelectric plant or a coal mine, like right next to an impoverished community that has been left out by the state for so long. And that's also the case for the U.S. I mean, you have the Dakota pipeline, which this big pipeline was being built in in territory of indigenous peoples, and also you have all this industrial waste polluting the rivers of black communities there. And I think that's a really powerful common thread that we can use to frame a global struggle, so we can bring together this global South.
So we have time for one more question, please. The mic is yours.
Hello. Thanks for your insights. I was wanting to ask a question or discussion about the story, like how to tell these stories, and was wondering about the structure of the stories we have, because like the stories we tell, like the popular stories in Hollywood movies or something, are always about the individual who goes through a journey and eventually does the right thing, or maybe does not the right thing, but at the end it's always kind of like about the individual, and it's very much in the focus. So I was wondering if that maybe, or what do you think, if that maybe is also part of the problem, as that maybe already is so deep in our cultural genes that we don't even question that, and that's already kind of part of, I think it comes from religion, which is from the monotheistic religion, which is very, very big power, patriarchal power mechanism, and maybe kind of also change the dramaturgy to a more collective thing, like, I don't know, Eisenstein did it, or Brecht, or something like that. So, yeah, I thought because this question was raised a few times today already, maybe you can share your thoughts on this one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, that was a nice thinker pose.
No, I mean, when you raised that question, I just, the main idea that came into my mind was this idea of decoloniality and how we can actually decolonize our minds, from these assumptions that we don't know where they come from. They come from, of course, culture. I mean, but sometimes it's very telling that, when you hear the story of someone that lives in another world, literally. When I started to, work with indigenous peoples, and I went over to their territories and their homes, there are many things that, I assumed that were like that, and they're completely not. And I even started to fathom how different people are, and how, full of ideas I had about that I had to actually be there and being exposed to those ideas for me to actually reframe everything. And that was a powerful experience. And I think that the only way in which you can achieve that is by having an honest conversation with someone that is very different to you. And I think you can do that like easily here. There are of course, that's kind of the basis of democracy, to have these exchanges of ideas with people that are, completely different to you. And I think that's the power also of a good narrative, to be, in the position of the other, and to try to, reframe and rethink your own assumptions. Maybe even for the sake of argument as well. I mean, it's always good to go back and see, how we can rethink all of these problems as well.
Would you like to comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that, thank you for saying that, because I think there were this Mediterranean monologues, or how was it called? Like I saw this theater few days ago. And now when you say that, I just reflected that I think, yeah, that was one of the powerful things of, so it was, again, stories of some volunteers who works with Sea-Watch, and then the people who crossed the Mediterranean, and then there's people who were connected over a phone call. But then the way the story was told, where actually this parallel, so you hear the story from 4 different people, from their angles, but it unfolds together. And yeah, just when hearing that, I think that is actually makes sense to then when we could start presenting stories from this way, then also this whole narrative of savior and saved completely changes. Then this also this, so then I think that is actually could be a very powerful way, and I haven't thought of it until you made that comment. But then now I'm having this reflection, and I think that is actually a very, and it's a good example also to how it's still possible to then change the way of telling a story, an event, and it's still possible to show the interaction of these different actors and then kind of break this very strong narrative of this, some people going out to save some vulnerable people, but then change the concept of vulnerability around even.
It's so beautiful that you mentioned a theater play in particular, because Michael Ruf, the director, is actually sitting in the audience right now because he's going to present the Climate Monologues, his next project at the Climate Story Lab. So I'm really excited to hear more about that project. So thank you very much for joining me today. It was nice to have some new perspectives, some things we can take with us into the next 2 days and think about it. Thank you so much for taking the time twice, both of you. Really, thanks.
Thank you for inviting.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much.
And what? Now I hope that Vivian joins me again.
Yes, I'm here.
Will miss her.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
So we are before our first longer break. We are going into lunch break, and I'm really terrible with times. How long do we have the lunch break?
You know what? Look, I'm so organized. I've got a watch on today.
Yeah, me not. No.
Yeah, see? Because I knew I'm not going to have my mobile, which is actually quite nice.
And you have the plan on you, which I also don't have. Yeah. So
that's why you call this my worker's jacket.
So we are going into lunch break. We hope to see you back afterwards. Our fantastic cook Nick is, I'm sure, doing a miracle again. The food is downstairs, where you also had the croissants in the morning. And there will be vegan and vegetarian options. And we hope to see you back at
2. Also the online people.
Yeah.
It's 1 hour break. We'll be back at 2.
We will be back. Enjoy. Thank you.
And the whole afternoon is Impact.
Welcome back after our lunch break. I hope you enjoyed it. Big thanks to Nick, who is our amazing caterer. We are now diving into the second part of the day, while the first part was more about like what does it mean, about what are we talking. The second part will be on impact. How do we create impact? What is impact, and how can we measure impact? And therefore, I'm super happy to have Vivian, not just as a moderator, but also as part of the discussion, and Philipp Schneider from Phineo. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Elias Schneider, just not Philipp. So yeah, I'm super happy to be here together with Vivian, and we're going to have something of a dual talk. I'm going to start, and then Vivian's going to take over, and it's going to be about impact orientation, impact logic, and all that from my side.
Exactly, because you are consulting NGOs mainly on how to create impact. And in the beginning, we thought we'll have 2 different sessions, and then we thought, you know what? Actually, this is exactly what storytellers are always looking for, how to create impact. It's so much of what we're looking for. And so we thought it would be a really good combination to combine the view from NGOs to the view from storytellers. So I'll here and there jump in and take over in the end with the storytelling part, but first of all, you'll start.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I always have to say next for the next slide. So, next. Yeah, and then I guess next. So I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Really, again, Vivian, it's a great pleasure. I'm working at Phineo, and I thought for quite a while what I can bring and what I want to bring you and teach you and talk to you about. And I really hope I can kind of combine a bit our very impact-oriented perspective with really this also bring you and give you something in terms of storytellers and documentary filmmakers. And what we're going to do today is I'm going to give you just a quick overview of what Phineo does, who we are, what we do, then what impact orientation means, we're going to talk about that, what impact is quickly, and how this can be achieved. And in the end, also talk a bit about impact stories or impact storytelling, how we teach it and how we deal with it with NGOs. And next. And next. So who is Phineo? If you never heard of us, we're kind of an analysis and consultancy firm for impact-driven civic engagement. So it's over 40 employees with very different backgrounds, and we've been around for about 10 years. And I always say that we're kind of a meta organization. We don't do projects ourselves, but we try our best to support the social sector to be the best version they can be to achieve the most impact through transparency, through knowledge, enabling of funding, capacity building, and much more. Next. And also something that Vivian mentioned that is really important, we believe in, is building bridges between sectors. So we connect the private sector, the public sector, and the social sector through various means. So for example, we enable corporate volunteering of corporations who want to support NGOs with their knowledge, KPMG with, for example, high quality financial knowledge and these things, or we actually connect something I've been involved in a lot, super wealthy, very, very rich individuals, if they are interested in contributing, in donating, we connect them to impactful projects in a strategic way. So by that means increasing the pie of money that is available for the social sector and NGOs. Next one. And yeah, Phineo came out of the logic that obviously for profits, for corporations, it's clear what is success, it's growth, it's money, it's more income. But for non-profits, it was for a long time always a bit vague, more impact, but what does it really mean? And next, what we want to do is really strengthen the impact-oriented civic engagement and bring this perspective into the social sector and showcase also the successes of the social sector in these areas. Next. And we do this by helping NGOs and organizations meeting their goals better and social investors investing, like I said before, this money with more impact. Next. So just quickly, some project what we do, the Scala initiative is something that actually is the largest privately funded initiative in Germany by Susanne Klatten. You might know her, she's the richest woman in Germany. I led this initiative for a while. It's 100 million euros that she gave to 93 NGOs. And we helped her, we basically managed the entire process of applying, of choosing the organizations, and of now managing the entire initiative. Oops. One back, just quick. And then we also do lots of other things like researching of studies, shining light on issues that we think are important, connecting, like I said, KPMG, John Deere, or impact reports about various topics where we showcase the potential that I said before. Now, next. And our kind of key thing that we always talk about is this famous or infamous impact orientation, Wirkungsorientierung zu Deutsch in German. And we always kind of give this image, or what we say it kind of can be understood as a sea voyage in a ship, where you are setting course and you have a goal in mind, an island, passages on the way, and then have the route that you take with things on the way, problems, hassles that you have to avoid, re-navigate, readjust, and really, it's kind of an attitude, I always like to say. Next. So it's basically meaning that a project is being planned and implemented with a specific goal of achieving certain results at the outcome and impact level, and really having this mindset from the start and being very clear about what you want to achieve. Next. And this kind of image we're going to go into depth a bit later again, a bit more, but just roughly is kind of an impact cycle, the impact-oriented and project management, meaning what I really like in there is that it's always a cycle, that when you want to work in an impact-oriented way, it's not that you go for it, you plan your goals, your objectives, and then you evaluate what did you do, you kind of ask your target groups what did you achieve, and then it's done, and then you're, fine, I've done the impact orientation thing, now I can lean back and chill. No, it's actually an ongoing process. It's really a cycle where you set out, you strategize and plan, you implement, you do the work, and you do the impact analysis, and then readjust, prove and improve and start anew. So it's really a continuous process. Next. And taking a step back after like the impact orientation's mindset to ask what is impact next? It's basically obviously intervention-driven changes. You have a problem in a target group, you have something you want to fix, be it like language issues or other things in NGOs often perspective, and your intervention, and then an improvement on the target group, so the cause-effect relationship. Next. And how we like always to kind of show this or to like make this more tangible for people is the Wirkungstreppe, the impact staircase. Also, I hope you kind of don't get lost in the vocabulary, because also for me it's in English is very different to normally always in German. And it is a framework that I believe really heavily in, and I think is extremely useful after many years of really being and planning with NGOs and doing the work. It helps you to really plan your project and know where you want to achieve certain goals and at what level and how they interact. But, important, next. We have to beware a bit of mixing up terminology. So we have really a lot of different words, especially in English, the impact, success, quality, outcome, effect, result, that often are really mixed up. And also for us, and for me now, it's a bit difficult because we use them sometimes, for example, impact, we use it as Wirkung, obviously it means, but impact for us also is the highest point of Wirkung for the society. So bear with me, I hope we're not going to get lost, but we relying here on the IOI model, input, output, outcome, impact. So next. Also important that there's different kinds of impacts that you can have, obviously indirect, direct, attended, unattended, positive, negative, immediate, and sustainable. It's very varied. Next. And if we go back now here to the Wirkungstreppe, the impact staircase, what it basically means is you can have this as a framework of the input is on the 0 level. It's not written here. It means that is the resources you put in, the money, the personnel, the staff, everything you give as an organization or as an activist. And on the output level is really the things you do and that are direct interaction with your target group. So on the first level, basic is you have something that takes place. So a course you offer takes place, a language course. On the second, the target groups are reached. That your target group, let's say we have a German course for refugees, they attend, they come to the class. Third step of the staircase, they are content, they are happy with the offer you do. And they all, obviously, you kind of guessed it, I think I didn't say it yet, they all base on each other. So if obviously the refugees, for example, for the course don't come, they can't be happy with what you offer. So when they come, that's the second. The third is they're happy, they accept. And from the fourth step onwards, we speak of Wirkung, we speak of impact for the target groups, because that is when something changes for them. So on the fourth, you have the target groups that change knowledge or attitudes. So in that way, in that example, it would be the refugees improve their Germans. They learn German, they learn more words, more language, more phrases, sentences, and can speak better. Fifth is that the target groups change their behavior. So what they had inside, like the knowledge, everything they learned, they externalize. So they talk, you can see that they talk better, they interact maybe more with Germans, and there's really more of an externalization of the skill they acquired. And sixth step is the change in the life reality of the target group. Meaning that really what you did with your project, with everything you did, is really affecting their lives and their living situation is improving. So, for example, this might be for refugees that you also, in this language course, they write an application in German for an internship, for a formation, for a job, and then also manage to get employment that they were aiming to get before. And seventh, and there we have the impact, and what I was kind of trying to convey you guys before, this kind of, there we have a mismatch of the words, impact on the social, on the world, global level, meaning that this goes then and society changes. So for example, you have more refugees that find jobs and integration happening in a more smooth or better way in a country. So the highest level of impact. Next. And now, of course, you might ask yourself, how can this be achieved and how do you do this? Next. And there we have again the cycle. So this is obviously very detailed. We're not going to go into all the details. It's way too much theory. But in all of the different steps of the impact cycle, you can, of course, really have a lot of things that you can do there to increase your chances and your likelihood of achieving real and lasting impact. And I see some of you taking pictures, that's really, please do, but also in the end I'm going to give you a link to some resources online where all that is available in high quality for free. We have an impact navigator, it's called. Yeah, and you see all the different steps that you have in the impact cycle. Next. And obviously, when you set out, and I think here's also a very cool link to the storytelling and documentary filmmaking, what is really crucial and what we always say and often realize that the non-profits we support and advise that they don't take it so much into account is really what are the needs? What are the challenges and the really key things that a project needs to assess? And I think that's definitely something that is similar for documentary filmmakers. What is really your issue you want to aim at? And I've often, you know, sometimes I've had a workshop I was giving with a crew of really young, motivated people, and they had developed an app. And the app would show you, when you would take a picture of a tree, what tree this is or what plant this is. And they were super proud, and then they were trying to like explain me what were they aiming for and what was the impact. But they actually they couldn't define it. They were obviously committed to ecology, to sustainability, and to environmental protection, but it was not very clear how the target groups, let's say young and mobile affine people, how they would change. Would they change their behavior if they know the tree is oak, or what would happen? And these kind of moments are for me like always very interesting, because I think that is when you really see how these frameworks can help you structure your thinking and your planning much better. Next. And this would be something that might have helped these people with the app. It's something that we often do with nonprofits when we talk with them about their projects, the so-called impact cycle to visualize, you know, with post-its and with little like messages, not messages, excuse me, with little like the actions they do, the things they implement, to really look at the entire impact cycle and look at the problem they want to solve, have this on a big chart, the needs of their target groups. In the left corner, you have the nonprofit, the organization, what they do, their vision, their aims, and this obviously then goes to the beneficiaries, and the outcome at their target group level then impacts the results at the societal level and so forth. So kind of visualizing this entire impact cycle in this little graph. Next. This, oh wow, this is impossible to, God. I think, yeah, we changed the PowerPoint to some other format. I guess I'll skip this. This is too, next.
We get that later then, right? Through your links.
Through my links, all in the links. But yeah, if you wonder how to find impact goals, actually next, it's if you have the impact staircase and you're kind of thinking, oh, there's a model I might want to use, it's actually very easy. You always put your target groups first and you formulate them very positively in an active verb. So for example, if we stick with the refugees have better German skills. The refugees are attending the class. The refugees use their language skills in conversational, etc., etc. So this may sound basic, but if you formulate them negatively or in the future or in other ways, you very fast get lost and you kind of lose track of where you wanted to go. And always formulating as if it already had been achieved. Next. So here I just did it again. The target group have, are, know, or do. Next. And then we have impact goals are the first thing of 3 that are important. The second thing are indicators, because when you chose your impact goals, obviously you want to know if they have been achieved and to what degree. So what you need for that are indicators. And indicators are at first also often you think, oh, well, that's very easy and very basic. So for example, anyone has an idea how I could have an indicator if the refugees are coming to my German classes? Anyone? Exactly. A participant list that you just let everyone fill in and then you can compare and have like 80-90% attendance and these things. So that's very easy, and that is, like I said, like there in the bubble, it's an evidence also that it happened. But then I think where it gets more interesting and more fascinating is the upper layers, the 4th, 5th, 6th steps of the impact staircase, where you have, for example, things such as that children are more, you know, like feel more secure, or the refugees are like, yeah, feel more fluent in the German, in the speaking. And often then you need indirect indicators to really tell you if the intended goal has been achieved. So for example, that you have an observation, you see them talking more, you see like maybe they before were always very, children for example often are very like timid and shy and not really articulating what they want to become later, and afterwards, after a successful project and work, maybe they can really clearly say where they want to go, they ask questions more directly, and they're really outspoken, and really a perceptive change in behavior has happened. And to get this, yes. So first, impact goals, second, indicators, and the third thing you need are obviously the methods to get to those results. So in German, Erhebungsmethoden, how do you say it in English actually?
Which one what did you say in German again?
Erhebungsmethoden.
Erhebungsmethoden. So you're lifting up.
Data collection, thank you. Is it there? Data, make sure more. Yeah, exactly. Data collection methods, thank you. Better know your own slides. Yeah, and what these data collection methods, like obviously the more complex they get, the more reliable the results are that you get. And if like down there it's written, if you can't read it, anecdotal evidence, case studies, and photo and video documentation. Of course these things, they help, they're more like basic evidence, but they're not like, they're more emotionally convincing, but they're not as reliable and like scientifically obviously robust. That's the word I was looking for. But you have to obviously always look for what fits your requirements, what fits your project, and your means, what you have, your money and your personal, your staff, what you have at your disposal. And it's always really helpful to have these kind of in a three-pronged kind of like sheet or organized goals, indicators, and data collection methods, and then really go through it all and make a little plan for your project. That really, for us, has proven to be the best overview, how you can keep overview of what you aim to achieve. Next. And now what I try to do is a little link to like the second part of our pitch of Vivian, impact stories, or how you can link all this, what I just said, the impact orientation maybe with a bit of storytelling, because I know this is sometimes a bit dry, and maybe you also found it a bit very theoretical. I know it is, it can be, especially if you don't have a practical example where you really go into your project and it gets more tangible. But also, next, you can really, with impact stories, if you create them for your project or your organization, motivate your employees internally, showcase externally to donors on fundraisers maybe, what you do, how you do it, and that it is really motivating and speaking to the emotion of the audience. Next. Yeah, one more, sorry. Okay, so it's all in one. So we say this impact stories that you can have for your projects where actually normally would be step by step, but now you have everything there. The different elements that you have in an impact story are that you have basically in the beginning, you have problems that everyone knows, that your audience can identify with, they know, and you introduce the main actor, which is you know, like in a documentary film would be the team of heroes or the one hero or several heroes, or your NGO yourself, and you then go on a quest to solve an issue, but run obviously into problems and encounter barriers. In this way, it's very similar to classical like hero stories or hero journeys, and then look for solutions and to overcome the problems and achieve it through some innovative approach or something really smart that you uniquely as an NGO are doing. And these barriers transform then into doorways and solutions or tools, and you bring the solutions into society and thereby improve with your project or your unique approach a problem and improve the state of it. Yes, that was very fast. Next, I would like to show you as a bridge a little film that the technician has to prepare for a sec, but it's a bit the bridge to what Vivian is going to talk about. So not yet start the film, please. It's a little short movie by an organization called Türkisch-Deutscher Frauenverein, Turkish-German Women's Union, and it's one that is also in our portfolio of the Scala organizations that we fund through the money of Susanne Klatten, and I think with 1 million euros or around that. And what they do is they support and they help young girls and women that are threatened to be abducted and forcibly married in the countries where they're from or where the parents are from, often Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iran, Turkey. And they have a secret women's house sheltering also young girls who sometimes are 15, 16 and have been brought back from Pakistan and have no social surroundings anymore at all because their family has like pushed them out and they have nobody to rely on. It's a very, it's a very dear project to me, very intense work they are doing. And what I want to show you here is this movie that they did with the professional filmmakers, directors, and actors, and it was shown in many cinemas around Germany and gathered them much more attention. Many more girls called them afterwards with a need for help, and also it got them more funding. So it really, I think, for me is a perfect example of how filmmaking, documentary filmmaking, storytelling, even in 2 minutes or 3 minutes, can have so much of an emotional impact, so much more than all I've just talked about and these dry theories and logical models. So it's really, I think, an appeal for us to work more together and really have more documentary filmmaking and NGO activism intertwine. So without further ado, please roll the clip.
Mein Name ist Jasmin. Vor 25 Jahren haben meine Eltern in diesem Land Zuflucht gefunden. In diesem Haus bin ich aufgewachsen. Genau wie mein Bruder. Hier habe ich meine Freunde. Hier ist mein Zuhause. Dann haben sie herausgefunden, dass ich einen Freund habe.
Schande, ganze Familie. Kleine, verlogene Schlange. Denk jetzt gar nicht daran abzuhauen. Ich finde dich überall.
Nach ein paar Tagen haben sie gesagt, wir vergessen alles. Sie haben gesagt, wir besuchen unsere Verwandten. Aber als wir ankamen, haben sie mir sofort alles weggenommen. Reisepass, Handy, alles. Sie haben mich gezwungen, einen Mann zu heiraten, den ich noch nie gesehen hatte. Dass ich erst 16 bin und der Mann viel älter, stört niemanden. Dass ich nicht heiraten wollte, interessiert keinen. Dies ist eine Warnung an alle Mädchen da draußen. Holt euch Hilfe, bevor es zu spät ist.
Yeah.
Wow, thank you for that one.
It is always, I've seen it many times, but it always, every time, touches me for sure. Very powerful, I think, in these few minutes that the film lasts. And yeah, just to wrap up, as I said before, it's very easy to remember. It's social-impact-navigator.org, where you can find more resources from Phineo in English and free downloads, tool sheets, fact sheets, checkboxes. And yeah, that is one of our contributions where we try to help for capacity build the social sector and impact-oriented work. So thank you very much. That was my part.
Thank you, Elias. Because what I thought was so interesting is that when we storytellers, we don't really think along these lines. So for us, it's mind-opening. That, you know, usually we are very much busy with trying to get the story out or actually capturing it in the first place or finding it. So if we now think, okay, so who's our audience and how do we... Now I need to just, sorry, Juan, would you mind putting my slides on? Thank you. So if we then think we want to do more with a film than just show it at festivals or on TV, and how do we do that? And how do we create the impact? And I think that exactly that beautiful impact staircase, the Wirkungstreppe, I think, and all these steps that you have already established, and an insight of how NGOs are thinking and what we can learn from them, and also implement that when we think, how actually do we go about our own impact strategy and how do we come up with it? And I think that that image that you had, that it's a circle, that you go out and you think, okay, so this is what we want to achieve, and then you try to, what are the means that you can do it, and then you go on and you find, okay, so now it's kind of, you know, the impact is kind of flowing out and it's doing something, and then you reevaluate, and then you probably, then you just start again, the whole thing. You do the next one, please. So I think what we just, with your perfect example of the 2-3 minute film just saw, is how empowering or how powerful storytelling is. And yes, this is, you know, we come from the documentary field originally, but I think that we are here because we are all storytellers and all different means. So the whole, if you see film, that means also a theater play, that means a brochure, and then hopefully agency soon. That also means that, you know, we've got all these other, we have a transmedia project, we have a VR project. That means all this, yeah? So how do we get inspired, and how do we actually put our projects out there? And that for that we need a strategic mind. And when we go back to the fact that filmmakers, storytellers in general, are thinking about how to get their stories out, this is not usually the thinking that we are yet accustomed to. Definitely not in Germany. When we look to the US, if we look to UK, if we look to Scandinavia, but all, you know, that's just Europe, that's where we are, but also, I mean, there are amazing stories from across the world where films have gone a long, long way, and we are lucky actually to have Valentin here, who is going to have his story tomorrow. But so how do we go about creating that impact? And it all starts with the compelling story, and then we want to create awareness for the subject that we are telling. And from that awareness, again, we go out to wanting to do something with that awareness. How can that be turned into action? And so we need to, as storytellers, we need to look at partners who can help us get there. Can you do the next slide, please? Thanks. So we need to identify a couple of things, and I think the impact staircase is a really, really good, it's also a good means of how you can approach this. So because we need to see, like, okay, so what are the key issues, and what is the message of my film? What change goals and organically lead from this narrative, and so on. So, as Beadie also said earlier in her talk, is we cannot assume that we always want to talk to the whole world. That's a very brave goal, but I think we should start with something which is achievable, which is much closer to home. So identify our audience and start there, and from there we can build as we go into this circle that Elias was talking about. You can read that for yourselves, but what I find really interesting is that how is my story relevant in the current situation? And I think that's also the NGOs' work, what they also constantly need to ask themselves, like, how is our work, how is it really important? Is it important, and how can we get it out there? And what next? Exactly, and how we get it out there, we need the partners. And this is what we're here for in the Climate Story Lab, is to see who are the like-minded ones, the allies that we can go to, and find common goals. And I think from what I understood from meeting with Elias a couple of days ago to already prepare for this session is, so how do you actually approach these organizations? And I think they're very much open to it. And we just need to find a common language, that you need to know where your prospect partner is coming from, what their goals are, and how does your own story fit in there, and how can you align? And how can they help? Sometimes it's monetary help, but a lot of times it's network. They can get you to audiences, they can organize a lot of things. Sometimes it's, very much like, okay, we produce, I don't know, phones. You need phones for your campaign, all right, we give you some phones. That has happened. And there are some really beautiful examples of what, now I'm coming from the documentary film world, of course, I have most examples in the documentary films, but there's amazing things what films have done. For example, company I worked for and still work for many years, we co-produced a film called The Borneo Case. And the Borneo case is about the illegal logging of Borneo, the Malaysian part of Borneo. And the filmmakers set out to, they just filmed because there was so much happening. And it started with an activist who went into the jungle and saw that the Penan indigenous group who are living there, that they were robbed of their homelands. So what we were talking about earlier with Juan and Tonny is that, you know, just people coming in and robbing their grounds. And then they saw like, so they went with the money, and that led to the Prime Minister, and that led to now a very big scandal, which is called the 1MDB scandal. And this film didn't cover the entire journey, but it did help to, and it was used by partners like Transparency International and by Fri Ot, which is a Norwegian organization, to make people aware what is happening. This is not all the way in Borneo. This is also happening here because the Prime Minister just had about, I don't know, he had $960 million on his personal bank account. And where is that money coming from? It's definitely not his salary. And they traced it down, and it's shown in the film. And that really is helping so that people understand what's going on, and they are likely to take action. I mean, I know that the Deutsche Bank was heavily involved, and I immediately quit my Deutsche Bank account. And from when I was on the phone with the people there, because they tried to convince me that I had to stay with my bank account, I told them, listen, your morale sucks. I can't stay with this bank. And they were like, yeah, you know, I heard this before. It's like, maybe. So it is powerful. We can do something. So then we come to the 4 dynamics, which is a little bit what you were talking about, but from the storytelling kind of perspective, is how do we change minds? The changing behaviors, the building communities, and the changing structures. That's all what we somehow know that we can initiate when we reach the right people. It is possible. And it's very, I think, as definitely as documentary filmmakers, but I'm sure that you other brilliant storytellers also, there's always something you want to, you know, we're idealists. We want to do something with this work that we're doing. We want to know that this has meaning. I think that's why, you know, using our storytelling to get to other communities that we haven't reached before is just something that connects us as humans, and I think a big part of the population actually wants to do good. And yeah, I think that's amazing that, for example, you have got a very powerful woman who is also putting her money into a lot of 93 different NGOs. Amazing. Good. I think that's good. I think that's a good, that's a good achievement that we can actually, you know, have resources also coming from different sources than just in filmmakers, storytellers, kind of perspectives from government funds or something. I think it needs to be also that the civil society knows that they can get engaged as well, which what they can do directly. Can we have the next slide, please? So this is one of the complicated things that we have as well. Elias, it's not just you. So we start on the left with a film, which I already said. It was, you know, having a compelling story. Doesn't need to be film, sorry. But having a compelling story is the beginning of everything. If you don't have that, then it's very difficult to create impact. And so then on the top you see, what can I do? And then there are the key messages, and then there's something, it gets very small. But in the end, it gets out to the strategic plan that you need, which is really so important. If you don't have that, then you don't know what you're doing. And who is going to do this work is a very vital question, because someone has to do it. And sometimes the filmmakers are just busy with their filmmaking, and they are not the strategic minds necessarily. So look for who can do that in your team. And that's what it says there in the middle, the team. And then when we move down, we have, how do we resource this plan? Exactly. So that needs to be coming from somewhere. And then, of course, the next one is the whole distribution part. Where do I go? Do I do screenings in communities, for example? Can I do that? Is that how I want to get my film out? How do I get the awareness? And please, sorry if I always say film, that's because that's where I'm coming from. I mean all of you, okay? And so then in the end is the evaluation. How can I prove it? And I think that I'm going to look at what Phineo is doing and see how you evaluate. There are measures how you can evaluate what kind of changes you can actually create and do. Let's go to the next slide, please. Exactly. So you have your amazing navigator, the social, what was it? The social impact navigator, exactly. So what we have is the impact field guide. And and on there you can, it's in different languages, English obviously, but we also have Spanish, we now have Arabic, and we have Portuguese. I know we're working on French, for example. And in that field guide, you can also look at all the examples that how impact campaigns have worked for documentary films. It's all for free. It's impactfieldguide.org. It's a great toolkit that I also go back to often. Yeah. I think that's some really clever people. And I just wanted to say, when we storytellers think about impact, we often look a lot to the US or to the UK, and that's to do with a very with a necessity out of which impact producing has been born, and that is that, for example, in the US, broadcasters didn't really give any money to documentary filmmakers. And I don't know how it is with theater or with journalists and so on, but I'm sure there are definitely parallels. And so the filmmakers were forced to look for the financing from other sources. And they obviously thought, who can have an interest in what I'm doing with my film that I want to bring out? And so that's how this whole impact producing basically started out of a necessity. And now, in Germany especially, we are still quite fortunate that we have strong government support, but also here it's getting less, and also we think that our stories can travel much further than, for example, the broadcaster. But now I've also talked a lot. I think let's have some questions. Let's have your ideas. Any questions from anyone? I know there's been quite a lot. We'll do some group work later on at the end of the day. The brilliant Merit who's going to help me. Yes, thank you, Valentin. Perfect. You've done it.
Thank you. I just want to grab the occasion and ask you, I mean, I heard about this from the US that has been, the impact of films has been measured. Is there any example in Germany so far? And could that translate in the financing of such a campaign or the next campaign of this filmmaker, this would be an idea that would help us a lot, because we usually struggle. We have money for the production, and then there is the cinema people that bring the film out, but in between there is a big gap, and that's our problem.
Yeah, from my side, I can say that also this invitation today here for me and for us is also a bit novel, because Phineo definitely has not been much in touch with documentary filmmakers or this area. And yeah, to my knowledge, there isn't. I don't personally know an example, but I can just speculate. It would be speculative. But I think it would probably be, if you can recruit volunteers, for example, who do after screening questionnaires, and maybe get people to even sign up with an email, do a few weeks later another questionnaire. What is often we get told many times and feedbacked that, like Vivian was saying, that the NGOs are often more than happy if someone would approach them, with the artistic skill and filmmaker skill to do something. Similar actually for bachelor and master and even PhD students. Students are eager to, write about something that matters and do something that really is of meaning. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but many people, me included, my bachelor master thesis, it was fascinating, but didn't change anything. And yeah, so if you go in touch with universities, you can get free labor maybe, and people who support you in these kind of monitoring and evaluation tasks, which otherwise, I agree, are hard to finance.
Yeah.
Hello,
Sheila.
My question is...
I think you need to come a little closer to the mic. Okay. Then we can hear you. Yeah.
So my question, can you hear me now?
Yes. Perfect.
So this may sound a bit provocative, and it is not in any way intended to diminish or downplay or dismiss the incredible achievements of people who've made extraordinary films around the world. But I noticed that Phineo is talking about heroes' journeys, okay? And from the perspective of somebody who sees a lot of these films, in the end, you do start to get a little weary. And a lot of these films, you kind of think, okay, I've read the 2-sentence synopsis. I sort of know what this film is going to be about, and I sort of can imagine it when I lie back in the bath in the evening. And I'm not sure I really want to watch it because I kind of feel I've seen it already. And I think this is a real problem with some of these films, that we tend, because we're in the habit, this is what we've seen, this is the model that we've seen. People often do kind of make that sort of film over and over again. And if people think they're familiar with it, they will switch off. So I guess my question is, have you got other models other than heroic people taking on insuperable powers and battling through, of films that actually were made in a different way, with a different mindset, and were equally effective because they were perhaps a bit surprising and a bit original?
Yeah. Good question. How do I answer that one? I think, yes. I think what I said earlier is that also the storytellers need to come out of their bubble and also address people in a different way. I think that's very true. We've stayed a long time in our own bubble as well, and I believe in platforms like this, where so many great minds come together, that we can learn from one another and we get different insights, and that helps us hopefully to also tell different stories, or stories in a different way that addresses others as well. Because it doesn't always help if you just preach to the converted already. That's where we've been already since the last 20 years. I think what we need to do now is we need to step it up. And we need to take, questioning yourself, putting the mirror in front of you is never easy. But I think you can only learn from it. And I think you're very right, we need to do that. And I think the magic word also is a little bit the co-creation. I really believe in that. It's not an easy way, by far not. But I think there are some really interesting ideas in there. Thanks. Yes. Hi.
Yeah, to further elaborate on this point, which I think is very true.
I think the film we just see was a good example that there might be, I mean, it's just a thought, but sometimes I have the feeling if we focus so much on the impact, there's a risk of simplifying the story, right? For example, right now in the film, the topic of forced marriage was super simplified. It's obviously way more complex than was shown in this film. Though for the people who are like addressed in this movie, like people who would be like a risk group to be in a forced marriage, the message works. Though it entails the risk of like Islamophobic, xenophobic stereotypes about like Middle Eastern communities. So I think this is like the tension, right? Of like having an impact, hence really cutting it down, making the elevator pitch, like my story is about X, Y, Z. But the story is never simple. It's always way more complex. So this is like just a thought I have, right? That sometimes I think, because I'm also a storyteller, and sometimes I have the feeling it might be more important to focus really on the story than think about all the impact all the time and about your audience, because it always entails the risk of simplifying the story.
Yeah, I think without a really compelling story, you will not get much further than just showing it, but then not much might happen with it. No, I agree. I mean, yes, no, not simplify the story. Let's tell the stories that we really want to tell.
I agree, and I also totally understand your point, and I see that point as very valid as well, but I would definitely, I really understand like that for the cinematic, like before a big major movie and with expensive airtime in a cinema, that I think that's the choice that the editors and the filmmakers had to do at that point and had to make. And I think in this case, to really reach and illustrate that topic and reach the target group, it works much better than like a shorter or even longer one, but which is just text, you know, or maybe someone talking into the camera and explaining the problem. But yeah, I think there's definitely different perspectives on that. Yeah.
But I mean, if it did do that, these girls found this organization now.
Yeah, there was a rise in
exactly.
calls, and
so that's already
something.
Yeah. Caroline.
Yeah, I'd like to build on the two speakers before me because it addresses a tension I feel myself as well. On the one hand, when I'm working or thinking as an activist, then of course impact is basically the only thing that matters because that is what you're doing it for. But I'm also a human being, I'm an artist, I'm many other things. And my fear is that by only focusing on impact, we're reducing the value of something to only that. Whereas so many things that we do, being in communities, producing works of art, they have other values, I think, that are way beyond impact. And I feel it always has the risk of instrumentalization, maybe even up to manipulation. And I totally recognize the feeling of reading through descriptions of documentaries. And I have the feeling I've seen them all. I've worked in a human rights organization for 7 years. And it's, yeah. I'm wondering whether we should expand this discussion about impact to include other things, to really recognize that there is more to the world than impact.
Yes, good point. Thank you. I think that when we now elaborate impact is because definitely from what I can say from the documentary film world and in Germany in particular, this is quite new thinking. So obviously not every film is necessarily a very good material to do an impact campaign with. Of course not. And I'm not saying that every film should. But I think that there are some very beautiful examples out there that can have an impact. And the impact is rather maybe in this. It's just something that you get the film transports a message that we haven't used before. That's basically, and we are thinking about audiences that we haven't thought about before. And that's from a very basic point of view from documentary filmmakers in Germany. I know that other countries are beyond somewhere else, but not here. But I agree, it's not, the magic word is not always the impact. And of course there are beautiful films that are artistic films, or other storytelling examples that are artistic, and they have their own right to exist as well, of course. But if we get it back to climate, to the climate conversation, it's like, how do we actually do something with these stories that we have? We need to do something with them. We need to go out there and try something different, because we know that we've come so far, and now it's, well, we need to take the next step, I think, because we are running out of time. And that's why the emergency is. And I can see that Fridays for Future is standing there with another.
Question.
Please.
Sorry, I have so many questions today.
That's good. Please.
So I'm a climate activist, right? So I deal with disinformation, non-scientific, opinionated pieces all the time. And I was wondering, how could we create like a more credible standard within the documentary community? Because it used to be like, okay, I read a book about some author's opinion, and then I take that as gospel or fact. Then it's now, oh, I read it on the internet. And lately, I've seen it in a documentary, like case in point, Plandemic, don't watch it, or Michael Moore's last documentary, highly controversial. Is there any effort or thoughts about creating like a kind of a standard, or like a, I don't know, approved by Scientists for Future, or by the Potsdam Klima Institute or something, that to regain that credibility of these important documentaries? I'm not talking so much about social issues, because that's hardly definite science, but especially around the climate stories.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, to be honest, how many really, really good climate documentaries are out there? Yeah. There's not that many for such a pressing topic. I think that's also, I mean, I've made a series now, and we wanted to tell climate emergency through a different lens. And the broadcaster was constantly like, oh yeah, but that doesn't really fit into our format. Okay. So then you think about ways how to tell a different story, but then you're forced to go a certain route again. So with credibility, maybe that's just me, but I think that documentaries are very much needed in these times of fake news, because they are another form of facts, fact-telling. But they are, you think they are... Fake documentaries. Well, they've been around forever, but yeah, I mean, yes, maybe there needs to be an institute for that. I don't know. Good thought. We can elaborate. Okay. Last question. We're already over time. Thanks.
Just one comment up front and then a question. I come from a science background, and I would also argue we do a certain kind of storytelling in terms of the story of the planet, or in social science, the story of the people that are impacted by climate change, for example. So that's also, I would say, a form of storytelling that's not documentary, but also vital. But my question really relates to unintended impacts, since we're talking about impact, and looking at some of the lists, for example, of the collaborators that Phineo works with, but also in terms of funding in general. I was wondering how, in terms of greenwashing, is that something we need to be concerned of? Because who funds? Obviously, funding is always an issue. But then, is there a process, for example, that you go through with Phineo that if Volkswagen comes to you and they want to invest in climate projects, you know, I mean, unintended impacts could then be greenwashing. They get to wash their hands clean. So how do we deal with that in terms of unintended impacts? I'd be interested in that.
Yeah, it's a super good question. Like, obviously, we often, like, it's not the first time I'm thinking or talking about this issue, because obviously, you also all know Susanne Klatten. She's the BMW, one of the biggest shareholders, and she has a private wealth that is just insane, like nobody has to own this much money. And Volkswagen actually also is a perfect example because they came to us and they wanted to reform their civic engagement strategy. So their, so basically they have a lot of money that goes into like social activities and engagement, always had. And I was also really in a, let's say, heated debate with our consulting chief who was in charge of that project and was telling her that I don't appreciate, I think it's bad that we work with them. But she managed to actually convince me because she said that before they asked us what the engagement of Volkswagen would always be, what the wives of the Vorstand, of the CEOs would want, which would be like some random maybe project often about horses, about some animal things, and it was really not impact driven, not like strategic and not really changing anything or much. And by the way that they asked us and we had actually the chance to shape their engagement, and like we had the chance to influence what the money, where it was going, and that it was actually maybe doing some actual good. And I mean the greenwashing, they had been engaged before and they still are. And similar with Susanne Klatten, like for her, it is, she doesn't, how you say, she doesn't put it on a big, she doesn't like, I'm like the English, she doesn't brag, like, it's not something you read about and she goes around, actually she's very low key, and that's also for me something which I in that way appreciate, that, I mean, yes, for her it's like 100 euros, it's not much, but still, this is definitely on our minds, but I think Phineo's approach, I think you can criticize it, but it's a pragmatic approach. I think it's a approach that really says, well, we can do and funnel money here and there, and of course we would never work together with arms traders or tank manufacturers. Of course we have limits, but with Volkswagen, like, this was something where I also was in the end convinced and was like, okay, this is a step where some good can be done, even if it's a terrible company.
So you would say the ends justify the means kind of thing, which is an approach that I can see why that would make sense. But I mean, there's people on all sides of this, I guess.
Yeah. No, it's definitely a very important question, and in the case of what you're just describing is, I think then in the end is hopefully that from the bottom up you can somehow change something in the company, which I think is always what we then would strive for, and see how we can get the foot into the door that way. All right, I think we need to wrap it. I'm already getting bashed here because we had too long. Thank you so much, Elias.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, okay. Then we move on to the next one, which is that we're gonna have the next 3 projects that will quickly introduce themselves. So I would like to ask the Climate Monologues, the Future Diaries, and the Camilla Plastic Ocean Plan to quickly introduce themselves to all of us. Shall we start with you, Michael? Perfect. You are all mic'd up. Great.
Hello, everybody. My name is Michael Ruf. I'm a writer and director of documentary theater plays. In the last years, I wrote and directed the Asylum Monologues, Asylum Dialogues, NSU Monologues, and the Monologues of the Mediterranean Sea. I'm also the founder and the managing director of the NGO Word and Heartbeat. This is my colleague, Muriel Schede. Of course, you can also approach her in the next days. The centerpiece of Word and Heartbeat is a network of several hundred actors and musicians. With this network, I have performed my plays 800 times in more than 250 cities. And the project grows constantly, actor by actor, musician by musician, and performance by performance. In the autumn of next year, my new play will premiere, the Climate Monologues. The Climate Monologues will tell stories of people who are affected by climate change and who are fighting climate change. I first will do a few dozen pre-interviews. I then decide on 3 to 6 interviewees and then do interviews with them 1 or 2 days. I then only shorten those interviews without changing or adding anything. Word by word theater. So the treasure of this work are those in-depth told human stories. Therefore, the climate monologues can also be the starting point of further spin-offs. These stories can also be told in other ways or can be combined with other forms of communication, such like a political lobby campaign, an art intervention, or a film, or many other things. How exactly, I would like to find out here together with all of you. Thank you.
Alex, are you ready? He's very much ready. Perfect.
Yeah, this is working. Hi. Hello, thanks for the invitation. I'm Alex Herman. I'm here with my colleague Julia Jochheim, and we're from the company Expanding Focus, and our project here is Future Diaries, which is a story world which plays from now till the year 2060. And in this world, utopia and dystopia are living side by side. So it's set in a world which is very close to this one, so it's a plausible future. And in the verge of climate catastrophe, there has been a Mars colony built. The capitalistic system is still run in a very agile way, and they are kind of trying to get people to still keep in the real by promising them a ticket to Mars. There's the Chinese system, which I didn't have to invent for the story world, which is existing, the Sesame credits. But our heroes are mostly from a part of a group called the White Noise, which was a hedonistic hacker crew, and they built an algorithm or an artificial intelligence in the year 2022, which then allowed them, which distributes resources fair and equally among its users. And like the focus of our story will lay in like the 2050s, where we already have kind of 1 or 2 generations which have been living in a world or in a society where collaborativists' way of life is very common, and asking themselves different questions than us, maybe. And yeah, so we are working on a series, on a computer game, but as these things take a long time to get rolling, we also try to find a quicker way to get off the road, which is a graphic novel short series for Instagram, and that's also why we are here and want to elaborate a little bit more tomorrow and ask you questions how you think this could get off the ground. In a best case scenario, we really also want to connect real people in the real world through that narrative, as this artificial intelligence comes back from the future to connect us here to save the world in the future. Somehow like this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. Now, Angelika, are you ready? I know, Corona. All yours.
My name is Angelika Böhm. I'm from the Film University Babelsberg. I'm originally a production designer. That means I make the locations for movies. And in 2015, I have founded the project Transmedia Storytelling, Camilla Plastic Ocean Plan. I have started a project because the worldwide media the problems of the environmental problems often in a way that makes us feel gloomy and hopeless, and consequently people ignore the facts. They escape in fantasy worlds or in dreams. And if movies tell about the future, they tell mostly dystopias. But what is with the world we would really want to live in, was my question. And the first step in my answer in this question is Camilla Plastic Ocean Plan. It's a fantasy setting backpacked by the expertise of the well-known Alfred Wegener Institute, Helmholtz Center for Polar and Marine Research. In 2015, I have made a fantasy painting in a design workshop with my students, and one of the students came to me, and it was an iceberg with an inventor workshop inside. And one of my students came to me and I said, "You have to learn more about the garbage patches." And in 2015, I didn't know something about the garbage patches, but I have felt that the students, as the young people, have been very much affected by this kind of theme. And so I started to develop a story about Camilla and the garbage patches and the iceberg. And the first version was horribly boring, so I started to be looking for a script writer. I have found a professional script writer. And in the meantime, more than 100 students, alumni, and professionals are involved in the project. And transmedia storytelling means we use the story about Camilla as the red line, and several artists create artworks to several locations or several moments in the story. And it's also a kind of artistic research in transmedia storytelling itself is artistic research, and we have a kind of technological research. How can we use VR for production design? At the moment we make tests with a Mozilla hub, and we have made a 360-degree fiction movie which has also cuts and jumps inside. And these are different formats for different parts of the story. And until now, the first 3 parts are opened. The first part...
Angelika, you're going to do the whole pitch?
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, okay.
Leave that for Thursday.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, so my question inside for this Climate Story Lab is how to bring such a project to an audience and where to find a place to open the next rooms. So
exactly. Thank you so much. Perfect. Exactly. So we're really looking forward to the next days when we go into the nitty-gritty of these amazing 6 projects. For now, we'll have a short, it's more like a 12-minute break. We'll be back here at past, also you online people. And then we will continue with art, activism, and climate with the Yes Man, with Peng Collective, and then we go into breakout sessions with XR as well and Fridays for Future. So, lots to do. Let's get a coffee. See you in a bit.
Hi, Andy. This is Leonie. Oh.
Hi.
Gaat lekker.
Ik geloof dat we nu in de post-lunch dip zitten. Oh, ik ben wel aan. Hallo.
Hello, hello, hello. Yes, the microphone works. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can take your seats so that we can continue our discussion about climate change storytelling, about impact, about documentary films. And I have to admit, it was a very, very interesting morning session today. Next to me, our next guests are Caroline ter Wild. She is ter Wind. She's Dutch, which I really appreciate because I'm Dutch myself. And on screen will join us Jacques Serven, also known as Andy Bichelbaum, one of the Yes Men. He is one of the Yes Men. The other one, Igor Vames, also Mike Bonanno. He cannot join us today, so we'll deal with Jacques, which I don't think is a problem. Well, Caroline, since you're here and Jacques is not yet. Oh, there you are. Wait, now I can see you. Is it possible to have him on that screen? Hi. Hi there, how are you? Good to see you. I just did a short introduction, Jacques. You're more than welcome. Okay, you did, okay. Well, welcome all the way from the United States. Must be difficult times for you right now.
Yeah, terrible. Really frightening. Frightening, but hopeful.
Hopeful? Why? He's out of the hospital.
At least, fingers crossed.
Okay.
That's terrible, right? I'm not supposed to say that.
I thought it, so, and I started it, I'm sorry. Next to me is also Caroline ter Wind. She's from Peng. Peng is an organization that's kind of secretive. Maybe you can tell something about it, Caroline.
Yeah, basically we're a collective of activists. And what we do is actions, campaigns, any idea that comes to our mind and we think it's worthwhile doing it, we just do it. And the idea is that it combines humor, that it does something that hasn't been done before, that it possibly breaks taboos, and that it shows many people what could be possible if we only dare to do it, to go out there, and yeah.
But you have a background, as far as I understood, at the ECCHR, and then you decided to really change your trade, I would say.
Yeah.
What happened?
What happened? Well, I guess I've changed trades multiple times already. I was an academic for a while, published books. Then I decided I wanted to be more in the real world. So I worked as a human rights lawyer at the European Center for Constitutional Human Rights for 7 years. And then I felt I wanted to break out of the straitjacket of the law and the language of the law. And see what other possibilities there are. So I ventured out in a more artistic world, which gives more freedom of expression, and also to make things more personal, to stop only performing as an expert and talking the language of experts, but to start talking more back as a human being about what's essential in life.
And what is Peng then? You're a member of Peng.
I'm a member of Peng, one of the things I do. And with Peng, it was, for example, possible to do a project where I spoke with the CEOs of big companies, asking them about their vision for the future, a future beyond capitalism, a future where we have not growth in the economy, but something else, a possibility that I think Corona actually put before us, that it is possible to change the economic system drastically if only we just do it, if politicians dare to have that conversation with
the leaders of big companies in society. And what we did by basically faking a website and pretending to be a federal agency of the government, we had those conversations with these economic bosses, so to speak, and it showed it's possible. It's possible to talk about a world without capitalism. It's possible to talk about the absolute urgency of the climate crisis that needs us to change right now. And if we can do it as ordinary citizens, why is the government not doing it? So that's basically what we showed with our action to pose that urgent question.
How did you become a member of Peng, or is that not? You're just Peng, or you are a member, or how does it work?
It's basically sort of a loose collective, and I joined because someone asked me to join, and for any particular action, more people join depending on the kind of skills that we need. So for this particular action, there were a lot of people involved in the video that we made, so it's...
Can you show an example of your work? Do we have something here?
I have.
Because that maybe would clarify a lot as well.
I hope it would. I have a 3-minute selection of a video that we produced this summer, where you will see me speaking with CEOs.
Yeah, we're waiting for the clip, Jacques. Don't worry. Oh, it's there.
Hat für mich eine Website gebaut, in der Peng sich als Bundesamt ausgibt.
Und es ist wirklich so einfach, mit denen in Kontakt zu treten?
So, sagte Fries, könnten wir vielleicht besseren Zugang zu den Unternehmen bekommen.
Ja. Oh, jetzt bin ich richtig aufgeregt. Und tatsächlich, wir bekamen direkt am nächsten Tag den ersten Telefontermin. Das war so einfach, dabei war die Website noch nicht mal gut gemacht. Liebe Kolleginnen aus dem Journalismus, liebe PolitikerInnen, das, was in den folgenden Telefonaten besprochen wurde, dürfte Sie brennend interessieren. Denn wir haben mit den obersten Chefs geredet, mit den CEOs, die unsere Wirtschaft bestimmen. Leute, deren Terminkalender wahrscheinlich höher ausgelastet sein dürfte als die des Weihnachtsmanns zu Weihnachten. Als angebliches Bundesamt für Krisenschutz und Wirtschaftshilfe durften wir mit ihnen reden.
Die KollegInnen riefen bei Rhön Klinikum, Asklepios und Helios an, die zu den größten Unternehmen im privaten Gesundheitssektor gehören. Und bei Vonovia, dem größten Immobilienkonzerns Deutschland.
Oh, this was it, I guess.
There will come a next section that I selected.
Okay.
He will start the...
Wenn man an die Verantwortung für die Zukunft unserer Gesellschaft denkt, kommt man an folgendem Bereich nicht vorbei: dem Energiesektor. Der größte Player unter ihnen ist RWE und die setzen gerade voll auf erneuerbare Energien. Laut Medienberichten könnten sie über 2 Milliarden Euro für den Kohleausstieg bekommen. Das Prinzip der freien Marktwirtschaft läuft in etwa so: Die Unternehmen setzen so lange auf Technologien, die nicht zukunftsfähig und umweltschädlich sind, bis sie Gelder vom Staat verlangen können, diese umzubauen. Rolf Schmitz, der Vorstandsvorsitzende von RWE, hat natürlich auch mit uns, dem Bundesamt für Krisenschutz und Wirtschaftshilfe, telefoniert und wollte bei dieser Gelegenheit auch noch Geld für seinen neuen Hype, den Wasserstoffmarkt.
Also wenn man schon sehr viele Mittel in die Hand nimmt, dann würde ich im Sinne der Modernisierung und im Sinne der Energiewende, also CO2-Vermeidung und Ähnliches kommendes Thema Wasserstoffwirtschaft natürlich stark in den Vordergrund rücken, weil es keine andere Möglichkeit zur Dekarbonisierung der Wirtschaft gibt.
RWE war echt der Endgegner. Einfach ein Riese, der die Politik weitestgehend in der Hand hat. Das Gespräch war eine echte Herausforderung, da Herr Schmitz unsere Kollegin mindestens 10-mal unterbrach. Aber eine Sache wurde ganz klar: Es gibt 3 Dinge, die ihm wahnsinnig wichtig sind: Wachstum, Wachstum, Wachstum.
Aber dass wir trotzdem jetzt umlenken sollten. Und daher ist die Frage, so bei den Schlüsselunternehmen hier in Deutschland, ob Sie dabei
Nein, das
wären.
wird auf keinen Fall funktionieren. Also das halte ich für ziemlichen Unsinn, was Sie da suggerieren, weil wir werden nur mit Technologien und mit Wachstum auch daraus heraus in die Zukunft weiterkommen können. Also wer glaubt, dass wir uns alle gegenseitig die Haare schneiden und Ähnliches und dass es damit dann funktioniert, nee, das wird überhaupt nicht funktionieren.
Genau, trotzdem bleibt die Frage, ob jetzt nicht eine historische Chance ist, die ganze deutsche Wirtschaft neu zu gestalten, zu sagen, dass der Kapitalismus, wie wir ihn kennen, wird so nicht weitergehen können, wird durch etwas Neues ausgelöst werden, dessen Gestalt wir noch nicht kennen, aber den wir jetzt zusammen formen können und wo wir gerne große Unternehmen, die Schlüsselunternehmen Deutschlands gerne mit dabei hätten.
Das wäre ein absolut historischer Fehler und ich würde mich vehement mit allem, was ich kann, dagegen aussprechen.
Ja, okay, RWE Schmitz kennt nur ein einziges Modell, Wachstum und neue Technologien. Aber eins muss man ihm lassen, er setzt auf Erneuerbare. Da hat RWE dazugelernt. Aber obwohl er auf Staatsgelderkosten lebt, sagt Schmitz:
Ich habe noch nie erlebt, dass Politik die Wirtschaft gestaltet hat. Das wäre ein einmaliges Experiment.
Überlassen wir ihn mal der Politik.
So an approach with humor.
Absolutely. And he was the most difficult to talk with. There were others that were actually quite open. He also spoke with a meat company, and he said, you know, if the politics will decide that there should be a veggie day, we'll do it. If the politics decide that we have to produce vegetables, it's fine. We'll just throw peas into our machines and we produce vegetables instead. So it was very clearly that there were actually different ways to respond. And in the beginning, when I spoke to him about, like, you know, we need to go beyond capitalism, that part he totally took. It was the moment where I started to talk about degrowth and the fact that we cannot have all electric cars in the same number that we have ordinary cars right now. That is where he started to push back. And,
okay, interesting. Reminds me a lot of what the Yes Men are doing. Jacques, can you tell something about your work that you're doing together with Mike? Or Igor?
Yeah. We, oh boy, I hear myself. It's okay though. Yeah, wow, it's so disorienting. I'm gonna turn my audio off for a second. Yeah, what we do is, in a kind of meta sense, we find tricks and jokes to play in order to get media attention for important issues, for important campaigns, and in order, theoretically, to make change. So we're best known for infiltrating conferences, for example. We used to infiltrate a lot of corporate conferences, maybe 10 or 20 of them, and we spoke as leaders of industry, representatives of big companies, as Exxon, the U.S. government, Dow Chemical Corporation, etc., at conferences, and gave talks that we thought were illuminating in all the wrong ways often, and sometimes in the right ways. Sometimes we would present the companies as they should be, but usually we would present them as they really were, just maybe using a prop or something tasteless to communicate what really is the point. And the point of that was, to make people laugh, obviously, and we made movies out of that. We're currently working on our 4th movie, very slowly for obvious reasons right now, but that was one of the things. The core point of it, though, for the last, well, forever actually, ever since we started, was to support campaigns for change.
There were 3 films, the Yes Men Fix the World, and the Yes Men are revolting. Well, the Bob Powell's story was, of course, a huge story with Dow Chemicals. I don't know if you haven't seen these films, try to find it on, I think they're on YouTube. You will find them anyway. And they're extremely funny, but they're also very serious in a way. And I think you accomplished a lot there. What are you doing, Jacques?
Our movies are streaming on our website right now, so you can just go to theyesmen.org and find the movie section, and they are all there.
While watching these films, but what you said about change, we were talking a lot about impact here just before. Do you really think that you change people or people's thoughts or people's behavior or the world or?
Possibly. Obviously I think so, or I wouldn't be doing it. The question is how fast and how much. And in normal times, like I would say, you guys are living in roughly normal times-ish with a few problems. I think it makes sense to push creative activism further, to push activism in creative new directions, and to do things that other people haven't done, in order to get attention from not only journalists, obviously, to cover the issue, but just people who receive the information, either on social media or through journalism. It's like, if you can surprise people with a novel approach, they'll probably, there's a chance, I think, that they will pay more attention to the actual underlying issue. If you surprise people, if you find a new way in other than just saying the truth again and again and again, you can find a new way into their heads through humor, through trickery, through jokes. But it's a wild card. It's a question mark how well it works, how much it works. Yeah, I think nobody knows how anything works. Like, protests work to a degree to create coherent community. They don't necessarily work to change public opinion, though sometimes they seem to. So I don't think any of this is science, and you might as well be creative. I think it's very important and very valid. And all the social movements ever have used extremely creative techniques to achieve change. Like, we've got a website in partnership with another organization called Actipedia.org. You can go to Actipedia.org, and there's like thousands of creative actions, and in in one of the sections on that site, you can actually see some of the most effective actions in history, like the Salt March by Gandhi was a tremendous creative action, incredibly clever in retrospect, and the list is endless. Right now, though, in the US, it doesn't make sense, I think, to think too creatively about change. It's, at least, I don't think so. I think there are things that really are proven to work, and that's what we need to do right now in the US, because it's a purely electoral problem. Like, the place for creative activism is, I think, when you're hoping to make change beyond the immediate, beyond the concrete, like getting a potential dictator out of office before he can become an actual dictator. I think it doesn't work for that too well. I think then you have to actually use nonviolent resistance of all sorts, as well as simply electoral methods to, yeah.
Right now, that's absolutely for sure. But so you don't think that it will, the humor you use, the hoaxes you use, you don't think it will work anymore right now in the States, as far as I understand?
Not until November, and then in November it'll be important again, because we'll have a new president. I'm knocking on wood, and we will have someone to pressure. I think the kind of stuff we do and that social movements often do is pressure, and that doesn't work on somebody like the madman in the White House right now. That just doesn't work. Not to insult mad people, but this one is a dangerous one. And yeah, it doesn't work. You can't influence or pressure somebody like this. You can pressure Biden or somebody like that, and that's how all the great changes have been made. I watched a wonderful movie last night called All In, about the Voting Rights Act and how that came about. And President Johnson, who implemented the Voting Rights Act in the United States, which said everybody has the right to vote, basically. He told civil rights leaders who asked for it that he just didn't have the power to do it. And he was right. He didn't have the power to do it. He had just passed another act. He didn't have the power to do it. So they talked to each other and said, we're going to give him some power. And they went back and they did a bunch of nonviolent resistance and creative tactics of various sorts that really disrupted things. The Edmund Pettus Bridge crossing, and that sort of tactic worked to push Johnson in the direction he needed to go. But Johnson was already basically on their side. So that's what we need. We need a president who's basically on our side. We don't need him to be great. We just need him to be basically on our side. And that's where a lot of activists, I think, kind of make the mistake of bemoaning, you know, the situation where we have a centrist Democrat, you know, rather than Bernie Sanders. Okay, yeah, maybe it would have been better with Bernie, but for people like us. But it doesn't really matter. It's not where the power comes from. The power comes from people pressuring.
Caroline, can you reflect on this? What do you think?
I think what is important is to look at what your role is going to be, either within a social movement or within society. I think what the Peng Collective does with its actions is sort of playing the role of a jester, like a joker, that can ask inconvenient questions, that can unmask power, that can break taboos, that can ask a movement, hey, are we on track? Are we actually going for the right goals? Are we ambitious enough? Should we be more ambitious? So it's like this inconvenient outsider that is pricking needles. And I think a movement and a movement for change needs different kinds of actors. So maybe some people are the experts and other people have another function. And I think with this kind of creative actions, it's excellent for performing this function of looking, are we on track? And are the powerful as beautifully clothed as they pretend to be? Or, as this project showed, basically their idea of solving climate change is to have more teleconferences because that's what Corona showed us we can do. And that was the most innovative that they could come up with. And to show something like that, to unmask that they don't have any vision of where they're going, I think that's a very important role to play.
I understand. I just got a sign that I only have a couple of minutes left. So please, if you have a question for Caroline or for Jacques, the microphone is here. Don't be afraid, don't be shy. Nobody's going to bite you. Nobody. No questions. Jacques, I heard you have a kind of masterclass after this, I understood.
Oh, here? Yeah. Yes, a Zoom.
You're going to do a tip from the Schneider? What's that in English? No idea. Oh, from the veil. Off the veil.
What?
That is not English, obviously. Just tell us a little bit about what you're going to do in your Zoom meeting.
Oh, I thought we would just brainstorm, you know, and show what we're doing. You know, with the Yes Men, we're kind of trying to become also a training organization, a teaching organization where, you know, we've worked with NGOs for decades to kind of, you know, as Caroline said brilliantly, you know, be jesters for the movement. And the what we're doing is adding to that also a teaching kind of module thing where people can actually learn, you know, more in depth about the kind of work that creative activists have done, and we craft an action with an NGO, with students, with whoever wants to participate. So I'll probably go over some of that.
Is it the Yes Men School?
Yeah, we're calling it the Trickster Academy to kind of debrand, you know, remove the Yes Men a little bit, because we're not, you know, the Yes Men we've been doing, we're known for one kind of thing, and there's so many interesting things that we haven't done. And last year we did several actions that were completely new to us. We started a bit of an invisible theater in Tanzania. We did a zombie march in Cape Town. We worked on some suffragizing in Belfast, things that we absolutely have never done. So it's more interesting for us to kind of expand and think broader.
Question here, please.
I come from England, and I'm sorry.
Can you go close to the microphone? Thank you.
I'm Sheila Heyman. I'm British, and I'm sorry. And I've been saying that for 4 years. I thought it would stop, but it doesn't. In England, as you know, we have a very long tradition of satire, and we have lots of satirists, and we have an amazing organisation called Led by Donkeys, which does some sort of similar things. However, as we know from history, satire has not actually stopped often has not stopped dictators coming to power. They hate it. They hate to be laughed at. We all know that people who have no sense of humor and inflated egos and are narcissists hate to be laughed at. And in a sense, it just inflames both them and their supporters, or there's a danger that it will just inflame the anger of make them feel that they're being belittled and humiliated, because since they often have an underlying fear of being humiliated and of being shown up to be stupid, it in a sense reveals their deepest weaknesses and therefore can be potentially counterproductive. So I just wondered what you both have to say about that. I mean, I think what you do is absolutely fantastic, and I wouldn't want you not to be doing it, but I just wonder whether that's something that plays into your considerations.
Caroline, can you react to this?
I think you're right. And I think there is an analysis to balance that you need to do, because whereas it might inflame and make the people that you target feel more humiliated, it might make the people that are usually oppressed or discriminated or marginalized by these people feel strengthened in actually being able to stand up to those people. And I think it depends on whichever impact you think is going to be stronger or more valuable.
Jacques?
Yeah. No, I completely agree too. I think it's, the role of this kind of activism is to kind of highlight things that aren't highlighted enough. Besides, encourage your side, which I think is cheerlead. It's a very valid role of poking holes in it. And when there's a full-on dictatorship, poking holes in that dictatorship is very important. And the great example of that is Akpor in Serbia, who brought down Slobodan Milosevic there in 2000, or who helped. They didn't do it alone, obviously, but it became a mass student movement. And they used a lot of jokes to make fun of the dictator and to humiliate him in the public eye and to poke holes in his power, what they call the pillars of support, by getting the pillars of support to crumble a little bit and finally wash away. They probably had a really big role to play in his destruction. Right now in the US, we're at a place where it doesn't make any sense because, besides cheerleading, the role is to, and people don't need to be cheerled in the United States right now. People are really motivated. The other role is to expose what's not known enough. So like NGOs might have campaigns to expose a certain problem, and it might be that, or there might be a problem with the Democratic Party once it wins that people need to know more about and pay more attention to. And right now, there's nothing like that. There's nothing that's not known enough. Everything is known in the United States by everybody. It just doesn't matter. We're not in a world where facts matter. So there's no point to exposing anything here. The only thing that matters is getting the potential dictator from becoming an actual dictator. And for that, there are tools like joining campaigns, making electoral videos that are tested rigorously. There's like all kinds of stuff that's been developed by people who enjoy that kind of work, which I don't particularly. But it's important to engage in those kinds of action when it's important to achieve an immediate political result, I think.
Well, Jacques, I wish you a lot of success there in the United States. Kick the men out of the house. Do your best. Also on behalf of us, on behalf of the whole world, I think. And Caroline, thank you for being our guest here. I love what you're doing, and I'm certainly going to see more of it. Lots of success as well in the future, and we'll be around here the next couple of days. Chuck will be on Zoom right now. Take care there in that horrible country of yours right now, and see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ellie. So just as a short explanation, now before I explain anything, thank you so much, Ellie, for moderating. It was a lovely way of, I really enjoyed the talk with all three of you.
Maybe one thing, the video is available on YouTube. If you Google for Klingelstreich beim Kapitalismus, with the subtitles you can see it. It's 20 minutes in full.
Repeat it again.
Klingelstreich beim Kapitalismus.
Klingelstreich.
Or the Peng website, you can find it as well.
Klimastreich beim Kapitalismus. Mein Deutsch ist immer besser.
So Chuck is going to be on Zoom in a moment, so if you want to join him, you have to go online. It's also for our online audience. We try to create some kind of hybrid version of a breakout session here. Then you have the opportunity to Caroline. I would suggest that we go downstairs in Studio 1 because we need to spread due to Corona a bit across like the premises. Then here in front of that computer, there will be the breakout session with Extinction Rebellion, Cleo and Juliana. And I would suggest that at the rear part of this area, the rear seats, you can just do a lovely Stuhlkreis. I don't know the English word for that. I never used it.
What?
Like putting the chairs in a cycle. Chair cycle. With lots of distance, just try to really keep the 1.5 meters in between. And then you have time to like really ask questions, start a conversation, and be open, learn from these amazing people who all do a wonderful job in their activism. So we will be back online after the breakout session, and thank you for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's lovely to have you all back. We are going to have an online guest for the next session who is already here. So if we could also see him up front, it would be lovely.
Brighton.
Thank you. And next to me, while we are doing that, next to me is Mage de Koning, who will be the host for this session and is the director of the Movies That Matters Film Festival in Den Haag, which is a human rights film festival as well, which is a bit older than we are, and they are showing outstanding documentaries and feature films, and are doing quite a lot of international networking, which is amazing. She will be able to approach her. I'm sure she's happy to tell you something about that. And now, as you're both on the stage, I'm going to leave you both the stage.
Okay, so hello, Brighton, how are you? I will introduce you in a sec. He's looking back. I'll talk not now about Movies That Matter, but you can always reach me, and I put some folders outside and go to our website. And I'm here for the next stage, you can always ask whatever. So, welcome, Brighton. You said life is so busy. May I introduce you? You're a US-based Zambian social entrepreneur, radio innovator, started when you were 14 years old only. You set up Kids Radio FM, climate activist, graduate of the Masters of Public Administration with Environmental Science and Policy from the Columbia University in New York. You received many, many awards, such as the Queen's Young Leaders Award from Queen Elizabeth herself, the Worldwide Fund Global President's Award, the Global Outstanding Young Persons Award from the Emperor of Japan, and his work is substantially development has been recognized by President nobody less but Barack Obama and Chancellor Angela Merkel. He believes in the power of empowered young people as a force for economic and social transformation. You're the Global Youth Ambassador for the Children's Radio Foundation, Youth Climate Ambassador for UNICEF. And what I thought was very remarkable at the end, you're saying in a video I watched on you, there is more power to young voices than the people in power. If they are not listening to you, you are free to roar. on that note, welcome Brighton. How are you?
Thank you so much, Reggie. I'm excited to be here today. Really glad that we are able to come together, be able to engage in productive dialogue. Despite being in New York City right now, I'm so excited that I could speak to people in Germany and also see all the beautiful faces. So thank you again. So excited to be here.
And how is life now? You're based now in New York City. How do you work now with the children's radio? Can you take me a bit into your busy, very busy daily life at the moment? The FM Radio Kids is involved. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, as you might know, I came to Columbia University for my master's in public administration with environmental science and policy. At the tail end of my training, then the coronavirus happened and I went into online classes like everybody else in the world. I completed successfully in May of this year, and because of the pandemic, I had to stay behind in New York City. And fortunately, I got an opportunity, a consulting opportunity to support the WWF Regional Director for Africa with strategic policy and thought leadership while based in New York City. With respect to working with young people in Zambia and the African continent, I have been providing strategic guidance, strategic support, and helping connect the north to south corridor. So bringing opportunities that exist here, innovations that exist in the global north, and using my experience in the global south to come up with more innovative solutions to our greatest challenges. So I also do offer trainings virtually. These are storytelling trainings, communication trainings to many young people in Zambia, South Africa, some parts of Asia. So I believe coronavirus and the digital world is enabling us to connect in a way never seen before.
And like in Zambia, so how many children do you reach, or how many? Let's put it differently. How many children are helping you? Are they making it themselves the radio shows now? How does that work? Could you move into that world? I mean, I think when you were like 14, you were like the Greta of Africa in a way, I suppose. Maybe you're helping now the new generation. But how does that mechanism work, and what are the topics they talk about? These two questions.
Collection of all
Excellent.
the
I'll take you a little bit back to my upbringing.
Everyone else, thank
and I
you
want
so,
to invite
so much,
everybody in the space to imagine two things.
Yes.
Imagine growing up in a community
Have a
where
over there in New York.
in times of drought, it's the young people, especially children like myself, who were forced to walk an extra mile to draw water. In times of floods, it were the young people like myself who were cut off from accessing education consistently because perhaps the bridge which connected my house to the school was washed away by the floods. But at the same time, we were faced with many other challenges. I grew up in a copper mining city, so predominantly the main economic activity was copper mining, gold mining, zinc mining, and other precious minerals. So sometimes we would see that the river upon which we depended for both fish as a source of protein, but also water to irrigate our crops, would from time to time experience pollution, where big mine investors would emit sulfuric acid and many other pollutants into the water bodies. It was communities like where I grew up, minority communities, that ended up facing the consequences, because if water is washed away and that's what you depend on as a form of livelihood, then it does impact both your physical well-being, but also your economic well-being for you to survive. So when I was about 14, I realized that each time we had to know what time it was, we would turn the radio on, wait for the announcer to say, it's now 10 o'clock, and would get ready to go to class. So radio was the most inexpensive medium of communication. It was also fun, listening to music, listening to sound pieces, listening to information being thrown into the mix. But at the same time, I realized that it was a very powerful medium of communication. Something, if harnessed, could bring about a ripple effect in terms of education, awareness, and action. Each time we had elections, I would see politicians use the radio in a way that would drum support for their campaigns. And I thought, why can't I use this medium to educate my community on these environmental challenges we are faced with? So then I went to the nearest radio station. And as a 14-year-old child, you write a letter in a very unprofessional way, send it to your radio station manager nearby. He opened it and he was quite intrigued to see a young person my age writing a letter with passion, speaking about nothing but the climate crisis that my community was faced with, but in a language that was more relatable, a language that most people could relate with. So to cut a long story short, I was given free radio airtime, and I started doing radio on a weekly basis, focusing on bringing the voices from the community. So I would go with a portable sound recorder to speak to people in the community. I would bring in the mayor, the councillors on my radio program to come and speak about the regulations and the policies at city level. But also I realized that we needed to also bring in the business community. And I would bring in proprietors of mining companies, proprietors in the extractive industry to come and speak on radio. So it was sort of face-to-face with the community. But also I would bring in the academia to come and break down scientific jargon into a language that people understood. So it was a well-rounded, comprehensive approach. So doing that made me realize that so many people, if given an opportunity to take action, are willing to jump on, because within 6 months of my programming, over 2 million people were listening on a weekly basis. People were calling in during live radio programming, explaining things that we never imagined, speaking about the challenges they were experiencing, and bringing forth innovative solutions to pollution, to alternative agriculture like hydroponics. They would speak about ways of growing food in a way that is innovative and sustainable. So that background made me become a climate and environmental activist at a young age, because then I started working with UNICEF to speak about these issues at a national level. I began speaking internationally, giving keynote speeches, but everything was based on my experience of growing up in a community where each time I was walking to school, I would actually breathe in the air that I could see, because the gray haze was too thick that sometimes it was harder to even see a few yards ahead of you. So that experience and the action of using radio started making both governments, the private sector, to come and think about not only market-based solutions to our environmental challenges, but also nature-based solutions. We saw the city coming up with green solutions of greening our city. We saw millions of trees being planted in the city, and we saw that so many young people wanted to get involved. So similar to Fridays for the Future, my approach now was, how can I do this at scale? Because it's okay to do something small scale in the community, but how could I scale this? And so many young people were like sending me messages, speaking to me on social media about how they could get involved. So that's how friends and I co-founded an organization that started training young people in radio called Agents of Change. And then I worked with the Children's Radio Foundation to now scale this work across 6 African countries, where we are now working with 1,200 young community radio broadcasters, young people that understand community nuances and bring out stories that both inspire but also challenge authorities to think about ways of solving our environmental crisis. And right now, I'm so proud to say that when I see kids who are 10 years old or 9 years old who got into our program, very shy, unable to express themselves, and now able to speak with confidence and running their own show. So it wasn't about Brighton being the person leading the way. It was about creating a coterie and cadre of young leaders that can be self-empowered to speak on their own. And that's how the journey has been so far. And it's exciting to always engage with young people globally, not only in Africa, but also in Asia, in America, to speak about these things that really matter the most.
I just say to the audience, if you have questions, just run to the mic. I can imagine, but you're an amazing speaker. So, you know, it's like a keynote in itself. It's incredible. The young people now, is it still only radio, or are they also extending to social medias and so on? Or is it really stick to radio?
That's a very important question, because with the way radio has evolved, we now have internet radio. And currently, 1,200 young people take to the airwaves on a weekly basis. And they speak about issues that go beyond the climate crisis. They are speaking about, of course, pollution. They are speaking about sustainable consumption. They are speaking about the relevance of protecting fresh water bodies. They are speaking about reducing carbon emissions by thinking about how we dress, how we consume resources. But most importantly, they're also speaking about human health. Right now, they're speaking about COVID-19 and how communities could protect themselves. So there's been a proliferation of different stories being talked about on the airwaves. They're also speaking about sexual reproductive health rights. They are speaking about ways of negotiating for safer sex. They are speaking about ways of holding our leaders accountable for utilization of public resources. So radio is being used in its traditional form, but also we are doing podcasting. On SoundCloud, they are on a weekly basis uploading hundreds of stories, but also social media such as Facebook broadcasting and Instagram live broadcasting is another approach they are using on a weekly basis. So as they go in studio, they are able to go live on social media, and many people that don't have access to radio are able to now be able to tune in using these social media platforms. But also I see that this is bridging that intergenerational gap in terms of information access, where we see every person, either young or old, being able to access this information. And I think it's quite critical, because if we think about behavioral change happens through a wide array of communication strategies. Radio, social media, as long as the message that we are trying to front load is common. And in this case, it's an agent message. Being born and raised in Zambia, I understand how it's very hard for a young person to focus on doing daily chores, such as working an extra mile to draw water at the expense of an education. That's the life that I experienced. Working an extra mile, discovering a bridge's way, and being unable to go to school. Those are challenges that are not only read about when we read about the graphs on how carbon dioxide is going to increase, greenhouse gases are going to increase, for us to live below the 1.5 degrees Celsius. To me, it was relatable, something that I was experiencing on a daily basis. And the excruciating challenges that came with it provided that push and boost to say, you need to do something. You don't just need to sit back, take a back bench, and only watch when the planet is now at its verge of collapse. And seeing women, smallholder farmers, being unable to grow crops on a daily basis, failing to send their children to school because they can't grow enough crops to send to the market because of pollution, because of the climate crisis, because of variations in the climate, provided a huge inspiration to say we can do something. We can think about innovative ways. But first of all, we need to educate. We need to break down this jargon that scientists are using to speak about the climate crisis, because then we're only speaking to ourselves. So the mission itself was, how can we speak to people that are at the periphery of the center? And these are women, marginalized communities, communities of color, people that are being impacted in ways never seen before, people that are failing to feed themselves. And already we see that over 30 million people in Africa are at the verge of experiencing food insecurity because of the coronavirus. But with information sharing, storytelling, I believe we could find alternative ways of taking action.
To coach you, because we have a question, and I really like to people to be able to ask you a question, because I think we can listen to you for hours and then listen to all the radio items. But here's a question from somebody from the audience. Yes, please.
Hi, I just wanted to know if you found it difficult to mobilize people in Africa compared to Europe, because I myself am from South Africa, and I know that even when we went through that really intense drought over the last like 4 or 5 years, I didn't really feel that people really saw it as like a climate issue, because they had almost different problems to deal with on a daily basis, such as gender-based violence or stuff like that, that was more pertaining to their daily life and impacted their daily life more than climate change in that sense. Yeah. So did you find it harder to mobilize people in Africa, or?
Thank you so much. That's a very important question. And I think those are the community nuances, which I find very critical when working with people on the continent. Over the last 10 years, when I've been working with young people, political leaders, business leaders, I've come to realize that it then boils down to, how are we packaging what we are communicating to the people? Because there are so many competing priorities in Africa, Zambia, South Africa, Nigeria, and so many other places. These competing priorities, such as food security, such as gender-based violence, such as disease, pandemics, Ebola and many other diseases, have been affecting the continent for a very long time. So then the climate crisis, if not packaged in a way that is more relatable with the people, becomes very challenging. And also there are other traditional underpinnings and barriers that might prevent these approaches from taking off. And I personally saw traditional barriers, other economic priorities, as an opportunity for me to test new strategies. So for example, using radio, which I felt was the most innovative approach, also led to now mobilizing in the community. When we speak about pollution, people would say, why can't we meet in the community and discuss these things in person? Then we started organizing in the community, bringing women, bringing young people, bringing leaders off the airwaves. So then it was a continuum of moving from radio to now going into the community and taking action, which is something I found very interesting, because it was now the people suggesting to say, well, if the reason why my sweet corn is not growing as it used to 5 years ago, if the reason why my vegetables are unable to grow because of XYZ, if the reason why I'm having respiratory conditions is because of pollution and the climate crisis, then I think it's something that I should take part in. So then it boiled down to packaging and how we were communicating. And I saw that when we started putting jargon in language, then people getting more engaged, and we started organizing in the community at national, and it was now a wave of hundreds and hundreds of people coming together to take action.
Okay, thank you so much. I have one question on a little bit of a different level. If you were saying on the VODs, and I know that from my television background, if you put things on VOD as you do with the children, how do you secure, like, is there a way to moderate that? Is it all, how do you deal with that to protect the children from it being misused or something like, which we know a lot, which is happening on the net? is it moderated by you, or are there people, are there guidelines, or how do you deal with that? Because I know with minorities that's can be a really big thing.
Absolutely. That's a very important question, Reggie. And I realized at an early age that ethics is very critical, ethics in broadcasting. So in our approaches of communication and media and working with children, one thing that we place at the pedestal is that of ethics, ethical leadership, and ethics in journalism and reporting. Being a self-trained broadcaster and in some way journalist, like many others would call me, one thing that I found most critical is reporting accurately, ethically, and honestly. So that's something that we also embedded at the center of our radio model. So when training young people in radio and other innovative communication for development strategies, we place ethics as part of the curriculum. So they learn what it means getting consent, withdrawing consent to broadcast. But also they learn that when you post online, you post to the world. What you share online is shared with everybody in the world. So we bring in digital citizenship and safety regulations and approaches. And because everything is youth-centered, everything is child-centered, we try to make sure that young people take part in the design, but also in the implementation of all the models. So we teach them to be confident enough and report in a more ethical way. And we do this by also providing quality assurance, by training mentors across radio stations who now support them as they work on advocacy activities. So everything is guided by mentors, but we also give children the ability for them to reason, realizing that they're active constructors of knowledge. But also we guide them by making sure that whatever information that is published externally is based on ethics and transparency.
On Instagram or whatever can happen, you need to protect them, obviously. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And
we make sure that we don't post content that might harm their well-being, but also everything is on a human rights and child rights based approach. Because I understand being a child when I started my advocacy work requires that everybody that you're working on is very decent, but at the same time, you're given the ability to express yourself and grow up in an environment that is conducive enough. And we are seeing big corporations profiting out of hate speech, profiting out of propaganda, profiting out of abuse on social media. And that's something that we desist. We have numerous campaigns beyond the climate that just speak about divestments in online platforms that perpetuate hate speech and abuse.
We sort of, this is the horrible thing about reality and time, that we're sort of nearly out of time. But how, I mean, I reckon I speak for everybody here. It's extremely inspiring what you're saying, and to work with youth on that level as you're doing is incredible. Is it possible for anybody here you can go to the radio shows, I suppose. Is that online, or you have to become a member? How does that work, just on a really practical level? So you can go to, obviously, Google you and find loads of information. But if I want to listen to the radio shows, what should I be doing?
Yeah, so you can go on SoundCloud, SOUND, Cloud, SoundCloud, and you can search for Children's Radio Foundation, and you'll see our content published. So we have thousands and thousands of content that we've published, and we have a huge following. So you can follow us, subscribe, and you can get notifications. Yeah, so that's the place where we post most of our work. So it's a repository for our work.
Thank you very much. Is there one question somebody really, really needs to ask, otherwise he can't sleep tonight? You can always, I think, find you some way, somewhere, somehow, for sure. I think it's incredible. Oh, are you still there or are you gone? Is he still with us? Brighton, can you hear me?
He's We are already having the next guest on the screen.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Dr. Julia Kim. Hello, we are, sorry.
Yeah.
We are switching.
I'll say properly goodbye to him in another way, on behalf of all of us.
Thank you so much, Mark.
Yeah.
So we are going a step further and we'll look into the psychology of the climate crisis. Please welcome with me on stage Stefan Lewandowsky, Dr. Julia Kim, who will join us on this computer, and Yes. Wonderful. That works perfectly. And there she is. So we are all set up, and lovely Vivian is going to moderating through this session.
Would you like to sit? Yeah, you want to? Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. That was a very quick shift. Oh, 1.5 meters, I'm so sorry.
And be careful, don't fall over.
Yeah,
off
all
stage.
good. Hi, Julia. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm looking to the right since you are to my right, which is funny because if I want to see you, then I look there.
Oh, that's the camera.
All the way from Vancouver. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm very, very happy to be sitting here with you two, so to speak, with Steve Lewandowsky, originally from Australia, and now... Since
lots of other places too. I was actually born in Berlin.
See?
Yeah.
Wow, welcome back to Berlin.
Buona Berlina.
Good. And Julia, you are originally from Canada, but are now in the beautiful country of Bhutan, where you are usually staying, not right now, but usually, where I had the pleasure to actually meet you in person about 2 years ago. I can't believe that it's already 2 years ago. But we filmed with her, and hence I got to know her a little bit, and we had an incredible time together. So hence I thought today is my chance to invite her to this very special panel that I'm very excited about, because I think that if we talk about the climate crisis, you know, I think the psychology of us humans is a vital part. How do we, that's actually already, should we dive right into it? And then I'll...
Yes, let's go for it.
Let's go for it, okay. Because we are creatures of comfort, and we don't take decisions in a factual way. We decide things on a very emotional way. Maybe that's more a question for you, since you are the more psychology.
I'm the psychologist, yeah. Well, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, some of the time people make decisions based on knee-jerk reactions, emotions, reflexes. And with climate change, one of the big problems is that it is, of course, a threat to all of us. And what makes it particularly interesting is that for some people, the threat is not climate change itself, but the threat that arises out of doing something about it. So for some people, the thought of cutting emissions and, cutting back on driving, cutting back on air travel, cutting back on all the luxuries that are surrounding us, for some people that is sufficiently threatening that they deny the unequivocal evidence about climate change. And so really what you have is a lot of emotional reactance, a rejection of climate science, especially by people whose identity is defined by support for the free market, unregulated business, which is not so much of an issue, I guess, in Germany, but in Anglophone countries, in particular Australia and the US, that is an amazingly strong emotional component of the whole society. And that explains why people go into denial over climate change. And it is the one driving factor. In my own research, I can ask people 4 questions about how they feel about free market economics. And that tells me pretty much everything I need to know about their views towards climate change. Now, what follows from that is that perhaps one of the ways to move these people forward is to rephrase climate change or the solution to climate change within an ideological sphere that they can accept. So, and there's some evidence to suggest that that is possible, although, of course, it's extremely difficult at the moment given the political situation. But yes, emotion is crucial.
Yeah, exactly. Because we know about the facts, and we still can't. I mean, of course, climate change, climate emergency is something that is a slow process, and it needs abstract thinking. And apparently, we're not really able to do that.
Well, we could be encouraged to do that. Let's put it that way. I mean, I don't want to be too pessimistic about human beings. I mean, you know, we build airplanes and wind turbines, all sorts of things. You know, we can do pretty good. Yeah, exactly. But you got to get people to think. And on social media or public discourse, especially at the moment with the current political climate, you know, thinking isn't high up on the list of things that real men are supposed to do. So, you know, we have a bit of a problem there. But I think it could be different. It could be different. But of course, we have to change the politics first.
Exactly. And that is a very good link over to you, Julia, what you are doing. Because Julia is the director of the GNH Center in Bhutan, and GNH is the Gross National Happiness Index instead of GDP, what the rest of the world is in. And I think that's really what we need. I think we need, if we want to change politics, if we want to engage people more, I think we need to look for, there are examples of what we can do. And Bhutan is one country that can actually do that. So maybe you would like to talk a little bit about what your work entails and what the thinking behind the whole GNH concept is. We've got your slides, so you just need to instruct, like, you know, first slide up and then the next and so on. So then we'll just put it. See, no, that's the wrong. That's mine. That's the wrong one. Hey. Just bear with us. But maybe you want to already start until we find the right slides. I think.
Thank you, Vivian. And thank you, Steve. I'd love to build on the comments that you made, because I think our mindsets, our psychology is critical to the climate solution. And just to echo that, I think Bhutan started with the very fundamental idea that all beings want to be happy. They don't want to suffer. And so the economy is built around the idea of measuring the elements of society that can lead to greater happiness and well-being. So it's really about how do we create an environment where people can thrive and flourish. The ancient Greeks used to call it eudaimonia, a meaningful or a flourishing life. And the GDP growth model doesn't ask what is the purpose of the economy. It's just growing the economy, and we'll try to patch up the negative consequences as best we can. So it's really a radical redirection. It's saying, why are we part of this economy, and how can we steer it in a direction that leads to flourishing of all life? And that includes the natural world. So if you do have the slides up there, there are 9 domains in the first slide. I'll just start speaking about them. 9 areas. Oh, go ahead, Vivian.
Hopefully we have them in a minute. If you just explain, I'll tell you when they're up. We can't hear you. Hold on. Where's your sound? Sorry for that. We are looking for slides, and we've lost you on the audio. That's not good. Can we try and get her back in the audio? Yeah? You can say something? Yes. I think we hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. And now we have the slide too. Excellent. We're ready.
Okay. Brilliant. So, yes, so in Bhutan, we're measuring gross national happiness, and it's done in terms of 9 domains or areas that create an enabling environment for happiness. And these include things like living standards, which are important, income, assets, and so on. You can see what's measured there. Also, education, clearly important for people's well-being, and health. In the middle of the COVID pandemic, these are really important. But beyond that, some really unusual things that research has shown are important for well-being: psychological well-being, cultural diversity and resilience, good governance, whether we trust our government, whether we're participating, whether it's transparent, community vitality, do we know our neighbors, do we feel close, or are we part of a growing epidemic of loneliness that we're seeing happening around the world? Time is really important. GDP growth has led to most of us being completely time poor, running from pillar to post, not enough time to spend with friends, and stressed out. And then, of course, environmental conservation, environmental resilience and diversity is measured and protected in Bhutan. So when you make these visible and governments make policies based on them, then you can start steering the economy in that direction. So if you could show the next slide, please. So the survey's done every 3 years, and measurement's important. But if you're ignoring it, the data, then that's not helpful. So we have the vision of the leadership. We have the G&H survey undertaken every 3 years or so by the Center for Bhutan Studies and G&H Research. And then we have policymakers, the G&H Commission, who look at proposals like, for example, a new mining project, and screen it according to these 9 domains to see what will be the positive or negative impacts on the country. What will its impacts be on income inequality, on environment, on health, before passing it? And it can be improved based on the scores that it was given. And finally, grassroots activism. I was listening to the last speaker from Africa. So important that you connect what's happening at the policy level at the top with grassroots education of young kids, civil society movements, working with business and organizations. And that's what my organization, the G&H Center, does. So that really comprehensive approach, important. And then my last slide is really to say there's more growing interest internationally in this. It's not just happening in a small Himalayan country, but really there's a movement around this now, to the extent that our center is offering a program that's launching online in November to bring together people from different countries to learn about this and try to prototype it in their own country and context. So businesses, organizations, mayors of cities are trying to bring in this combined approach of the outer environment and the inner environment for well-being. So the website is up there if folks are interested in learning more. I think the last thing I want to say is, as important it is to have the structural countrywide environmental aspects moving towards climate and well-being, I think our mindsets are really important, back to the psychology. So whenever I come back to the developed countries, so-called developed world, I'm astonished and a little bit dismayed by how much our attention has been captured by mobile devices, by marketing, by advertising, by the internet, so that we're kind of being groomed to be the shopping and consuming society. And it's been manipulated in such a way that there's never enough. You're constantly being barraged with the idea that you're not beautiful enough, young enough, healthy enough, thin enough. You can add the word in there. So I think the ability to be aware and to be a sovereign of your own mind, aware of your own attention, is becoming a bit of a revolution. So I think most people are aware that mindfulness and meditation is now being more and more taught in schools and in a very secular way as a way to have awareness and not succumb to this global ADD, attention deficit disorder, that seems to be happening. Our ability to be aware and in control of our own awareness and mind, so that we aren't perpetuating consumerism and destruction of the environment. Very much connected to well-being and happiness and to the environment. So maybe I'll pause there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably a very important point that Julia just made, that we are so distracted by all these different, I mean, we've got these phones out all the time and we stay in this bubble, and as she said, we're very much, going into this habit of, yeah, you can easily shop something around the world. It's not a problem. And it distracts us, and I think it makes us less creative. Yeah.
So, I mean, just to connect to that, I mean, first of all, it's undoubtedly true that pursuit of GDP is going to give us more climate change. You know, if you correlate CO2 emissions with GDP, the correlation is almost perfect until now. And so as a first approximation, you know, it's probably going to continue unless we go off this GDP thing. And in support of the, you know, Bhutan efforts and what Julia was saying, some economists have been working on alternative indicators of progress for many years outside the happiness context, just looking at other things like crime statistics, divorce rates, availability of kindergarten, you know, that type of thing, just to describe society. And it turns out that if you look at the Western world, by some of these indicators, the one I'm talking about is called the Genuine Progress Indicator, GPI, instead of GDP. It turns out that that started to flatten out in the 1970s in the Western world. And even though our GDP has gone up a lot since the 1970s, the GPI has actually remained flat. We haven't actually progressed outside the material sphere, according to those indicators. Now, the reason I think that's important is because it opens a door to communicate to people that actually you don't need more GDP to have more welfare. So I think that's the first point I want to make. That's sort of an entry point to tell people about that. And the second point to make is that people actually want that. My colleagues and I just finished a study a couple of weeks ago in the US and in the UK, where we asked people how they envisaged the future after COVID. And we gave them a number of scenarios to choose from, which they would prefer. And what's really interesting is that by an incredibly wide margin in both countries, people preferred a very different future, not business as usual, not pursuit of GDP, but a far more equitable, safer, perhaps happier future. And when we then asked people to articulate that and to sort of say, well, what is it you're hoping for in the future? What is it you want? Then the most visible demand or hope was for more time with friends, families, less commuting, less stress, being at home, and so on. And even if you ask people about what they liked about the pandemic, I mean, it's a funny question to ask, you know, but nonetheless, you can do that. You say, you know, was there anything you liked? And again, a lot of people actually liked being at home, not having to commute. Not everybody, but quite a few people sort of drew satisfaction from the slower pace of life and all these other things. So putting it all together, I think there's a case to be made that there are other indicators than GDP of a society's welfare, undoubtedly, and people, I think, are open to that. The majority of people are open to a future that is emphasizing those things more. So I find that positive, or a reason for optimism, provided you can tap into that. And that brings me to the final problem. And that is, in the same study I just described, when you ask people what they think they're going to get, rather than what they want, if you ask them, what do you think is going to happen in the future, they overwhelmingly think, oh, business as usual. Not what I want. We're going to go back to business as usual. This progressive future I actually want, that's not going to happen. So there is a deep disconnect between what people want and what they expect to get out of the current system. And that is a problem we have to overcome.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the corona pandemic is, of course, for the first time, actually, something that happened worldwide at the same time, and really put a mirror to us, saying, like, is this really what we want in our life? And as you said, we slowed down. We had to. We couldn't travel that much anymore. We were bound to be home. Of course, that brought other problems as well. mental health and so on. But anyways, I think we were made to look in the mirror and really question ourselves, is this what we want to pursue? Is this really good, what we're doing right now? And I think also if we want to bridge a little to storytelling, I think that's what we questioned ourselves a little bit earlier today. It's like, don't we storytellers also need to tell different stories in order to engage people again in a different way? I don't know if from your studies, is there anything where you've been looking at the fact that, I mean, storytelling is in our genetics. Yeah. We've always been telling stories. That's what humans are doing. Sitting around a fire and so on. I mean, that's how we grew up. Is there any way where you think maybe that we need to address people differently also through our stories?
Well, I mean, first of all, I agree. People love stories, and people learn from stories, and people learn better through stories than, just statistics or numbers or slogans. At least most people do. So I'm very much in favor of telling stories. Now, the really tricky issue is to choose the story, because that's where it gets to be very complicated. What story are we gonna tell people? And that is where the research is, exploring various different options. There's some debate whether giving people hope is a necessary ingredient of a story to motivate people to act. There is a lot of research to suggest that's the case, that people become more motivated if you have a story that says, well, we've already started solving the problem. Let's just work a little harder to get it done. People become more motivated if they think they've already started to solve a problem. So telling people that is probably a very good story, is to get them motivated. Another option is to talk about a story that doesn't involve climate change at all. I mean, you can change the climate problem without talking about climate change, provided everybody buys electric cars and stops flying, then you can solve climate change. Well, doesn't matter whether you talk about it or not. So, and that is what some people are doing, is just to talk about a future that is healthier. Because there are fewer fossil fuel emissions. And so you can emphasize the co-benefits of mitigation to get people motivated. Yeah, there's a whole bag full of stories that we can try out. Now, the important thing from what I know about the research is to clarify who you're talking to, because you got to segment the audience. You got to match the worldview or culture of the speaker to that of the audience. If you send me to Oklahoma, where I used to live, I would be useless talking to people there about climate change. I'm just the wrong communicator. They take one look at me and, that's it. So you got to find a match, and you got to have a different message for that. And then you go to New York or Berlin or whatever, and you got to talk to people there differently. So there is no one-size-fits-all solution. All the stories have to be tailored to the match between the messenger and the audience.
Yeah, that's exactly what earlier on Beadie Finzi from the DocSociety was saying. She also said, if you just raised the question that, if you want to talk to people in power and not believing in climate change as such, you need to find the heroes that they look up to and have them speak to them in a different way and somehow get the message in that way. Yeah, I guess that's okay. So that's already two people who are saying that. I guess we need to change our stories a little bit, storytellers, and approach new ways, new people, new heroes. And I think in Bhutan you use a lot of storytelling as well, especially when you work with children. How does that work, Julia?
Thanks, Vivian. I think storytelling is crucial, whether you're talking about young people or you're talking about the stories we tell ourselves in our countries, in our societies. So in Bhutan, I think there is a story that is based on the cultural values and the belief systems there, but in some ways is a universal story about a narrative of well-being and why are we here as human beings, and how do we create a society and a world that we want to be in. So I think in other countries as well, there's a movement towards well-being economies. It's interesting that in Canada, David Suzuki Foundation, a well-known environmental group, is building a whole platform around well-being economies. And in Canada, there's going to be a well-being economy lab where a lot of people from different aspects of society across the country will be coming together to basically tell the story of what is the Canada that we want to see. Wellbeing Economies Alliance is co-hosting this, and there are countries around the world, New Zealand, Iceland, Wales, Scotland, that are moving towards a story of well-being. And when you've done well, a survey and data should be shared with communities so that they can make sense of it. You know, why is time use such an issue for us? How do we feel about our time in nature? Do we know our neighbors? What's the world we want to create? And then a storytelling happens around the data. And then that translates into a kind of inclusive movement. And as I liked what Steve was saying, that climate can be part of that story, but maybe it's not even the headline. Maybe it starts off through coming in through another door, but people start to see themselves, start to see nature and the environment, climate, as part of that story. And then that begs the question, what do we do about it? So I really believe in that very powerfully, and I think data, measurements are part of the story. And we're being told a certain story about GDP growth now that we haven't been aware of. It's been so much a part of the air that we breathe that we don't question it. And as Steve was saying earlier, GDP growth is actually leading to more and more inequality in many countries, which is driving a lot of social unrest and protests, and that's happening alongside climate change. So I think it's a bit of we have to break open the illusion that social movements for human rights, for greater well-being, for greater equity, are somehow at conflict with climate movements, that somehow you have to choose one or the other. They aren't. When you're looking at it from a lens of well-being, they're the same story. It's a more inclusive story. Similarly with the political divisions, it's not as, you don't have to choose sides about right or left, red or blue. When you're talking about happiness and well-being, everybody wants to be well, everyone wants their children to have a future that's sustainable. So how do we get to that without these very narrow silos and divides that are slowing us down? So definitely an inclusive narrative is really important.
My mic is not, yeah, now I'm on. Great. I really agree with you. I think that's also what we discovered earlier today, of course, is that there's quite a big divide between us and them. And I think we don't get anywhere if we continue on this path. I think inclusion has to be the solution, and I'm very hopeful that we can get there also through stories. Now, I want to open up to the participants in this amazing room. Anyone here who has a question to Steve or to Julia? Yes. Ellen. Ellen, would you mind going to the mic? Sorry. Otherwise, Julia can't hear you. Thank you.
I forgot that part. I'm super interested in what your 4-question test was about the economic questions that you said you would ask people that would give you an idea of whether they were pro-climate or not.
The free market questions. Yes. Oh, it was something like, free unregulated markets are the best way to distribute goods in a society. Do I agree or disagree with that? That sort of a question. And then we had the opposite as well, facing a different polarity, something like, oh, free markets work to distribute goods, but they don't ensure social equality or something. And you could, again, agree or disagree with that. So it had nothing to do with climate change. It was all about free market economics. And it was 4 or 5 items. And that reduced my uncertainty of people's climate belief by half. And that is a huge effect in survey research and social science research. So, you know, it's kind of like, yeah, the strongest predictor there is, and that's been replicated countless times. There's absolutely no question about that being a variable.
Thank you. Any more questions? Sheila.
A comment than a question. And one of the things that I've been struck by in the work I've been doing in the last few years is Robert Waldinger's study at Harvard. Robert Waldinger, the Harvard longevity study, which you probably know about.
No, I don't actually.
Okay, so this is the longest cohort study that's ever been done.
Oh, right.
Of longevity. Primarily about longevity, like how long people live. And it was done on mostly white American males. So, you know, the people that we're now saying are most in need of, as it were, re-education. And he took 3 tranches. So it started 75 years. It's been going for 75 years. And it was 3 groups of American men, all men, because that was when it started. And one group was working class, and one group was middle class, and one group was, broadly speaking, upper middle class. And they looked at all the indices of health and well-being and lifestyle, and even corrected for all the differences between them. Overwhelmingly, the thing that made people live not just longest, but longest and most healthily was strong social relationships, which is really extraordinary, actually. Yeah. Not health, not what they ate, not whether they smoked, not whether they took exercise, nothing to do with that. It was to do with having strong and supportive social relationships across all classes and all segments of society. That was what kept people healthy longest. And I thought that was extraordinary because it's such a huge and definitive study. Yeah. So I just thought people might like to know about that.
No, absolutely. I think that's great. Actually, I do know the data. Yeah. I just didn't know the name of the study. Right. Yeah, that's absolutely right. And one of the other interesting findings, either from that study or something very similar, is that among wealthy white Americans, life expectancy during the last 5 or 10 years has begun to decrease again. Whereas, for the last 100 years or more, people have tended to live longer and longer. But there is now a reversal of that for certain segments in American society. And interestingly, it is wealthy people who are also affected by that. And one of the explanations for that, which I think is also related to the longevity overall, is inequality. It turns out that living in an unequal society, an excessively unequal society, is stressful, even if you're wealthy. This is one of the paradoxes of inequality, that it is wealthy people who say it's a great thing and they benefit from it, so they think. But in actual fact, if you look at how well they're living and how long they live, that turns out to be not quite the way it is. So inequality is another one of these drivers of all sorts of adverse consequences in society.
Now we have a reason to feel sorry for Donald Trump.
Thank you. We have another question.
Yeah, hi. I have more a remark, and I'd like to hear a comment on that. You both pointed to the importance of stressing co-benefits of environmental or climate policies. And I think there's a slight problem with that, because I think the co-benefits you want to emphasize, they need to resonate with your values, because if you stress and emphasize the wrong values, this has a wrong, not the desired effect with your audience. And I'll give you an example. The Greens in Germany have long emphasized what great job opportunities are related with renewable energies. And if I look at the typical Green politician, I doubt that Claudia Roth went into politics because she is so concerned over jobs and employment. And the effect is that the Greens are perceived by many as hypocrites, because they're communicating something that is not consistent with their values. So co-benefits are important, but it's more complicated than just saying, I sense you're a conservative, so I speak about conserving God's creation while I'm an agnostic, for example.
Right, but can I just briefly respond to that? Maybe Julia wants to say something as well. But what I also said was that there had to be a match between the communicator and the audience. So it's not just audience segmentation, it's not just co-benefits, it is that you got to match the person who's talking to the audience. And as I said, you know, I could go to Oklahoma and talk to these people there about co-benefits. It would have absolutely no effect because they know I'm an Eastern academic and, you know, forget it. So you're absolutely right. I think there has to be some synchronicity of values, cultures. I'd like to call it culture because it's not necessarily even deep moral values. It is just the sort of implicit culture we all carry with us and the type of people we think we're like.
Thank you. Do you want to say something to that, Julia, before we have to wrap it up?
Just to reflect back, I think that's accurate, and I think we need to be practical and transparent as well, that there are sometimes trade-offs involved in balancing these different issues. When you look at those 9 domains that Bhutan is measuring, for example, what you see is that in order to protect environment for some actions, you need to also support farmers because they're feeling some of the negative income aspects on the conservation side of things in Bhutan. So governments are looking at how can we support farmers with rural infrastructure and development, even while we're telling them that you need to protect the lands, that you need to farm them sustainably. So if you are transparent about that and you see how they affect each other, then policies can be more nuanced in that way. My second response goes a layer deeper than that, which is something that maybe all of us, and I include myself, can really start to maybe investigate, learn from indigenous cultures, and that is our relationship to the natural world. Many of us, and I include myself, have a kind of relationship to nature where it's a resource that we can cost and use, and we have a kind of utilitarian view of nature. Whereas in many First Nations and indigenous cultures, and also in a place like Bhutan, nature is sacred. So it's not that you're protecting it just so that your survival will be a little bit longer, but because it's the natural world is valuable in and of itself. It has an intrinsic value. The lives of other species are important for their own reason. And for that kind of sacred view of the world, I'm not saying religious, I'm saying sacred, spiritual connection to nature to happen, we have to have some contact with nature. And I think that's a threat for young kids, especially growing up in urban centers, that they don't have that opportunity to be in the woods, to have their feet in the soil, and to feel a part of the living world. And I think that's something we can all do more towards, and I think that changes the narrative as well. That's not a political issue, that's not green versus not green, that's how do you feel your connection to the natural world. It's a heart issue, not an intellectual one.
Thank you so much. I think that were very beautiful last words to wrap this panel up. I could go on for hours because I find this personally very, very, very exciting and important issue. All I can say now is thank you so very much, both of you, for joining us here today. Have a lovely day in Vancouver, Julia, and thank you for joining. Exactly. Speak soon. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you. Right.
So lucky to have you here in Berlin.
Yeah. Great to be here.
Exactly. Thank you. So what we'll do now is we go into impact group work.
But first, we say goodbye to our online audience.
Oh, right. Yes.
And give a few disclaimer. I
Yes.
feel like being the disclaimer person today. So before we go into the group work, thank you so much to everyone who joined us online. We will be online again tomorrow, and we would rather encourage you to really also ask questions. If you don't feel comfortable writing them as a comment, you can also send them to info@hrffb.de, and then we will read it and bring also in the questions from the online audience, because we have seen there have been quite a few today watching the whole day, and we really want to open the discussion also to the online participants. Besides that, 2 official things. There will be drinks afterwards. We do have a guests meet guests every evening, hosted by our wonderful location and partners and friends, the Boofa. So please feel free to stay after we ended here. We have time until the first film starts. And have a drink, exchange thoughts. Best is to get a drink upstairs and then go outside. But if it's too freezing, you can stay inside. But please keep lots of distance. You know, numbers are rising. With our hybrid format, we are really trying, and with this wonderful huge space, we are really trying to create a safe space. And there will be also Benjamin from the Bufo, who also was here the whole day today, and he will be happy to talk to you and exchange thoughts, because the Bufo, I mean, it's the oldest film studio we are here actually, which is pretty amazing. If you think about this room, in former times was actually out of class in the 20s, because here there were shot black and white films. Marlene Dietrich shot here. So we are at the historic location, and they are doing a historic step. They want to transform it into a place for film activism and Nachhaltigkeit, ne?
Sustainability.
Sustainability, thank you. And also human rights, of course. So they already host Fridays for Futures and Extinction Rebellion here, so talk to them. I think they're rather open for ideas and exchange of thoughts. Yeah, did I forget any disclaimer? No, I think I'm fine. No, last one. Of course, we have film festival. So last disclaimer, everyone who has a badge, you can just go to one of the films tonight, or 2 or 3. No, I think you only would make 2. But we do have an amazing film talk after the film. No, not the Battle of the Giants, it's today. And we do have a fantastic, in terms of activist movement, film called Hong Kong Moments, where we will have an expert from Amnesty present for the film talk, where we'll talk about the current situation in Hong Kong, about the protests, and the film gives you a rather deep insight in the motivation of different actors who come from very different sides and have very different views on the protests in Hong Kong. So I can highly recommend that. And while saying so many things, the last, I promise, disclaimer is the thank you. The thank you is always very important, and yeah, you're going to hear that every day. Because I think it's really important to say thank you. Thank you, first of all, to the great technic team, to the people who brought the people on live, to our lovely, lovely dear volunteers who took care that we had coffee the whole day. I mean, thank you. And then, you know, doing an event like this always costs quite a lot of money, like everything, technic, food, bringing in people, hosting people. So therefore, I would like to say thank you to the Hauptstadt Kulturfonds, because this project, this Climate Story Lab is part of the forum, and they generously believed in our idea that we want to create a space for activism, storytelling, and exchange of thoughts between NGO actors, decision makers, and storytellers. So thanks to them. And in this particular case of the Climate Story Lab, besides, I mean, we mentioned DocSociety today with their amazing input, but also the Orlin Foundation and the Schöpflin Foundation, who, like, it was amazing that they came on board with a concept that was not really like easy to grasp. So thank you so much for that. And now I hand over to the group work, and we are offline. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone, very much. Let me just quickly say goodbye to Steve.
I think, in the meantime, you haven't met me yet. I've met some of you today in conversations. My name is Merit. I will be facilitating and moderating some sessions tomorrow as well. I don't come from the film area. I come from the sustainability area. And I do a lot of facilitation work, so guiding organizations in finding strategies for sustainability. And one thing that I learned is you can't be sitting all the time. So I think as a very first thing, what we do now...
I think this is the cue for Juan, for what we already, that cue. Both?
And I think now you can slowly
I think we need
just stand up on your
feet.
On your feet where you are, social distance, and kind of shake off all of these things that you have. I mean, you have learned and heard so much today, and I think we've been.
Now Juan, we just need the music, because I think it's time for the 1-minute disco. Because that's something that we do at DocSociety wherever we go, is the 1-minute disco. Without that, it's not a DocSociety thing.
Because I think what we also just heard...
We adapted it.
And it's all not only about the brains, but also about body and heart and all of the connection. And I think that's what we need to do here as well.
Definitely. But I think they are busy with the slides and not with the music.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say.
So don't be shy and just shake it off.
Sunshine, she's here, you can take a break. I'm a hot air balloon that could go to space. With the air, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Here come bad news, talking this and that. Yeah. Well, give me all you got and don't hold it back. Yeah. Well, I should probably warn you, I'll be just fine. No offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, tell you now, bring me down, can't none.
Thank you for participating. It can be very silly when you're the person who comes on stage, the last person on the day, and then I tell people to dance. I'm very happy that you participated, otherwise I would feel very silly now.
No, we will dance, come on. All right.
Vivian, what are we up to?
We've got some homework to do for like a little bit of thinking that we want to take back home. Also, because we've got these amazing 6 projects, I want to emphasize again, there's one sticker note there, but we need, gather your thoughts and put them on these boards. That's from tomorrow onwards, I guess. What do we want to do? We want to actually, I know we're a little bit late. Officially we have 7 minutes, but I think let's make it a good 20. You up for that? We want to discuss a little bit about what we learned today about impact.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get a sense of how is the energy of people in the room. Can you still work for 20 minutes?
Yes? Good. That's
good. Good. Okay.
Right. What we thought is that we have, this is the one that you wanted, no?
No, that's not the one I wanted. I wanted another one, but we'll find it.
All right. Anyways, what we want to do is reflect on impact today and what we learned. I think maybe we do the Art and Activism Climate Hub
and talk about that more? Should we do that? No, you look at me with a really big question mark.
But I'm sure you know what you're doing, so I'm just following you on that one.
No.
So I think what really the idea is just to reflect on what has happened today and what we're taking with us, so that you don't just kind of get out of this day with all of these speakers and inputs we've been getting without actually digesting it in some way. And we talked a lot about co-creation, I think, today. So I think the idea really is to start talking about some of these things that we heard. So, for example, what is this one big challenge that we are addressing? Like, what is the key challenge that we, with our projects, that we are addressing? What are the audiences that we are focusing on?
Yeah, exactly. That's good. Now I'm back on track. So one co-creation, and I have a feeling, Michael, you are the one with the co-creation. Maybe we should form a little group around you with co-creation. What do you think? Yeah? Good. So co-creation is here. Then we've got one about I lost it again. I think my energy is a little after. Okay, let's shut up. No, and also that we. I think we need to get out of our bubble. But how do we say that? I mean, how do we frame that we want to talk about? Reaching others, inclusive.
Inclusivity. I don't know.
Inclusivity.
That's another topic we can talk about.
Yeah.
So maybe let's form a group here.
Who's up for inclusivity? Yes.
Yes.
Good. You want to punk RWE anyways. It's maybe inclusive. Maybe is Caroline still here? No. Schade. She was. You can do inclusive. Right.
Cool, thank you.
We like that. Okay. So that's 2 groups. Is that enough to talk to about?
I think I would add one more, which is on like the diversity and the kind of getting different perspectives on board as like a 3rd topic. That could be somewhere there.
Okay.
Who is volunteering to take that on? You just have to be there. Diversity.
Maybe,
if you... Okay.
Okay.
We can do that together.
Yeah?
Yes, let's do it.
Okay. Right. And so what we think is then, with all your amazing backgrounds that you bring to the room, and what we have heard today, which was a full day, but it was a very intense day. Good. And then just think about in your own works with the people in your group how, if you can come up with, discuss these topics and come up with maybe ideas that you can have towards storytelling.
And maybe just also like reflections on what you've heard today and how could this inform your work as storytellers or as whatever you consider yourself to be. So just basically have a conversation around that and a reflection in your groups. And so I'm thinking we can just do 2 circles, of course.
One here and then one over there, maybe.
Yes, that's good.
Yeah, perfect. Right, co-creation and inclusivity, diversity over there. Let's do it. Habe ich dich jetzt überfallen?